I have a pastor here today? Oh, yes. Hi. You'll be on first. I'll just do a few things like this. We're going to say good morning and welcome everybody here to this Commissioners Court meeting. And I would ask all of you, please, to stand for invocation. Please remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. Welcome, and may I say, with gratitude, thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. And so let's bow our head, close our eyes as we pray. Dear Lord Jesus, we do just come before you right now, and we thank you so much for who you are. We thank you for everything that you are doing and everything that you're going to do. And Lord, we just commit this meeting right now into your hands, Jesus. We pray that it will be a productive meeting. Lord, as multiple things are being discussed, Lord, I pray that you will just dwell here, Lord God, and that we will make the best decisions for our city, Lord, and that you will just go before us. I pray that you continue to have your hand upon Judge Canales, Lord God, and the commissioners. I pray, Heavenly Father, that you will guide them in everything that they do. And so, Lord, we hand this meeting over to you right now, and it's in Jesus' name we pray. And everybody said, amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. And for the clerk, it's 8:36 a.m. I would call it maybe 8:33 when we started. And at this time, I will make note that we are in the third floor, thank you, of Commissioners of the Nueces County Courthouse, which is the Commissioners' Courtroom. And this notice of public meeting has the need to make sure a quorum is established. And so I will say that Commissioner Chesney is here and Commissioner Mattis and myself. And I bet we'll see the others here shortly, and we'll make note of that for the record. But for the meantime, as the presiding officer, I do certify that a quorum is present. And I don't know if I said this, Lorenzo, but the date is October the 19th, 2022. And at this time, I'll ask if there's any announcements on disclosures of conflicts of interest. Any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflict of interest with items on this agenda shall be declared at this time. Members with conflicts will refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from discussions on such items. And of course, if there is a conflict discovered later in the meeting, then they can disclose at that time. I'll look to Rebecca now for an important safety briefing, and I'd ask if you would please kindly give her your attention.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Our safety briefing for today, October 19th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioners Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of an evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. Our guest sanitizer for the day will be Carlos, and I want to tell my mother happy birthday. She is turning 90.
Wow.
Thank you.
And we do too. Thank you. Happy birthday. Birthday, Mom. And so you'll notice that on the agenda, noticed is a public hearing that starts at 9 o'clock. I'll be watching the clock, so at 9 o'clock we can pivot to that public hearing. But I'll move right now to public comment. I have 3 folks signed up here in the courtroom, and I'll call upon them now. I'll also ask Connie to be thoughtful and see if there's anybody online. And if you do wish to make public comment online, you just need to raise your hand, the icon, virtual icon of a hand, and let us know. We'll call on you. And so we'll first start with Marshall Davidson, And I'm just going to remind everybody, there's this digital clock that you'll see on the screen. And we ask that you be kind to your residents, neighbors that are here to also make public comment. But we won't cut you off. We'll just allow you to finish your thought. And welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Judge. I'm Marshall Davidson, owner and operations manager of J.M. Davidson Construction. We recently finished the demolition of Bob Hall Pier, and as a result of completing that project, I put something together for each one of the commissioners and the judge as a token from the project. It is not very glamorous, but it means a lot to us, and it should mean a lot to you guys more than just a regular old piece of broken concrete. It's a piece of the pier that we salvaged and mounted on these beautiful little plaques, and that's a memento and a keepsake for all of you commissioners to have and keep for as long as you all shall live. So.
Thank you.
Hey, when you pay a couple $1 million, you ought to get a rock, right? That's what
Damn
I like.
right. You damn right.
Thank you.
You
That's
should at
really
least get
very
it
cool.
right.
That's a very nice gesture, and that is really nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank
That's
you.
really nice.
Thank
All
you.
right. And thank you all once again for putting your trust in J.M. Davidson to do the job, and I'm glad the job went well, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's really cool.
And if you think we're being reserved, just you'll have to look at our body language during public comment. We don't. We just engage with the public. We listen to them, but we don't really speak back. But allow the smile to tell the story. At this time, I'll call upon Bobby Chestnut. Welcome. And I should have said this. The clerk always likes it if you announce your address, if you don't mind.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners. I'm Bobby Chestnut. I live at 5116 Siesta Loop. That's in Calallen, Robstown address. I'm here once again to just bring it up to the commissioners and Mr. Hernandez about the drainage in our subdivision, Valley View. I'm just trying to find out where we stand on the funding that's supposed to be coming this way. I noticed that Mr. Winslow saves the county $8 million, and we'd like to see at least a couple, maybe $3 million, spent on the drainage that will protect our subdivision in our area of Calallen. Also, I want to thank all of you for showing up today, being kind to each other again. Like I said once before, it's nice to see our county commissioners and the judge really get along and work together. The other thing I have is if we can get the city of Robstown to maybe work together and get part of the drainage ditch on 69 cleared again. I just came by it again this morning, and it's grown up completely full of trash, tires, batteries, televisions, and the city of Robstown still states they have no funds to do it, but they asked that we call upon the commissioners again to maybe see if they can't get something done in that area and get that taken care of. And then also the drainage ditch from 69 and County Road 50 that goes across 77 and on down by the railroad tracks. If we could get maybe some of that dug out and leveled to where it would take some of the drainage off of Valley View subdivision and the new subdivision that's being built in that area again already, that's already been flooded with the last little rain we had. So I do appreciate it, and thanks for the help.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Well, now I'll just check to see if there's anybody online. Once more, it's time to raise your hand if you wish to make public comment. Seeing none, I'll call on our last public comment registrant here on the sign-up sheet, and that's Mr. J.J. De La Cerda, our Veteran Service Officer.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm here to bring you some good news. We just got word, and I wanted to mention that the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery is currently tracking to exhaust all of our casketed plots and columbarium niches in just over 2 years. Our Nueces County staff and the Veterans Land Board identified this, and we put in for a grant. That grant was awarded by the National Cemetery Administration for $5 million to expand the Veterans Cemetery. We will have 3,130 pre-placed crypts, 1,020 columbarium spaces with all associated grading, drainage, irrigation, and landscaping to be included. This should be sufficient for the next 10 years at least. On top of that, the Veterans Land Board has announced that they will be providing an additional $500,000 in funding for everything the VA did not cover, which includes pavement and roadway widening, 10-inch irrigation line repairs, the Space Force. So we're going to be placing the Space Force flag out there along with the emblem, the seal, and perimeter fencing and automatic gates for the cemetery. So we will be meeting on November 14th over at the Veterans Cemetery to start this project, and I wanted to announce that good news with you. $5.5 million coming to the Coastal Bend State Veterans Cemetery. So it's a great day.
Good job.
It is awesome.
Thank you, JJ.
Yes, sir.
Another big smiles. Well, that's all I have here for public comment. And so what I'm going to do, given that we still have a few more minutes before 9 a.m., I want to do some housekeeping. I do want to check with Commissioner Modis. Commissioner, I know Dr. Geffert could not join us. Right. Would you like to present or wait? I just want to make sure I understand.
Oh, no, we can go ahead and just read it.
We'll go ahead and read it.
And sure.
Wonderful. I'll ask Belinda and draw everybody's attention to letter I-1 in recognition of Dr. Tim Geffert. And then my understanding that Commissioner will present this to him at a later date.
In recognition of October 26, 2022 is Dr. Tim Geffert Day. Whereas Tim Geffert graduated from the University of Texas Houston School of Dentistry in 1981, whereas his wife, Bobby Geffert, at his side, served as his dental assistant, office manager, and account manager, and they grew his practice in Nueces County, not once ever advertising his services. Whereas Dr. Geffert remained committed to this community and selflessly provided services at no cost to those in need. Whereas as a young dentist, he worked with the Catholic Charities to provide dental care for Vietnam refugees, and to this day, over 40 years later, still provides services to one of those refugees. Whereas he regularly volunteers time with Mission 911 to provide dental services for the homeless, where he generously provided services to Nueces County inmates and assisted with the establishment of a county clinic. And whereas Dr. Geffert is now retiring after 41 years of practice, his last day of practice being October 26, 2022. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the 26th day of October 2022 is proclaimed Dr. Tim Geffert Day in Nueces County, Texas. And further congratulates Dr. Tim Geffert on his outstanding dental career and recognizes his many accomplishments and contributions to our community. The court urges the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in wishing Dr. Tim Geffert a healthy and fulfilling retirement.
Thank you, Belinda. Commissioner, would you like to make that motion?
So moved.
And I'll second for you. And would you like to have any discussion?
Sure. Many in this community know Dr. Geffert, just of his giving to the community. Heard countless stories of him helping people in need who otherwise wouldn't be able to get much needed dental care that could impact their lives. And he's just the kind of community servant that you are proud to call a resident of Nueces County. He's going to be retiring after many years of service, and he's not one to make a fuss. And to be honest with you, I know he's probably working on teeth right now, and he has no idea that this is happening.
Oh.
But he wouldn't probably approve. He probably would not be here, even if he could, because that's the kind of person he is. He doesn't want fanfare, but I wanted to honor him. My wife Gina has worked with him proudly for over 20 years now as a dental hygienist, but I just getting to know him and the work that he has done. It's just, my honor to be able to recognize someone like that has done so much for the community and does it just out of his own pocketbook. I mean, just on a regular basis. And what I found really neat was that he had helped start a program for our inmates back, I believe, in the 80s, early 90s, that helped get those inmates much needed dental care. And many times they would come in early before hours, before the rest of the regular patients would come in, and he would treat them and see them, and they would come back to the jail, and then after that eventually started up a program. I'm not sure if we still have that in existence, but it would be great if we didn't to get something like that in place again. But I just want to thank him for his service to Nueces County on a volunteer basis for that and many other things that he has done. And so it's an honor to recognize them like this. Thank you, Judge.
Wonderful. Well, that's probably indicative of so many unsung heroes. I'm glad we were able to do his recognition today. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Post same sign. And now we'll move to, in recognition, it's item number 2, recognition of October 2022 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And the endeavor that we all want so much is to find a cure. Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk will take place on October 29, 2022. And if you'll direct your attention to Belinda, she also has a recognition.
Whereas the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer program is the largest network of breast cancer awareness events in the nation, uniting nearly 300 communities with a shared determination to finish the fight against breast cancer. And whereas funds raised through the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi enable the American Cancer Society to save lives from breast cancer by funding groundbreaking breast cancer research, providing free comprehensive information and support to those touched by breast cancer, and helping people reduce their breast cancer risk and find it early when it's most treatable. Whereas participants of the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi join together to celebrate breast cancer survivors, pay tribute to those lost to the disease, and raise funds to end breast cancer once and for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, does hereby proclaim October 2022 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month and October 29th as Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Day in Nueces County, and further urges all citizens of Nueces County to help finish the fight against breast cancer by participating in the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer of Corpus Christi's event at Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi on Saturday, October 29th.
Thank you so much. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
And I'll call for discussion and recognize Jill Stresnick, used to be with Nueces County, and she is now doing great work at the American Cancer Society. Yes. Welcome back home.
Thank you so much. And for the record, Jill Stresnick, and I am with the American Cancer Society. And as a former county employee, I know that I don't have to tell this court just how much your support and your recognition means to your outside agencies. So thank you so much for that. As Belinda stated, the American Cancer Society, we advocate for life-saving policy changes. We promote healthy lifestyles to help prevent cancer. We fund cancer research, and every minute of every day we provide information, answers, and support for members of your community, your constituents, just every minute of every day, for those not only touched by cancer, but their loved ones. So this year in Texas, it's estimated that over 139,000 women and men will receive a new breast cancer diagnosis, and it is because of them and because of that that we are so grateful to the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer walkers, the donors, the sponsors, and the volunteers who are raising money, promoting awareness, and celebrating the lives of our breast cancer survivors. We're also grateful for Judge Canales and her $1,000 donation to the American Cancer Society to help us in our fight to end cancer as we know it for everyone. So thank you again for today's proclamation. Thank you so much for your support, and we hope to see you out at Making Strides on October 29th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Would anybody else like to make any comments? It's become such a thing that you really can't escape. Somebody in your family, on your block, somebody you work with, somebody you know, male or female, mainly females, who will have a breast cancer diagnosis. And of course, as always, the way to beat it is early detection. So this is the month where we ask you to go pink for both men and women that are afflicted and really raise that bar on the heightenedness of awareness. Thank you for all that you do. And with that, is there any other discussion? Hearing none. Come on, guys. For the girls?
Check.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And now we will, I know I'm watching the clock here, but we'll try to get maybe one more in. It's a table of item number 3. Commissioner Chesney, you asked to have the backup
Motion
documentation.
to pass. I got that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Motion to pass that number 3.
Okay, thank you. And a second?
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. We also have some recognitions. I'll try to get one more in, and then we'll go back to that hearing. Maybe we can do both if we're swift, but I don't want to, both of them are important. I don't want to gloss over them. The first is the recognition of an incredible employee who has given 26 years of service for Nueces County. She comes from the district clerk's office. Her name is Maria Ortega, and I wanted to see, is Ann here with us? No? Okay. Well, I want to, please allow me to read this beautiful certificate, and then we will have a little discussion, if that's okay and not too embarrassing. We hereby express our sincere appreciation to Maria Cristina Ortega. Grateful recognition of your 26 years of service with Nueces County. It's signed officially on Halloween. That's not a spooky thing. It must be, that's the real date that it comes up. It's not, you're right. And it's signed by myself, Barbara Canales is the county judge, and all the commissioners, Robert Hernandez, John Mares, Joe Gonzalez, and Brent Chesney. It is really something to say that you have grown up with one entity. And it's always very special when I see this. It's a box, and it's always indicative that something special is happening here. And if you would allow me, I do want to tell you it is a trick. It's not a Rolex, but it looks just like one. It's a beautiful watch, and it's a token and a symbol of our appreciation for service and for love of service, because that's what it takes to work somewhere for 26 years. And today is our opportunity to say simply, with so much gratitude for a job well done, could we please recognize, I don't know if we do this by motion or not, but I'll do it so that you hear it well. Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second, and I'll call for any more discussion. Co-workers, family members, would you all stand or at least, show your, there we are, back there. Show some appreciation there. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I have a beautiful watch to present and a certificate, and would you mind coming forward and allow us the honor of taking a photo with you? And again, you don't have to, but we would, if you want to make any comments, all you have to do is go back to that microphone so that all those online who are wishing you well will hear you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be up here. It's been a long road, but a happy road. It's been a great passion of mine to work for the county, and I've always had great leaders, including yourself, Ms. Barbara Canales.
Thank you.
And I have loved working here. It's just wonderful. Thank you so much.
Well, you're so young. We're wishing you the best second life, whatever that is for you. Career, second career.
Grandkids.
Grandkids is a second career.
Yes. And taking care of my parents.
A noble cause and a beautiful one to boot.
Thank you.
Again, let us allow all of us to come and wish you the very, very best. Commissioners, did you get I did the aye, right?
Congratulations on all. Thank you very much for all the
Thank
time that
you.
you've spent here. We really appreciate it. And
Thank
congratulations on retirement.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Appreciate it.
ma'am. I remember when we used to walk across to the cathedral
Yes.
for lunch.
Yes.
And so it took a lot of prayers to get you here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's good time when you watch, right? You go home.
Well, if you'll indulge me in a strange way, J2 goes along beautifully with our public hearings. And it's just not quite 9, so I'm going to go to the acknowledgement and recognition of Nueces County Public Works Director.
I want to, Judge, I think I want to wait till after the public hearing, because that's going to take a little while. But 9 o'clock is the public hearing?
Yes.
I'd like to wait on that one until we come back to the public hearing.
Okay, well then, I was going to dovetail it because it makes sense to have Public Works and then another issue on Public Works, but we can, I was also wondering if Ms. Longoria was going to be here. I was waiting for her.
But she is in
family.
Houston campaigning with her son, and
She won't be
we're
here.
gonna. And I told her and Chuck, we're gonna do a nice big middle of November where we invite everybody, their family.
Okay.
Do a big thing out there at the site.
Okay.
We'll
That's what I was-
coordinate with their families.
Okay, because that's why I was waiting. I thought,
Yeah, I'm
since
sorry,
it
I
wasn't
should've-
quite 9 o'clock, we should wait for the Longoria.
No, I should have
family.
mentioned. She said she might try to get on Zoom, but that she probably was not going to make it in from.
Understood. Well, that helps. And so what we'll
Right.
do is we'll proceed to the, and just give me a little bit. It's 9:01 a.m. on the record, and I'll suspend our regular agenda and go into this public hearing, which is very timely. And this is a public hearing pursuant to Section 251.013 of the Texas Transportation Code. And we do this in order to change the name of a particular county road. The county road is County Road 18, and it's from the intersection of County Road 43 eastward all the way to where it stops, where it dead ends. And this is to name this road Betty Jean Longoria in Nueces County, Texas. Of course, for those of you that don't remember, she was an incredible public servant in our community, serving both city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. She was a Nueces County commissioner, and she can't be with us here today. Just for those of you online that may not have heard just moments ago, she is in Houston with her son doing what she loves the most, and that's getting out the vote. And so she, we hope, will join us at a later time, according to Commissioner, in November, where we'll have the time to celebrate properly, maybe even at that location. But for the now, Commissioner, would you like the opportunity to make the motion?
Judge, I think we have to have the public.
Actually, I'm
hearing.
sorry, to
Right.
make comments
Right,
with regards to this.
I'm happy to make comments at this point, Judge, and then if we could advance the agenda items
14 and
afterwards.
15 shall be advanced.
Thank
You're
you.
absolutely right.
If you want to do them one at a time?
One at a time.
Sure. Judge, it's an honor today to author both of these resolutions, and I know the court supported this with a unanimous, without pause vote for both of the folks today that we are discussing. Betty Jean Longoria has been was more than a public servant. She was just a great person, is a great person. I've known Betty Jean, I can't even begin to tell you how long. Her brother Johnny Cortez and my father worked together at Exxon for many, many years, and so I probably have known Betty Jean since I was born. I don't even know how long I've known Betty Jean Longoria, but she's just a wonderful person who served this community for so well. She also served on the Corpus Christi City Council. I never did have the opportunity, unfortunately, to serve with her, but her work there was legendary as well, and I just thought it was appropriate when we had to do this, and there's a reason we're doing this. We're not just changing county roads for grins. I think it's important to note so that the public is aware. The city of Corpus Christi is going to be annexing these roads for their use and their future development, and so I find it good practice that when a county road is no longer going to be a county road, that we rename it. We did this with County Road 33 when we renamed it London Pirate Road. When these two both came up, I thought who better than to honor than two former county commissioners who have done great work. And when we get to number 2, I'll speak a little bit more about Chuck as well. But on this one, Betty Jean's been a longtime friend, and it's an honor to be a part of this today.
Thank you. And of course, I know that I wholeheartedly concur, and Commissioners, I'm certain that you do as well. Would anybody else like to make any comments before I proceed? Okay, again, public hearing, we're also happy to hear from you. our residents and those of you that are online, if anybody wishes to speak at this public hearing, we invite you to do so. All right. I'm going to move on to the discussion of item number F2. It's also pursuant to the same statute, which is 251.013, the Texas Transportation Code. And this one would change the name of County Road 43 from the intersection of FM 2444 southward to County Road 18 to Chuck Cazalet Boulevard in Nueces County, Texas. And I also would yield to Commissioner Chesney at this time.
Thank you, Judge. Very similar comments. I haven't known Chuck since I was born, but I have known Chuck Cazalet and his family for many, many years. Chuck was an outstanding public servant for so many years here in Nueces County, and both these folks were public servants, not just as elected officials, and Chuck's done so much to this community before he was elected, after he was elected, during he was elected. He represented the area that I represent. It's changed a little bit because of redistricting, but it's an honor to sit in a seat once occupied by Chuck Cazalet. So again, I thought it was a very appropriate, when given the opportunity to rename these roads in my precinct, to author this resolution, and again appreciate the court again unanimously supporting this without pause, and I can't say enough about how much Chuck did, especially for that area. So I think it's really appropriate that we're doing it for Chuck in an area that I think he used to represent. Like I said, it's been redrawn so many times, it's kind of hard to know, but he was Precinct 4 Commissioner for many, many years, and we appreciate everything that he did, and would when we get to items 14 and 15, would ask the court to consider continuing to support. And I know Chuck and his wife are here today, and I'm sure we'll speak either at this point or on the agenda items. But again, as I relate to Chuck also that Judge, what I thought we would do, and commissioners, is kind of have something, kind of a fun deal where because their roads are going to actually intersect. And for those of you know, Chuck and Betty Jean worked together for many years too. So their roads will actually intersect, and I thought we could do a cool on-site thing. I've actually got the signs I'm going to show everybody here in a minute, that we would put them up and invite their families, like I said, sometime middle of November, weather permitting, and get all their families out there and all the court out there and the staff, and just have kind of a neat deal right there where their roads will intersect in the London area, well, in that area of the county, I should say. So that's all I had, Judge.
Thank you. So this is just a public hearing. We'll hold your motion here, but anybody in the audience here today wish to desire to make comment. As I said, as actually Commissioner Chesney said, I think it's important to know that these roads will be annexed by the city, and so this is best practices. And not only that, but it just symbolizes something great. Growth is good. It means we have more families coming to live with us, and I just wanted to express gratitude to both Commissioner Cazalet and Commissioner Longoria. It's not until you sit in these chairs that you really understand the sacrifices that are made on behalf of a community and to their families. We also want to express our gratitude because it's never just one that gives. It permeates throughout an entire family unit. And so this is very special to have you here today.
Well, I'd like to say something.
All right, please go ahead.
I want to say congratulations, Mr. Cazalet, and to Betty Jean Longoria. And I've known Betty Jean Longoria and her family for a long, long time, and I've had many, many coffees with her husband and at Jalisco's and clinical stores. But Chuck might not remember, but Chuck remembered that they even hired me at Reynolds Metal Company. That's a few years ago, right? And I remember that I went through personnel, and you were there, and so that was probably one of my biggest jobs I've had, and hot, so I left, right, because it was too hot. So, but I want to thank you for hiring me at that time, and I really appreciate that. And and I worked with your brother, for many years also, Bill. So I've got to know some of the Cazalet family. So I really think this is something that's very worth while. What we're doing here today is something that you both deserve. It's a recognition, small recognition, but it's something you both deserve. You worked hard for it. You did what you had to do when you were sitting in the chairs where we are now. And I wish people knew sometimes some of the things that we go through. But anyway, I just want to congratulate you, your wife, your family, for everything you've done for this community. So My heart goes with you and my prayers, and hopefully God will give you many more years.
Thank you. Without,
Judge, I would like to chime in a little bit, please. Congratulations, Commissioner Costas. Congratulations to Betty Jean Longoria. Commissioner, I used to know your dad back in the 60s in the old courthouse, Jay Costas. He was a probation officer. And I was working there through a school program, and he stopped me one day and asked me, "Are you going to school?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "I'm on a work program." And he would talk to me about you playing football. So anyway, congratulations to you, sir. And your family has a long history of being a public servant to the county. Thank you. And I had the privilege of meeting your son over at KOUL. So thank you, sir.
thank you so much. Well, in light of the fact that we do have agenda items, I will conclude this public hearing at 9:11 a.m. And I've got to move my Bob Hall Pier piece to do that. But leave that right there. And ask that we advance, it's been asked that we advance, and I concur, that we advance items number 14 and 15 on your regular agenda. And that is, the first would be to discuss and consider adopting an order changing the name of County Road 18 from the intersection of County Road 43 eastward to the dead end to Betty Jean Longoria Road in Nueces County, again pursuant to 251.013, the Texas Transportation Code. Would there be a motion for such action?
So moved, Judge.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Gonzalez. I heard him first. And having had discussion in our public hearing, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose
Judge, I
same
don't know
sign.
if there was someone here from their family. Michael told me he might be here today, but
All right.
I just want to, I paused. I remember
I-
that. I know they weren't, she wasn't going to be here.
Anybody from the
Okay.
Longoria
I didn't
family,
see
we
him
would
come in,
be
but-
grateful to.
And again, I know they had other stuff. We talked about it, but I just want to make sure. Okay, I apologize, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. I think we had already
We
called the
did.
vote.
Yes,
All-
ma'am.
And all pose same sign. Okay. And now we'll move to item number 15, to discuss and consider adopting an order changing the name of County Road 43 from the intersections of 2444 southward to County Road 18 to Chuck Cazalet Boulevard. And we do so pursuant to 251.013, the Texas Transportation Code. Of course, these are roads inside Nueces County, Texas.
So moved, Judge.
Commissioner, I've got a motion and a second from Gonzalez. Any
Judge.
discussion?
I didn't know if Chuck wanted to say anything
I-
at this point. You don't have to, or do you want to wait till it passes, just to make sure?
As they say, you know the drill. The magic number is 3.
You need to get on the mic if you want to, but if you want us to,
Let us do the housekeeping, and
yeah.
we'll invite you. All those in favor signify by with a resounding aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Commissioner, we welcome you, and as Commissioner Chesney said, the mic just helps us send these, send the voice a little bit better through the internet.
Judge and Commissioners, I appreciate it on behalf of my family. I know each of you, Commissioner Hernandez, Mattis, Gonzalez, and Chesney, and you, Judge. And I got to tell you, I hope our children learn the value of the government that's closest to the people. And it's designed by our Texas Constitution. And y'all perform a very important role in our society. And that's why I was involved. And my father, who worked here for about 40 years, he's looking down, and I'm sure he's happy. So, and my wife, Sandra. And I got to tell you, it was nice seeing Belinda this morning. She's a real attribute to y'all. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge,
Commissioner, I think you have some, as they say, some props.
Props, Judge.
May I help you hold one for Betty Jean?
Yep, and then you want to take a picture, we got that made for you, everyone, so you can see that, Chuck, so that
Yeah,
you know.
we can come down. Let's do checks.
Yeah, we can
and-
go down there,
Okay,
or up here, whatever.
let's come down.
Okay. Up to you, sir. Oh, you're welcome.
I'll do his.
You can just hold them both.
You don't mind? Okay.
No, of course not. She'd be here. Want to keep this, Chuck, because we got to put them on, so we'll get you a replica. Shit, no. If I put them up, they won't be getting upside down. Yeah. Yeah. We should. Want to take them? Yeah, that would be very, yeah. Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Commissioner.
Okay, that's a nice way to start the morning, don't you think?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and it gets better because we have an acknowledgement and recognition that I think will make the taxpayers very, very happy this morning. And so I would direct your attention to J2. J2, and it's an acknowledgement of Nueces County Public Works Director and County Engineer Juan Pimentel and his entire staff, who many of them are here with us today. And they are being recognized for the savings for the county of approximately $8 million in drainage and county road work over the past 2 years. What we have done here is participated as a county in the Innovative Readiness Training Program. That's affectionately known around here as IRT. And that is a program with the Department of Defense. And we want to welcome the Public Works Department and the staff. And we have a recognition here that is a certificate of appreciation. I will read it as well. And there's actually two. So I'm guessing maybe one is, well, we'll just see who we want to. Kara, are they both official? Okay. Okay. Certificate of appreciation presented to Public Works Director Juan Pimentel, PE, and Public Works staff for saving Nueces County approximately $8 million in drainage and county road work over the past 2 years by participating in the Innovative Readiness Training Program, Department of Defense. And you guys know that we, the Commissioners Court, put in the money for the materials, and then we cooperate and coordinate with members of the military. And the Marine Seabees have been here with us the last few years. And it's just an incredible program because beyond the medical piece that many people know, they come in and help us with road work and with drainage. And when you get a value for all that work, it turns out the last 2 years have been valued at $8 million. So I want you guys to imagine a big check, and it says Nueces County taxpayer, $8 million, because that's $8 million that we did not have to allocate. It was money that we received in value, but it doesn't come without sweat equity, and it comes from the men and the women of the office, those in the field. And I also want to salute, I know he was here earlier, he may have left, but a lot of this coordination also happens through Inland Parks. Edward Herrera, he might have escaped on us. And of course, Ana Velasquez from Grants. Prior to Ana's arrival and grants. Maria Bedia really helped us get all of this paperwork in. So congratulations to the entire staff. And we would like to hear from you, but we also want to present this to you in just a moment at the appropriate time. Will you want to introduce your staff to us?
Yes, Judge and Commissioners. Just want to thank y'all for assisting us and helping us out, especially when we're requesting for the materials and the equipment that was needed for this project. I know that we've these men and women here, they're just part of the group that were part of the process with the RRT. And I want to thank the commissioners. I know that, when we're out there at 7 o'clock in the morning till sometimes at 9 o'clock at night, Saturdays and Sundays with the CBs and the Marines, they kept on saying, hey, we're going to work Saturday and Sunday, and our staff said, hey, just let us know, and we're out there to assist the military. This was part of the Marines, the Seabees, the Army, and also the Navy, and so this was a successful project. I know we did a lot of work through all the precincts 1, 2, 3, and 4. From drainage to parking lots to a park road that was deteriorated that needed to be upgraded, and then of course the drainage, so it was a great opportunity, and we're working with the Navy and the military, and it was successful. And when you say $8 million, it's $8 million that they assisted us with us and with their equipment and their labor. And I know the first year we did approximately 8 miles worth of roads, Jerry. And I know this year we did about a mile. The first year we did about 2 or 3 miles worth of drainage. This year we did about half a mile. So I just want to thank y'all. Thank you for the recognition. I do want to present some of my staff. We have our administrative staff here, and we have our clerks. We have our foremen, our assistant foremen, our operators. Of course, we have Jerry here, our lead foreman, who said, hey, Juan, you call me and I'll be there at 6 in the morning. I'll be there at 5 in the morning to get this project going. And, nobody, and I just want to make sure that everybody knows this, nobody in our staff said no. When we asked if they could come in on Saturday, they said, hey, how many people do you need? How many people can we assist? Sunday, or how late? It was one of those things where they kind of said, hey, we'll do it. I also want to take the time to thank Bird and Michael and them. They're the ones that prepared the estimates and how much material was needed. My staff, Yolanda, and I'm going to say some names real quick, but I don't want to leave anybody out, but I probably will. Mary Jane, Nora, they're the ones that make sure that we get the materials on site to get them ordered, and our equipment. And then the clerks, too, for making sure that, the time, and they keep up with their times and making sure that our people our times are logged. So I just want to thank y'all, commissioners. I want to thank you to the court for your help, and thank you for everything. Jerry?
I just want to thank everybody, especially Commissioner Jack, for getting us involved in this and bringing all you commissioners participated. But I want to thank you, Commissioner Jack, and we're ready to do it next year. Thank you all very much. God bless.
Thank you, guys, so very much. I'm not sure if it's in the form of a motion, but it's all right to do it. It doesn't hurt. Is there a motion to approve? We don't really have like a resolution, but
It's not a discussion.
it's just sometimes it's just nice to just hear it. So,
Second.
motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
I'd like to say one thing, Judge.
Yes.
Juan, I just want to salute you and your staff, because anytime we need something, there's no negative behind it. It's always, what can we do? Well, let's do it. And I really appreciate that. And when you said about working with the CBs, the Marines, the Navy, we seen it. We seen it in action. You know, it's not just, you hear all kinds of talks, you know, what goes on, what they're not doing, what they're doing. But I tell you what, somehow been there. You know, where you're there at 7, 8 o'clock at night with them, you know, and on the weekends. And also, you know, that the drainage, you know, and we call you that there's a problem with the drainage, you guys are there. I've called Juan in the morning at 5:30 because of the rains that said we're already putting out the barriers out there in the streets. You know, when you drive by there, you see the little sticks. They're out there with the color. That means they've been out there. They already measured the water. So, you know, we just, I want to salute you guys, you know, the whole team, because it takes a team effort to make it work. You know, you can't, just like a basketball team, you know, you got 5 good players, it's going to work. If you got 3 good players, then you're going to have a hard time. But it's a team effort that everybody comes together and does it. So the IRT team has been a success, and they, not only that, but I just want to mention the fact that y'all make the national news in the military. And y'all came out in the national magazine for the military. That's an honor. When they put you in the national magazine for the military across the United States, that's an honor. You know, it's an honor. Because, you know, I don't think that has happened before, you know. So, and, you know, I get calls all the time. They want to work with you. They want to, you know, they really appreciate working with you. They really want to do more. So this IRT thing has been a success over the last 3 years because of the dedication of all our partners and dedication of you and your staff. So, but I got to thank our partners, too, that participate, because without our partners, we wouldn't be able to do it either. So, but I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, and thank you for everything you've done.
Anybody else, Commissioner?
I'd like to say something, Judge.
Go ahead.
One, I just want to let you all know that I really appreciate the work that you all do. I was out there with you guys on County Road 73, and I know it was hot, okay, because I had to look for some shade. I had that opportunity to look for a tree. But I really want to thank you guys for all you do. Okay? So thank you very much, guys.
Judge, if I could.
And of course, go ahead, Commissioner Chesney.
Sorry, did I?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Juan, and to you, I see Juan a lot. I see Jerry, I see Michael a lot. I just want to thank all of you that are here today, because I know you don't get to come to court. Lucky you. But you don't get to come to court a lot, and you don't get the recognition a lot, and you should. You deserve it, and I'm really glad that whichever commissioner put this on the agenda today did it. I guess Commissioner Jag probably, or Commissioner Nueces, I'm not sure. But thank you for doing that, because you deserve this recognition. I didn't get a road in the first round, and so I didn't have a lot of involvement in it. I did get one done this time, and it was amazing how fast this got done. I mean, literally, I had a meeting one week with Juan, and they were working on it the next or something. And I don't even know how my road got in there. So, but it's great, and it's a road that's going to definitely help with the growth and the development that the judge was talking about earlier in this county, and it was really something that needed to happen. So, thank you. I mean, seriously, thank you to all the staff. And again, I'm not overlooking Juan and the ones that we see all the time, because I'm grateful for what they do. But I don't get to say thank you to y'all enough. I don't get to see you enough, and I really do. Y'all really do great work, and this has been a phenomenal project and a phenomenal program, and it has saved the county millions of dollars and involvement. And I think it's kind of a misnomer to say saved. Like, it's not like we had it. Okay, I mean, let me make sure when it says saved, we didn't have that $8 million to spend. We were only able to get this done because of this program and because of the hard work that you did. So it's not like we have $8 million now sitting in our bank. We would have not gotten these roads done without you. We wouldn't have. I mean, because that was not, I don't know when we would have gotten these roads done, because we didn't have them funded. We didn't have funds to do these things. So thank you. So what we should have just, I don't know if saved is the right word, but because I think, like I said, I'm sure Mr. Chestnut thinks that $8 million sitting over somewhere, and it's not. Because we didn't have any funding for this before. So thank you very, very much for doing this, because these are roads that people in this county, it may have been 10 years before we got these roads done. And because of your hard work, because of the program that came in, because of the military, and I'm not overlooking the military at all. They're just not here. If they're here, please raise your hand. But thank you to them. We want to send a big thank you, a big bouquet of roses, whatever we need to send to them too, to say thank you for all they've done. So I really appreciate it. And like I say, I got a road this time, so I'm not saying thank you just because of that. But I know personally now, because I went out and saw that road in my precinct, and it was done quickly, well done, and really made a difference. So thank you all very, very much.
Commissioner Mattis.
Thanks, Judge. Like the rest of the court has already said, I mean, it didn't matter what time of day, what day of the week y'all were out there assisting the military. They were on their schedule. They could only be here for 2 weeks or up to a month, but they had to get it done, or they were swapping out units, and y'all had to continue to work with whoever the change of command in or their personnel. But y'all gave them valuable lessons in training. That's what IRT is all about, is that instead of training in foreign countries, they were training here in the U.S. and putting their skills to work here in our country. And we've been fortunate enough to have now, over the last 2 years, the IRT. And we did so much planning with Commissioner Gonzalez and y'all the year right before COVID, and then we had to wait. And then turn around, and it became even better, because the original plan was to have only a small contingent of military here. And then come 2021, it was even bigger than we anticipated. And so just thankful that timing worked out, but it wouldn't have happened without you all. I know that many of you helped show the military what to do, how to use this equipment. They didn't know what to do. I mean, they're having to be trained on how to do this, and maybe in other parts of the country or other parts of the world one day. And to know that you train those men and women that are going to have to utilize those skills somewhere else one day when they're called upon, we can't say thank you enough. And I know this is only part of your staff, Juan, but of course extend our gratitude to all of the other personnel that are actually having to continue that work, that good work that you all are doing. So thank you for all that you're doing. And I agree, there's so many other departments we really need to recognize, but we know so much of Public Works because you were out there with the streets, with the ditches, with everything, in my precinct, with the fairgrounds, and the work that was done out there and paving that parking lot. So thank you all for your work, and keep up the great job. Thank you, Commissioner.
And to the staff, I just want to highlight exactly what Commissioner Mattis said about it, and really echo Commissioner Gonzalez about the national profile. When we go to the Pentagon twice a year, there's a group of us from Corpus Christi. They know you. They know Nueces County because they know how important this work is. We're a military county. We're a veterans county. That's who we are. And the way that they see us is not just a location for their bases. They see us as the training ground for the future, whether it is, Army or Navy or Marines. And the fact that we can not only be so hospitable to them in helping them stay with us like they have before, but to work side by side. Some of us always wanted maybe to serve in the military. This, if you did, we owe you a huge debt of gratitude. But if you didn't, know this, that your service within IRT is like your service for your country, because that's how important it is. And so to not have to send them across the ocean to do the work that they need so that they have the experience when the crisis comes and they have to go build an airport in the middle of a desert or a road, right? That's what you've given them. And as a result, we can talk about whether it's worth savings or not, but I know this, when the people need a road, you have to find a way to find the money to get them from A to B. So this is a huge taxpayer win for this $8 million. And we, the court, celebrate that with the taxpayer, with our military, and of course, with you, the staff that has provided all of that background work. We look forward to doing it again. We need to remember this so that we can save the money, because we have skin in the game too, right? All those materials and all those, we've got to pay for that in order to get them to come. So we got to remember that so we can create a little savings account so we can be ready for this coming year. And we've already, as they say, spied with our little eyes, new areas that need attention. And you know where they are. And so go ahead and start thinking about what progress we can make together this coming year. With that, we're going to ask you to join us for a photo. And there's a
Excuse me,
lot of
Judge?
you.
Go ahead, one.
Judge, can I say a couple of more things?
Yes.
Just real quick. And Commissioner Jag, I was going to use the analogy of a football team because I used to play football, but you are correct. We have to be a team, and in order to be successful, and we have. And I was going to use football because I used to play football, but you gotta have. But you gotta, somebody can be the quarterback, somebody can be the receivers, but at the end of the day, we all gotta work as a team. And I just want to make sure that Public Works, when you're successful, it's because you have a good team, and that's with my staff. We have a good team, along with y'all. We have a good team, along with the other departments. We have a good team, and that's why we're successful. So I just want to thank y'all. And then one other thing that I want to request, and this is just a joke. Nobody in Public Works can retire in the next 15 years. so no, I'm just kidding. But just want to thank y'all.
Judge, I just want to add, I think this would be a good time to let the public know if anybody's looking for a job, you're welcome here at Nueces County Public Works. They'll train you, teach you how to use the heavy equipment. Now's the perfect time. You can come in and apply and work with a good team, good people here that'll train you.
And maybe even with the United States military.
There you go.
We have a certificate. There's two. I bet maybe one is for the office and maybe one is to represent staff. But we'd like to take a photo with you, get it on our social messaging. Tyler is here to do that. There are a lot of you, so let's do this. Some of you will be here, some of you will be here, and we'll just invite you to come forward at this time. Is there meant to be two sleeves? Are there meant to be two sleeves?
Wherever you want it. I don't know if we can
Go in the frame. I think one going in the frame.
everybody can get
Okay, one's going to go in the frame. Thank you. This is going to be the official one. This one right here, and you pick it up on the way out.
We'll squeeze you over here.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Thank you, sir. I'll fill in the blank.
Okay, are y'all ready?
Buddy in?
1, 2, 3.
Thank you guys very much for being with us this morning.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. That's okay. Commissioner, good job. Congratulations.
I saw her, yes. And she, you would have been perfect for the photo. Okay, I give you the note.
Isn't the frame in your office? Oh.
I think you had.
Where Dave?
Oh, okay. I want to just make sure that she gets it.
And look, this is their extra one.
There it is. There it is. It's over here. Hey, Dave.
Oh, here. Okay.
RJ, I'm going to see if I can get you guys out of order so y'all can get back to the.
Al rato comienza la matanza.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So I am going to take an item out of order, but it actually will go beautifully, it'll dovetail beautifully into our general information report. And so Louis, I'll call on you after we hear from R.J. Thomas, the Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group. They're going to share a presentation relating to Hurricane Harvey and the Texas severe winter storm of 2021. And we want to, the CBDRG is such an important group, and they really did provide so much recovery and support after Harvey, particularly to Aransas County and our friends in Port Aransas as well. RJ, welcome, and I don't know if you have a PowerPoint, but it looks like they're teeing it up.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioners. Really appreciate being here today. R.J. Thomas with the Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group. I'm on the board of directors for that organization. The one thing I want to do, I'm going to introduce my executive director. I'm kind of lazy, so I'm going to dip out and let him make the presentation. He talks a lot less than I do, so you probably want him anyway. But I would like to say that not just Aransas County, not just Port Aransas, but other areas that this group has been active in, and a lot of it would not have happened if it wasn't for Nueces County itself. There are people that have been with our organization from the very beginning that you would recognize. Rebecca Rausch has been with us since the very beginning, one of our founding members, and very instrumental in the start of the organization back in 2015. Other people who were instrumental in a lot of the things that we've done in our first outreach, which was in 2015, which was the flooding, which included areas of Nueces County. Edward Herrera also helped us out quite a bit with that. And so if it wasn't for the hard work that the Nueces County employees and the Commissioners Court at that time put into this effort, we probably wouldn't have as strong an organization as we do right now. And I'd like to introduce Christopher Brandt. He's our Executive Director for the Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group, and he'll take you through the PowerPoint and let you know what we're up to. Thank you.
I got a lot of presentations, and all of them were handed pretty much at the last minute, so I'm searching through emails. What is yours labeled?
It should be CBDRG.
K2? Okay, I was looking for the wrong one then. Okay, Kathy's email. Okay.
There it is.
There we go. All right, let me share my screen.
Okay. Good morning.
Good
and
morning,
thank you guys for
Christopher.
allowing us to be here today. My name is Christopher Brandt. I'm the Executive Director for Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group. We are a nonprofit that is here. We're all, part of us are all from the Coastal Bend. And as RJ had mentioned, we started in 2015. And we were just getting ready to wrap up that recovery when Harvey hit. And so we were very fortunate because we had started the game with getting our toes dipped in. A lot of areas don't have a long-term recovery group. And so when a disaster hits, the National VOADs, which is the National Volunteer Agencies, are active of disasters. They're the national groups. They want to come in and start helping immediately, and there's nobody in charge. And so we were very fortunate in our area to have Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group so that they could start coming in and plugging in. What is long-term recovery? Well, long-term recovery is not short-term recovery, which is what we all think of, which is the first 6 months where you have the muck and gut, the debris removal, you have people tarping roofs, that type of stuff. Long-term recovery is a phase that can last up to several years. For us, with Harvey, it's been a little over 5 years. We primarily focus on long-term solutions. So instead of putting a Band-Aid on it, we want to create a permanent solution and hopefully make sure. So if your roof is leaking, we're going to want to put a brand new roof on it so that that roof will last for years. And we also want to make sure that it is, has a WPI-8 so that it can get windstorm insurance in case there is another disaster. Okay, next. So where do we cover? Well, we cover the 11 counties of the Coastal Bend. And we do that because counties don't, or disasters don't know county lines. So that way we can coordinate for the whole area. And that way, instead of having to talk to one group in one county, another group in another county, the national VOEDs can come to us and we can coordinate in the whole area. Okay, next. So our mission is to strengthen regional long-term recovery by addressing and jointly, that's a key word, resolving unmet disaster-related needs of individuals in the coastal community of the Coastal Bend. So that's part of what we do is we try to coordinate with other nonprofit agencies so that we can be more effective in helping people recover from disaster. Okay, next. What is an unmet need? Well, an unmet need is a basic, safe and sanitary and secure need that is disaster related and the survivor is unable to obtain because they lack either part or all the resources to obtain that. I always like to say, like, you might have had a granite countertop broken or destroyed in you know, from a disaster. Well, we're going to maybe get you a Formica one because it's going to be clean and safe. So it's not about replacing exactly the way it was, but just making sure people live in basic, safe, secure housing. And who are our clients? They're the vulnerable population. Low income, seniors, veterans, single parents, and people with disability. And when do we activate? We activate when there's a federally declared disaster and individual assistance has been approved. So to date, we have activated 3 times. 2015 with the flood in Nueces and Jim Wells County, 2017, Hurricane Harvey, and then in 2020, the Texas severe winter storm. So with the Texas severe winter storm, I think I still had, I don't think I had power during that, and we got a phone call from the Mennonites Disaster Services, and they called us and said, how can we help you guys? And so we already established with the national VOADs, and so they started calling us, and so they volunteered plumbers, came down and started helping. So we were able to restore 141 homes with basic water services. We had 740 volunteer hours of plumbing hours. We spent $85,000 in construction repairs, and every disaster is different, and this one was really different. It tended to be more rural, and it tended to be households that were single and elderly, or with somebody with a disability. And so they lacked, as you remember, you couldn't get any supplies in any of the stores. None of the plumbing agencies would leave outside the city limits because there was so much work. So these were people who were in, really in remote areas, and so we were very fortunate to coordinate with other agencies like Habitat for Humanity, Corpus Christi. We coordinated with them, and other agencies so that we could help all the people that we were able to. Okay, next. So Coastal Bend is made up of 7 parts: donations and volunteers, construction, disaster case management, and unmet needs roundtable. Okay, so on the next slide you'll see volunteer with Hurricane Harvey. We had 179,000 volunteer hours, which saved us over $3.4 million in construction costs. And 90% of those hours came outside of the state of Texas. They were from national areas of Canada, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Kansas, and they were primarily made up of Mennonites Disaster Services, CARE, and Christian Public Services. Okay, the next slide. So as far as what CBDRG, our organization, did, we spent $9.2 million in construction. We had the $3.4 million in volunteer labor savings, and then $4.1 million was other agencies said, we have money, but we have no way of managing this construction. Can you do that for us? So we actually managed the construction. So that probably wouldn't have happened if we weren't around, because there wouldn't have been somebody that would have been able to implement construction. We replaced 160 homes, and we did 181 major repairs. And the homes that we rebuilt all were engineered to meet TWIA's standards, and they all received WPI 8, so they were all able to get insurance if they chose to. Okay, so the other part of CBDRG is case management. The case manager's job is to go out, find these people that have a need, make sure that they do have a need, come up with a plan, try to find resources outside of our organization's unmet needs roundtable, because our roundtable we view as their last effort. If they don't get funding through the roundtable, then they're probably not going to get help. So they go out and try to find resources. So our case managers were, and this is about 11 people that we had, they were able to secure $36.2 million in resources. They were able to get 263 homes replaced. We went out and contacted, using the FEMA list, we contacted almost 6,500 households to try and find out if they needed help. And we actively case managed 1,200 households, and we actually helped almost 3,000 people. You'll notice that 136 of those houses were actually from the Texas General Land Office program, the HAP program. Are you guys familiar with the HAP program? Where they replace houses. So we case manage those people and help them through it. Since we knew the process, we were able to help people that would not have been able to get through that gauntlet of getting all those documents. I think it's 3 of the counties, 17% of the people that received GLO homes were case managed by us. Our case manager actually was the one for the first one in Rockport. That was actually case managed by CBDRG. And then there's countless ones that case managers helped on the side because they were, friends or family. And so there's no way of knowing how many of those houses there were. But we're very proud of how many of our clients were able to get through that. So I talked a little bit about the Unmet Needs Roundtable. And what the roundtable is where it's a coalition of the willing, where other long-term recovery groups can come together, and the funders, and they sit on one side of the table, and then disaster case managers present cases of these unmet needs. And then we, as the funders, will go in a room and try to figure out how can we coordinate, because a lot of times the disasters are too big for one organization. I'd like to give the example of one particular case. Habitat, or All Hands and Hearts was sheetrocking a trailer, but the well had gone bad because the storm surge had gone in and wrecked the well. Well, they don't have the resources to do that. So when the case came together, one agency said, well, I'll pay for the well. Another agency says, well, I'll provide the labor, I'll provide. And so by coming together, they were able to meet that client's basic needs. If they worked individually, they wouldn't have been able to help all of the client's needs. And so through our Unmet Needs Roundtable, CBDRG and our Coalition of the Willing, we were able to fund 359 major repairs, replace 262 homes, and obligate $22.3 million. So the next slide, if you look at it, is kind of the summary of the impact between all these numbers I rattled off of case management, construction, unmet needs, roundtable. So altogether, we were able to secure $50.9 million in resources to the Coastal Bend. And we were able to replace 413 homes with brand new homes that are, will hopefully ride out the next disaster a lot better.
Fantastic.
So the next couple of pages, I just wanted to show those 2 pages. Those are just showing you how many people we work together with to make this happen. And like I said, I usually get emotional because we are a group of volunteers. CBDRG does not receive any government funding. It's all through donations. All of our grants are donations. And so these are good people that actually present empathy for somebody that they don't know and donate money or their time or effort to help them. And so I always find it very amazing, you know, in this day and age that we can be so successful when we come together and put aside our disagreements and just focus on the major task at hand. Okay, the next slide. So I'd like to thank you guys, and what we're trying to do is we have been successful in 2 counties are completed, but we're trying to formalize our relationships with the different counties by asking for a memorandum of understanding, so that between the counties and our organization, and we're working with the county on trying to get a memorandum of understanding set up and in place, so that if there is another disaster, then, you know, we'll know how to handle it and be able to hit the ground running. Because, like I said, those first couple of weeks are just so valuable, and you don't want to be trying to figure out what to do, that type of thing. So, you guys have any questions or?
Just, again, so much gratitude for the work that you've done. That one slide that really showcases how much money has been implemented to help people recover is incredibly powerful. And that's the one, and the amount of homes as well. I just want to say thank you to Danielle Hale, who really spearheaded this Coastal Bend Disaster Recovery Group. And when she was with us here at the county as the Emergency Management Coordinator, it was so important to her when she transitioned that she brought all her new friends along with her. And so I feel like we have expanded because of her transition, and also strengthened Nueces County's role. Now Louis Ray is serving, and we're grateful. That's why I said it's perfect to have his information report right after. But it's, I think, important when disaster strikes, people want to know how they can help. This is how you can help. This is how you can help safely, right? You just don't want to just give without knowing that it's going to go to the right, in the right ways. And so your partners are the partners that are the right partners to ensure people's donations do affect people. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, and please introduce your team.
This is Donna Ross, and she's our board president.
Yes.
Hi, I just wanted to mention one more thing. You know, CBDRG, I was there with Danielle in the beginning. What we wanted to do is make sure that it's a sustainable organization. So we will in the future be reaching out to industry to see if we can sustain this organization, to make sure that we're ready. As soon as FEMA leaves, CBDRG will be there with long-term recovery.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This presentation only, are there any questions at all, or thoughts, comments?
I also wanted to say that Louis Ray is on our board of directors, so we want to make sure that he is recognized as well, and that Nueces County is an active part of CBDRG.
Yes. As Danielle would want it, and as they say, and demand it.
Yes.
I think we might have a public comment. Would you mind approaching the dais and announce your name? Is it a comment regarding CBDRG?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just tell us who you are. And
Yes. Good morning. I am Javier Ramirez. I am the new floodplain manager for the Nueces River Authority.
Yes.
So this is a new position that was created to aid in these efforts. So I just wanted to make myself available to the organization. Like I said, this is a new position that we work right now. Is working on the regional flood planning for the state. And here's my card. And then I know I don't have to ask permission to my bosses if another emergency strikes. I have a truck that I know is very valuable during recovery efforts. And my heart goes to you. I mean, I'm from Puerto Rico, and I myself went through various hurricanes and floods. And 2 times I had to rush my family out of my house because the water was just entering the house. So I know what is going through. So just to extend my collaboration from us, from the Nueces River Authority, and come from us whenever you need. And we'll look forward to work together in these efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good comment. Well, again, thank you so much for your great presentation. I'm going to make sure that it gets distributed to all the commissioners in their offices. Again, we don't want to think about disaster or crisis, but it makes it a little easier to think about knowing that you're there. And because it's that long term that really makes for, you've got to know that someone's not going to leave you. And I think, too, that that first slide, we'll have to maybe reemphasize it, but you come in when individual assistance is declared. And that doesn't always happen, right? So that's our trigger. So just want you to know that. And if there is anything you need, you can work through Louis, and he'll bring it to court. Thank you again. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you again for your time.
Absolutely. I've got two items that I'll move back into regular order, and that's to acknowledge the general information report that we skipped last court, so I don't want to do that. Louis, get us up to date if there is anything relating to all of the different arenas that you are working with. You've got some kind of exciting things happening in the world of training, hazard mitigation. Give us an update.
So
K1 for those of you following along. K1.
Good morning, Court. How you guys doing this morning? So, I'm gonna try to be brief and succinct. So that doesn't always happen with me. So, one of the things I wanted to talk about is to talk about the CBDRG. So, we have to remember that recovery occurs in two phases, and we talked about that earlier. That the first part of recovery happens after the response is done, and we go into about 6 months. That's when the first part of recovery happens. At that point, there's some declarations that goes on, and then there are people who are going to be reporting things that they're going to be missing individually. So we have certain tools that we use to kind of record those individuals who are going to need that assistance. And then the second part of recovery happens is the long-term recovery. That happens 6 months until recovery ends. The recovery process itself is not designed to make a place better. It's designed to restore it to the natural state. So we need to remember that. So the CBDRG has done above what recovery processes does. They have started the mitigation processes of helping those people who needed that help to make their places more safe. All right, to get into the general information report, one of the things we'll talk about the weather. We always start with the weather. We had some rain this week, and we're expecting a little bit more rain next week. The general average temperatures for the highs is going to be about 80 degrees. The lows about 70. And then the KBDI, the average for this week is at 431. So one thing we have to remember that we are still under the stage 1 water restriction for the county. We are in flu season. I talked to the public health director about this, the assistant public health director about flu season for Nueces County. The cases of flu for Nueces County is up probably about 600 cases from last year. One of the reasons you can think about that is last year most of us were wearing masks, so the mask was protecting us from catching the flu. Now we're not wearing masks, so the flu is up. There are locations you can go and get the flu vaccination, as well as the COVID-19 vaccination with the bivariant shots for Omicron and regular COVID-19. One of the things you want to do is go to the CCNC Public Health website, and they have a form that you can fill out, and you can use that to get an appointment to get your vaccinations. Some of the things that we're doing in emergency management for the next couple of weeks: Nueces County, Tatum, Annabelle Fire, and the CBCOG will host a Hazmat 301 Hazmat Technician Training on 28 November through 2 December. And the location is going to be at Annabelle Fire. I also want to take the time to talk about the LEPC. So at certain points in the year, I have to bring up some some things that we are involved in, and the LEPC, that's the Local Emergency Planning Committee, is one of the things that the county is involved in. And the LEPC has 4 committees. So you have a emergency response, you have a risk awareness, you have a pipeline damage, and a finance committee. And through those committees, we are poised to help out with general industries and our residents for hazmat response. And speaking on LEPC, the LEPC will be doing a commodity flow study. The commodity flow studies allows the LEPC to kind of gauge how much hazmat is going to be traveling upon our highways. It gives us an idea, moreover, our highways and our railways. It gives us an idea of how to respond, what training we need to develop to help out in case there's a spill or an accident. And then HMAP, we're going to have a meeting for HMAP on Monday. It's not a public hearing meeting. It's a meeting for the stakeholders, and we're going to be talking about getting whatever we need to kind of complete our HMAP. And we're looking for the HMAP to be completed by December. HMAP is our hazardous mitigation action plan. Other than that, Judge, I don't have anything else.
Thank you. Excuse me, is it Dr. Ramirez or Mr.?
No, Javier Ramirez.
Mr. Okay, I just didn't want to miss credentials. Mr. Ramirez is the new, he has a floodplain manager role that's been newly created. And so that's something I want to make sure you two connect with, because he should be at that hazard mitigation action plan gathering.
Okay, Judge, no problem.
Thank you. You guys can exchange cards. Yeah. Wonderful. Are there any questions at all regarding some of the activities that are ongoing? It's amazing how many things happen in your backyard that maybe you don't know, but every day we're training, every day we're preparing, every day we're educating within not only the experts, but within the community with regards to hazard mitigation. And so just want to make sure if there are any questions, this would be a good time to ask. You've got lots of experts in the room right now. All right, Louis, thank you again.
Thank you, Court.
Appreciate it. I'll move on to the consent agenda, and then Forrest, you'll be on deck. The consent agenda is items A through R, and I'd look for a motion to approve at this time.
I want to vote C.
C?
Number 24.
Number 24. Anything else? Anything else? Okay, can I have a motion to approve A through R with the exception of C24? That means everything else inside C would be approved at this time.
So moved, Judge.
And I've got a second with Commissioner Modis, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, let's move to C24, and Dale, if you would help Commissioner Gonzalez.
I just want some clarification here. I mean, I don't have anything, I'm going to approve to pay whatever we need to pay, because if it was done, it was done. But I know at the last meeting, Dale said that some of those invoices were signed, and I guess they were not signed. And then, I don't know what happened after that, but evidently I got a report, I think everybody did, from Teresa. I guess she initialed everything, approving everything. As far as I'm concerned, I thought that should have come from the Commissioners Court manager instead of Teresa, because how did we approve that without going to the proper channels? Yeah.
We received the invoices from Commissioner Court Administration, and Teresa was the one that authorized the signing off. I'm sure they worked with Ida and our staff on this, and I know it went back and forth between them and other departments that were request that, but we had the signed invoice. So
I don't know. Did they work with you on that? I mean, I thought it would be your initials on there, not Teresa's.
Yeah, correct. Yes, so last week we talked about these invoices. Then Teresa worked with Anna to start making sure everything is correct for the dates and expenses, and that's what it was submitted to the court to make sure everything.
And it was correct?
They review it. Teresa and Anna review it, and it was correct.
The process here is, now we're getting away from the process, right? I think. I mean, the process should be going to Dale, not to Teresa, not to the grants. The process should be going to Dale. That's who pays the invoice.
I do not approve invoices here. I pay the invoices. I have to have them approved by the department that
Somebody's got to
provides
approve the
services.
invoices in the contract. In the contract, it says it's got to go through Public Works. That's what the contract says. So now we're going to Teresa. I don't understand the change on this. For some reason, it really bothers me that we go around all these things and we start making new rules and new, I think everything needs to stay according to the contract, and the contracts, it's very, I went back to the contract, very simple, very, very clear, says how the process is.
Correct.
So
Ade, will you check
Yeah.
into that? And will you also check into the
Sure.
fact that,
And I make sure like everything, because what we do in the department, and that's what it is, like we contact the department who is overseeing the contract to make sure that everything is fine. So that's why we work with grants to look into the dates, and then we talk to Susan Roth as well to make sure that everything is fine. And they got into the decision that everything what they submitting is correct to process
But evidently
payment.
those did
Okay.
not go through the process, that's why they weren't signed or approved. So if something went wrong there, that we changed everything in the midstream. And, if it's good, it's good, pay it. But, we need to stick to what the contract says and how it's supposed to be done.
and we also need to pay pursuant to the Texas Prompt Pay Act. And I
That's
know
correct.
that you have worked on that, and we need probably a policy, because what happens is that we do look to you, and you did it in this case, to figure out why somebody is holding up invoices for
Correct.
6 months. And when that happens, it does need to come back to you. Regardless of contract, if someone's internally, needing help, you can provide that help.
That's correct,
So-
yes. And that's what we did with our process, but I make sure like everything, I try to oversee everything and work with the
And the
staff.
same thing goes today to all the other subcontractors, because I know some of the subcontractors have not been paid till 2-3 months later, not because nobody approved them here locally, it's because, Susan Ross had not submitted them. That's the other thing we need to look into, right? That all the subcontractors should get paid according to the contract.
That's correct.
So
Okay.
That's my
Dave.
concern.
So let's pay everybody on time.
Hey, Dave, the
Correct.
way I understand this, I thought it was Public Works that was overseeing this project.
It,
Well, that's what I just told her about look at the process, look at the
Correct.
contract, and let's stay with that.
Do whatever the contract says.
And in this case, it was more complicated because grants had a role in it as well.
That's
Because
correct.
this is a grant. The contract is with the state. And so the state also dictates when, what the rules are and the compliance. But in this case, we're good. They've been reviewed. You've
Correct.
reviewed them. Anna's reviewed them. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
And they're 6 months overdue. So we do need to get this done. So will you make the motion, Commissioner, so we can move on?
Can I just have a question after the motion's made?
Sure. I'll call on you. And I'll second, and go ahead. You've got a question, Commissioner?
Okay, so the bills today,
The total is $8,000 for the
Okay, so-
May through September.
right, and the question I had, Ida, was on some of the meals. I'm just, they looked a little high, but they may not be, so I'm trying to find the backup for that as to meals at the Omni and things like that. I mean, do you have that information? Because I'm looking, and it's not a big deal, I'm just asking the question. I just want to make sure that we're not overshooting on meals and buying meals for, I don't know that we are. I'm
correct.
asking the
And
question.
then the contract we're paying is the number 3, which included those kind of expenses, So
Right,
that's,
but the
and then
expenses
it's just
for her.
reviewing, and then we're making sure I have all the backup of any expenses.
And you
like
reviewed them. You've reviewed them, and you're satisfied.
With Anna, so I give it to
Right.
Anna to make sure that everything is
Right.
fine, and then we have some meetings with Susan Roth.
Right, so on the meal expenses, are they just meals for Susan Roth at the Omni? Do you know, did you check those? I'm just.
Commissioner,
just
every time,
I'm trying to ask.
To her,
no,
I'm
but,
really
but
just
the
trying to ask.
implication
I'm
is,
just, no, I'm not. I'm
the
asking
implication is
Judge, I am
maligning.
asking.
Let him finish.
It's maligning.
Almighty.
Let him finish.
Thank you for letting me finish for once in my life.
Commissioner
I'm
Gonzalez?
asking Ida questions.
Do you have a
Ida,
question?
have you checked have you checked these receipts to make sure that they are only for the vendor and that they are appropriate? That's what I'm
That's
asking.
what I was told by Anna, and she worked look into the invoices. That's
Okay,
correct.
so can Anna just provide me something to back up, something that shows what those
Of course.
were, that they're just want to make sure that.
Yeah, because
they
Hannah's
are-
overseeing because as the judge stated, is going through the grant with the Texas Web Development Board.
And I will point out one more time, these are so old, this is from a previous contract. Your
Judge,
current
this
contracts
one is
don't even
from
have travel.
9/25 of 22, the one I'm looking for. These are. I'm
That's right, it's
talking-
under a previous contract.
Judge, but these are not old expenses. They were just made in September of 22, a month ago. If you'll just let me get my information and quit protecting whatever you're protecting. And
No,
just-
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm-
You can't even let me ask questions.
You're outrageous. You're outrageous that you would malign somebody.
I understand that I am asking.
Everything is fine, that's what I was told, and I'm going to provide all the backup.
So if you would just provide me the backup
Sure.
that, for whatever reason, the judge doesn't want me to have and thinks that me asking questions about someone that she wants to protect is outrageous, I'm going
No.
to continue to ask those questions because that's what I do. I want to make sure
Point of
that
order.
those questions are appropriately answered. These are dollars that need to be accounted for for the taxpayer. So if you could please let me have those, and I would
We do.
appreciate that.
We do,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
And also,
And-
I
and
would
every-
appreciate if we would check, I echo Commissioner Gonzalez, whatever the contract says, however
Correct.
it's supposed to be paid, pay it. If there's a problem with being promptly paid, then certainly someone, Dale, should have that, or somebody can bring that back to court too.
Sure.
And let's discuss that as well. So
Okay,
thank you
we
very
do.
much. I
We do,
appreciate it.
Commissioner.
unbelievable.
Everything's
Hey,
fine.
Dave,
The
I'm also
libel.
concerned. I would like to have the same backup. I would like to see receipts. My understanding is there's one for $600 and some dollars. I want to see if it is.
I will provide all the receipts to the
Thank you
court.
very much.
Yeah.
But everything is reviewed by Anna, and I'm going to provide all the backup. So this should be
And not
processed
just
up for
Anna,
payment.
you yourself met with her.
Correct, both. Yeah,
Right.
we were working
You-
together.
You yourself met with her.
That's
And-
correct.
And are we ready to, let's just vote, okay? Let's just vote.
One more question, Judge.
Sure,
Since I brought this is my item.
right.
Um,
I'm glad you brought that up. This was
Are we doing
yours.
this- Are we doing this right? I understand that there are in-kind is being paid through Go Mesa, right? Am I right or am I wrong? I think, I read somewhere that the in-kind for Susan Ross was being paid by Go Mesa.
I think that's right.
That's
Was right?
That's
Now,
correct.
is that coming from a grant?
No, it's
Boy.
the Go Mesa funds. It's the Go
from a
Mesa
grant.
funds.
Yeah, I don't think, can we
No,
do
that's,
that?
you're wrong. Hold on.
I'm just asking.
We go over this all the time, and it's just a shame that nobody can keep it straight on my right. Go Mesa is called the Gulf
I
of
keep it very
Mexico.
straight, Judge.
Enough, please. Gulf of
Judge,
Mexico.
You're so rude to people. People can't even ask questions without you. You can
No.
gavel all you want.
Are you,
but people
why don't,
just let
Commissioner
people
Chesney, you
answer.
need to stop
Please
because
let
you don't
people
have the
ask questions.
floor.
Please let people talk.
Commissioner,
Please let people
Commissioner,
represent their constituents. It's very sad that we can't even talk in this courtroom without you gaveling us out.
I think-
The man's just asking questions. I'm asking
No.
questions. I know you don't like the questions, but let us ask questions, please.
actually, the questions reveal yourself and reveal Commissioner
I'm-
Gonzalez very well.
as to
You
your
all enjoy
comments,
maligning
Judge,
people
as to
in
your
this courtroom.
comments.
And I won't
Total
tolerate it. You
cover-up
do
and-
it to women only. If
Oh,
anybody
my.
studies it, it's amazing. You did it last week with the Banquetti superintendent, and today you
I
do
know,
it
Judge,
with.
because I
you-
have- we
Judge,
ask
it's a women's
You,
world, right?
it is a women's thing, and when women in this county
But, you know,
recognize
I think
every time you
I think
speak.
you're out of order. You're
Yep.
the presiding judge.
That's
Out of
nice
order.
of you to
You're out of order.
recognize it.
You're
Out of order.
I mean, I have the floor and you're out of order.
Y'all are funny.
So-
And really, you all think that you're making a point, but all you're doing
Oh,
is
Judge,
making
we're
mine.
just asking questions. I've
No.
supported Susan Roth from day one. I've voted for every single thing she's done. I've met with her every single time. I've done nothing but pay great respect to Susan Roth. But for you to not even let me ask a question because she's a woman and you're going to protect her, I don't even understand that concept. Susan Roth does a great job. I've stood up for her for this court. I've been on the opposite sides of Commissioner Gonzalez and sometimes Hernandez on this issue. But you accuse me of everything you can because you're trying to continually make a point that you just can't get along with anyone and you want to always blame it on women, the fact that you're a woman. No, I was simply asking questions. I wasn't maligning anyone. I still stand up for Susan Roth and still say she's doing a great job. I'm just asking questions that you won't let me ask because I don't know. I don't know why you won't let people ask questions. But keep doing it and go ahead and make whatever point you feel like you need to make as well.
You just made it for me.
Yes, I did.
All those
You're
in
out of
favor
order.
signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
Okay, 2 noes. Commissioner Chesney, will you be voting?
I voted aye, Judge.
Okay, Commissioner Modis, I didn't hear you. Okay, it's 3-2, the motion passes. The bills from the last item, C-24, pass. And we'll move on and go into regular agenda, but I did say to staff, I was going to do it at 10:30, but given that it's a presentation next, I'm going to ask that it's less than 15 minutes, as Ms. Sands pointed out to me the last time, and we're going to take a bathroom break for staff. Please be back here no later than 10:30, and we'll begin with the presentation from the Southwest Transplant Alliance on organ and tissue transplantation. You know what I didn't do for you, but I did look up, and it was about 10:20. I didn't announce the time, but we were off the record at 10:20, and we're back on the record at 10:35 p.m. I'm sorry, a.m. And we are going to move to item 3A1, which is receive a presentation from the Southwest Transplant Alliance on organ and tissue transplantation in South Texas.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and community. I want to keep with the theme of honoring the gift. One of the things that we were challenged to do when we met back here in probably October of 2019 was to do better. We like to think of donation as it pertains to talking about love. You don't just say it once to somebody you care about. It's something that we try to mention on purpose. My name is Damian Jackson with Southwest Transplant Alliance, and my colleague here, Kimberly Monroe, is with South Texas Blood and Tissue Center.
Okay.
And I just wanted to share with the court what we've done with the challenge from Judge Canales for doing better. One of the things that we've tried to do is collaborate, and collaborating with not just our hospitals, but with the medical examiner. So just want to share a little bit of background information for those folks who might be new. We are one of a nationwide network of federally designated organ procurement organizations, and that means the federal government chooses which hospitals we work with. So our responsibility is to coordinate the recovery and allocation of organs. Our service area includes about 10 transplant centers, over 270 hospitals, and we cover about 89 counties throughout the state and one county that kind of teeters on Arkansas lines over there in Texarkana. And we serve about 10.5 million residents. We've recovered over 35,000 organs, which save and or enhance lives of more than 100,000 people. And my colleague, Kimberly, I want her to share about South Texas Blood and Tissue, who we partner with to serve our hospitals.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners,
morning.
and thank you so much for your time. My name is Kimberly Monroe, and I'm with South Texas Blood and Tissue, as Damian mentioned. We are accredited by the American Association of Tissue Banks. We are a nonprofit blood and tissue center. We're located in San Antonio, Texas, and we cover pretty much the entirety of South Texas, including the San Antonio metro area, Laredo, Corpus Christi, and the Rio Grande Valley. And we work with approximately 100 plus hospitals in that area. And unlike federally designated OPOs, hospitals can choose which tissue and eye bank they work with. So we work with hospitals in the Corpus Christi and Victoria area. Some of those hospitals are contracted directly with us. Others we service through an agreement with Southwest Transplant Alliance. And essentially our mission is to be able to honor the choices of donors and families who want to participate in organ, eye, and tissue donation. We also recover tissue from approximately 500 donors every year, and one tissue donor has the ability to help at least 75 different people through that gift.
Wow.
Very good.
So with respect to partnership, one of the things that we found, talking to our hospitals is how we can reduce the time that our nurses spend on the phone transferring that information. So having one point of contact for the hospital has been aiding in streamlining, and also going into the referral process, screening, and authorization. And then providing ongoing bereavement support, which is something that a lot of people kind of take for granted, that support is ongoing for each family and to extend to the hospitals as well. So our goal is to save lives through donation. That's our mission. And then promoting donation in the community and encouraging our donor registration partnership with Donate Life Texas. So you guys have probably seen where when you register a vehicle or try to get a license, there are different ways that you can sign up for the registry. When I started back in 2005, that registry population was about maybe 600,000. We're up to about 14 million now, wow. if that shows you anything with respect to growth. We all know that Texas is growing. And like she mentioned, for tissue, one person can save 8 lives through donation. And the bigger picture that I wanted to share is saving life is something that transfers to us as humans. So take away what we do each and every day, any one of us can either be a donor or a recipient. That's kind of the way we look at it. So moving forward into the donation process, the process begins with the hospital initiating the referral. And initiating the referral is basically a cursory overview of what led to the demise of this individual. So usually trauma, right? But also part of this, the medical examiner is involved with that process with respect to, we know, by the way, the individual triages to the hospital, that the medical examiner is going to want to see that patient. So that's why the collaboration is so important. So I have a couple of numbers to share in another slide. Then we go into donor screening and then verifying that the patient is actually registered. And there are two ways that donation can happen. You can sign up on the registry, but if you have not, then your family member can speak for you. So those are the two ways that you essentially become a donor.
And can I add one thing? The one thing I'd like to add to that a lot of people may not be aware of is that Texas is what we call often in our field a first person consent state, which essentially means that when a person registers their desire on the state registry to donate, it's looked at as the same as like an advance directive. So that individual, their gift and their choice is irrevocable, even by their family. And the reason that we like to point that out, as Damien mentioned, we've seen how much the registry has grown. So it just shows that Texans are very much interested in helping other people through the gift of donation after their passing.
So with respect to that, one of the things that we encourage people to do is just have the discussion. Do your family members know what your wishes are? So that's the overarching message. And then the next slide goes into our COVID year, where we had 11 organ donors and we were able to transplant about 33 organs. And out of those 11 cases, 9 of them came through the medical examiner's office. And then into 2021, we had about 14 organ donors and then 57 organs transplanted. So out of those 14, all 14 were seen by the medical examiner in some way, shape, or form. So when you talk about the power to give and save lives, that's why we go back to how we recognize this process. So through education, we're going to try our best to be diligent with getting the message out. So you may see us in the hospitals, you may see us at large events for Nueces County, but that's just to reiterate, every 9 minutes a person is added to the waiting list. That's a statistic. Only 1% of Americans die in a way that they may become an organ donor. Those are real numbers. So I just wanted to share, this is just a high-level overview of how we're trying to do better by Nueces County. That's all I have for today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, I want to thank you guys for everything you do, and really appreciate your population you work with, and But I'm a donor myself. I have my card in my wallet, and my family knows that. My children know that too. So, it's just whatever I have left, I guess anybody else can have, right? If it's any good, but I say something's got to be good for somebody, right? Even if it's just part of it or whatever. But I just wanted people to know that if you can't use it, let somebody else use it, right? And this is how you can save lives. So is there anything I can do for you as far as, and be glad to talk to a group or something, but I just want to know that I'm a true believer, and I'm really, I believe in donating whatever you can donate at the time of death, so I want to just thank you very much, and continue doing what you're doing, and God bless you, and keep on working.
And I just wanted to finish by saying it is because of you guys that we are doing better. You may not see it immediately, but you guys have made some recent choices in the past 24 months that have contributed to that. So working with Dr. Fagan, working with Dr. Cannon, working with Mr. Mitchell, those are ways that we can move this mission along. So I just want to say that things are going well, and we're having real conversations.
Very good.
There are some things that are happening behind the scenes, obviously, because we're trying to grow. Because if you think about the healthcare system here in Nueces County, I remember a time where there were more facilities than there are now. So trying to do a little bit better with what we have.
So you're saying this is through the medical examiner alone. So those that are in the hospital, they don't necessarily deal with either one of your networks, or do they?
Oh, no, absolutely they
Okay.
do. At the beginning of the referral process, and let me just, and I'll be brief, take a step backwards. One of the things that the federal government did as a response to the critical need for organs, as Damien mentioned, about 1% of people will even die in a manner where they can be an organ donor, which is different from tissue and cornea donation. CMS, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, actually implemented policies that require all hospitals to participate in the organ and tissue donation process. So if a patient meets a clinical trigger to be referred for potential organ donation, or if that patient expires in a hospital, hospitals are actually required to report those deaths to their OPO, and they're required to have a contractual relationship with the eye bank and tissue bank of their choosing. The purpose for that is to be able to give families the opportunity for their loved ones to be donors, for donors to have the opportunity for their wishes to be carried out, and then, of course, for patients in need to have access to organs because there is such a critical shortage. So most of what we do starts at the hospital. Where the medical examiner gets involved, if the patient that's being evaluated, if their death falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, that's when we basically need to speak with the ME to be able to see what organs and tissues can or cannot be recovered based on, what the investigation might, need to find. So it's more of a collective partnership between hospitals, organ procurement, and tissue recovery agencies, and the local medical examiner in that county. I hope that made sense.
No, it does.
Okay.
One of my guilty pleasures when I try to unwind from Commissioner's Court is watching Grey's Anatomy, and that show highlights so much about tissue and organ transplants. And unfortunately, we had a close member of our church family a couple weeks ago who passed, but who was maintained long enough and was even transported, I believe, to Dallas to make the transfer easier and probably better, easier air access or whatever to then branch out throughout the country. But he was able to save countless lives. And it takes a lot for me not to get emotional to think about that. But what a beautiful gift that he was a veteran. He designated, that directive to his family. And so the fact that you all are here promoting that, I think it's just continue to promote and continue to just make the public more aware of the importance that they can continue to give even in the most darkest of times in their lives when they're dealt with that with family members. But thank you all for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know that Dr. Fagan is online listening, as well as Forrest Mitchell, our Director of Operations. I would invite, if you want to, you don't have to, if you're here just to listen and be supportive, as they say, just give me the thumbs up. Appreciate that. Just wanted to acknowledge. And we are building a forensic institute, and you are now evidence of that fact. So grateful for your presence and the education, and hopefully you'll send us ways that we can better public message. I think that's a good way we can continue to help. And just like we have the Blood Mobile here, there are ways that we can message to assist you. So I think that's maybe a good way to say, maybe stop by our public information office, just right around the corner, drop off a card, and offer any literature that you might.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move back, and again, in order to try to get everybody back to where they need to go, I'm going to see if I've got Edward here. Edward, you have item with Ida, and also JJ. You kind of have a one to kind of go. We'll call upon. Go ahead, Miss Ida, because you've gotten up. Edward's been here, and we'd like to get him back to inland parks as well. But first, I've received a couple of requests to table some items, and I want to make sure that we have support for that. First, from the auditor, from the court administrator's office and manager. Item 25 is not ready, the calendar. Is that correct? Not that. From Commissioner Modis.
Yeah, Judge, I presented us with some information. I just want to follow up. So maybe it may not even need to come back at the next meeting, but at least we can go offline and talk a little bit more about it. And then if I don't find enough reason to, then I wouldn't want to bring it back. But if we can.
I can just hold till the second.
table 25 for now.
All right, I'll
and
second
table to
your,
the second.
out of courtesy, till the second. All those, in any discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then one more. It's item 20, and Commissioner Modis, you also asked me to hold on the interlocal agreement with the city of Robstown.
And I think I may have some more information, but apparently Robstown City Council met last night, or I'm sorry, Monday night.
That's correct.
And they made some changes to the agreement, so I think that
Needs to go
county
back.
attorney
It
needs
is-
to go back.
they're
and
reviewing it. That's
review
correct.
So I'll take yours as a motion to table, and I'll second. And any other, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Number 7 is to be tabled. I think we had already tabled it for the 16th, and it's, I don't know how I don't know how.
That's correct. We need to table number 7. That's for the 16.
Motion to retable number 7 to the 16th.
That's the Coastal Parks Master Plan and the Coastal Parks Capital Improvement Plan.
It was initially tabled for the 16th, so I don't know. how-
Right. I think they accidentally, we
Yeah,
knew
it
it was
wasn't number
tabled. It just,
It's fine, just
it just
motion to
got on
retable
here. It
till
was not
November 16th.
anything.
Second.
The only thing I would remind you is I would appreciate if you would reconsider to the second. You can't have any grants looked at in a lot of the coastal plans from GLO or Parks and Wildlife unless your management plan is updated. So maybe you could work with the court manager, but it would be much better to do it on the second so that the grants, when they're looked at before the end of the year, know that they have a management plan coming. So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And that was to the 16th.
Right, you don't want to do
No,
to the
ma'am.
second?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Understood on all levels. We'll move to item, let's see, any other ones here for, okay. JJ, I'm sorry, Ida, we've got item number,
I'm sorry, Judge, number 11 and 10, do we have backup information on that or what?
yes, we do. We have live people here.
Which one?
Hold on one second. Let me do Miss Ida's first. I just got to find it.
What number is
Ida's is
3A9.
3A9. Gosh, right in front of me at the very top. Okay, thank you, Crystal. And it's discuss and consider funding in the Nueces County Sunrise Pond Nature and Storytime Walking Trail Project at the Nueces County Keach Family Library.
Thank you. Which number, Judge?
An
You're skipping,
ARPA
sorry.
Precinct 3 funds or CO funds, item 9.
3A9.
Item 9. And you've got the information in front of you, but you've got Miss Ida to help walk through it along with Edward. Tell us about this project.
Yes, and we have a presentation as well that I think Connie's working on.
Okay.
And good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We have a great project before you in collaboration with Edward and Ana Velasquez and Commissioner Mares and also Commissioner Hernandez that was there. And we also had Juan Pimentel at our meeting. And this is regarding our Sunrise Pond Nature Walk. And a few years ago, I think Edward had gotten, they were trying to get a grant, and it didn't go through, but we have been thinking about this project for many years because we have a great venue right outside the library. And this came to play a couple of years ago when we were having Sandy Pedraza with the Wells Fargo, and she was coming to the library to do financial planning with our kids and our parents. And one day she needed the study room because she had people coming in from McAllen and San Antonio, and they needed a room just to collaborate and meet away from their office. And after the meeting, they wanted a little tour. And so the people from McAllen and San Antonio were at awe at the nature and the beauty of our back area by the pond. And they told us about what they had in McAllen and Harlingen and Edinburgh, their nature walks. And so that's something that we've always wanted. And so when we collaborated, and we talked to Ida a couple of weeks ago when she went to the library, we thought that this was a perfect project that we could probably work on. And the perfect partners make a perfect match. And work together to support the community, the health, sharing resources, story walks, and community health. Mental health, mental care improvements, literacy, library programs, the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds, and we have several events. And before I continue, I want to touch base about our event that we had last week. We had our trunk or treat on Wednesday, and we had over 498 people show up for our event. And so one of the things that I talked to Edward after we had this project ongoing is that we are in dire need of parking. So what we had to do on Wednesday is the day before, we had not collaborated with the people across the street at the mall. And our failure was almost going to cause us to not have our trunk or treat after we had several months of planning. And we finally got in communication with them, and they said they would collaborate with us and we could continue with the project, because the same thing as last year. Last year we had hundreds of people, the same, almost over 500. And so we had a great event, but that's one thing that we really need is maybe we can tie this in at stage one or phase one, is also tie in parking, because we only have 35 parking spaces. And so when you've got over 400 people trying to come to an event, you know, and we don't have it all the time, but we do this at least 3, 4, 5 times a year where we have our big events, and we really are in dire need of parking. So that's another issue that I wanted to bring up. But more and more, local libraries are working with their parks and recreation departments to support healthy play, fitness, access to nature. Our healthy communities are growing counties and providing the facilities to improve the quality of life where we live. And we had several event partners from the WIC program, the mental health, the Robstown Housing. We had Commissioner Mares and Priscilla out there. Well, Commissioner Mares was here, but Priscilla was out there. But we had several people that were out at our event. And 96% of the park and recreation agencies collaborate with partners to assist in advancing health, wellness needs of residents in the community. 76% of our partners with community-based organizations, and 72% partner with local schools to support health and wellness. And that's one thing that us as librarians have done a lot the past few years, is do a lot of collaborating, do a lot of the WIC, the gardening, the family place, is to promote our health and wellness for the students in our area. And Health Happens in Libraries is a program that magnifies the role of public libraries as key contributors to community health. And a recent IMLS study showed that an estimated 30% of library computer users use library computers and ask to seek assistance from libraries and health and wellness issues, including learning about medical conditions, finding health care providers, and assessing health insurance options. Factors of an ecosystem. The place factor acknowledges that the external environment in which a business operates is extremely important relative to overall success. And we feel that our area that we have right now is a perfect area. We have the pond, we have the area, we have our veranda. Coffee houses, libraries are places that allow for entrepreneurs to remote workers and small businesses to interact, and accidental collisions. And especially like in Hidalgo County has an abundance of areas for biking, trailing, and now we can also collaborate with the Texas Parks and Wildlife, which Ana Velasquez is doing. Their group right now is trying to get a grant as well to probably help us out with the several phases that we have ongoing. The recreational trails, and we are stronger together. Nueces County Public Libraries, Commissioners Court, Nueces County Public Works, the Grants Department, and of course our inland parks. We couldn't do it without them. And I guess I'll have Edward start talking about his project.
So, as Ida said, this is a glorious project. It affects a lot of departments are involved in it, and affects a lot of people. So while Connie is bringing up the schematic, in 2009 with Commissioner Ortiz, we looked at this project. This was a connectivity project done from TxDOT. So essentially what we were trying to do is connect, since the highway splits down the middle, we're trying to connect the walkway from the community to the fairground so it would be a useful project. So the idea was they get across the highway, they get to the fairgrounds, and then from there they can move to the different locations. Whether it's going to be the outlet malls, whether it was going to be the library, whether it was going to be the fairgrounds in and of itself, or just walking around the trails. So as Ida said, this new component that we're adding, which is the storytime feature, we've worked with before. Before you, commissioners, you have the legend. It's a layout. So essentially, the area that we're looking at for this first phase is the red area. So
I don't know where it is. It's not part of the email any longer.
it's all right, Connie, thank you. We'll get it, we'll put it on the website. So essentially, that's going to be about 700,000. So that's including the story time area, that's the boardwalk, that's the little workout station. So we wanted to include all the facets of everything that we do. The physical plant there at the fairgrounds is over 500 acres. And if you've ever been there, not only do we have the stock shows there, but we have ponds in the back that you can walk around, that has water in there all the time. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. And earlier this year, y'all agreed to, with the RTA, to take over some area over there. So one of the phases could be that we work with the RTA because of their transfer station or their intermodal area over there, that we have them help us provide sidewalks to match into our location. So that allows them to get back to the fairgrounds or to the strip mall or to the library as all one deal, or just to walk and read. So the storybook concept is really interesting. We have those books that are specific to be read. So the idea is get people out, get them to read. So every 20 feet there may be another page of the story. So you're walking from one book to another to the other, and you're reading as you go along. So you're not only getting good education, you're getting good
Exercise.
exercise, and you're also addressing those needs. So it's part of this project. We're looking at various funding sources, not only like we are asking for funding, but grants, possibility of working with the RTA, and to complete this project. Thank you.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Modis, I'm going to yield to you because you've been working on this project. Any thoughts here? Any additional comments?
You know, I had mentioned a lot already as far as usage. We have we constantly have big draws and events, not only at the library, but, in the adjacent fairgrounds. And I think that this makes excellent sense to use this water feature that we have. If now that the weather's getting good, you really want to get out on the what is it, eastern deck, on the eastern side of the library that's facing the water, and it's beautiful. And like I said, when the weather's nice, it feels really good to be outside. I think this would be an excellent addition. It complements the usage that we have and the continued future usage for the library area and also to the fairgrounds itself. So, we've been working on this. It was plans that have been envisioned for many years. It'd be nice to make it come through and to be able to utilize, existing or other potential funding that we can have put together. Like Edward and I mentioned, Commissioner Hernandez was out there as well, and many residents from his part of the county participate and go there in person. A lot of homeschool groups that are there that meet. Before COVID, every time I'd go over, it seemed like the homeschoolers were there participating in some sort of learning event or outdoor activity. So I think the usage would be great, and just ask for the court support so we can move forward on this. And like I said, utilize some of the funding I have, but obviously if that means that we can access other funding that's outside that doesn't impact the county directly, I think that would be great and good use of our tax dollars. So.
John, what are you asking for today? I just saw the ARPA funds and Precinct 3 funds. Are you?
Yeah. So seeking. I know that there's some ARPA funds that we can allocate. I want to allocate. Part. Like I said, I know that we talked when we met. Just to kind of give some backstory, when Commissioner Hernandez was there with us, kind of talked about there's a lot of opportunities. So I think this really just to kind of get us started, right? If we had to put a dollar amount, we can. But my hope is that there's some potential funding opportunities that their deadlines end over the next several months, right? And so it'd be nice to try to access that money. But, I want to fund it. I don't want to say 100%. If we can get some assistance to help cover that, that would be great. So I have to utilize all my funding on that. But I do want to make this project happen. And so just, want, obviously, y'all's support on that. And then if we can get some other funding to come in and offset that, then I can end up kind of recouping or not having to utilize all the funding that would take to commit to have this project complete.
So are you going to move that
ARPA funds?
your ARPA money today, and then with underfunding, if money, or how are you going to, I'm just asking how you want to do it.
Well, and that question I leave up to, I know Edward can help us, and also since we just are in the process of hiring someone to help guide us here internally, but also, with Haggerty, I hope that they can continue to help us until we have that transition of someone internally to help work us through that. But of course, we count on they to help us and everyone else on the team here to help me figure that out. But it's just, we wanted to get, since 2009, kind of wanted to get this going, right? And especially since we were just kind of all talking about the same time as far as what can we do, and we just, Edward, with his wealth of knowledge, said, hey, by the way, we have some plans, literally dusted them off and brought them to us. So I'd like for this, to, at least today, just to get, like I said, the court's blessing and move forward. If we have to come back and actually allocate a specific amount, we have to do that today, recommend it to me, and I'll do it today. But if this is more of just, this is our plan, and let's move forward and hit the next few steps over the next several meetings, then I'm all for that too. So
that's what I'm saying. Do you want to?
Well, I'll take it. I appreciate that help. Commissioner,
So
what do you
move that we
think?
move- I
What do
move
you
that we move
think?
forward. I mean, what?
Commissioner, I've got a question. Thank you. Commissioner, what would you like to do as far as your allocations from ARPA? And then that might allow the rest of us to see how we can move forward. We've already have a policy that, we're trying to adhere to. There's CO funds that are from 21. Each of us have them. And then there is money from ARPA, and each of us have that, although I'll remind the court we need to do some cleanup because you guys, at least Hernandez and Gonzalez, you pledged all of your money to drainage, and then we've already used some of those dollars in other ways, which is fine. We just need to you got to get an agenda item to clean that up so that you don't have conflicting allocations. But on this one, it's a $2 million all-in, Edward. But to get started, it seems that you can really get started probably with engineering and design at 200, topo. In other words, if you just do kind of the how do I get going, you got to do the 300, and then you've got to have at least another, 700 to do a lot of the beginnings of the work. So with that in mind, I am happy to assist. So how do you would you like to make the motion to consider the funding of all of the preliminary, the engineering and design at this time?
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely want to get the engineering, design, surveying, all of that
Going.
funded, get it going, and then we can come back, like I said, and maybe that helps us have a better picture of what we can do with the funding, because I'm committed to, I would say fully funding. That's a lot to put into
Say
the
funding,
area,
you want
but-
to just go ahead and do ARPA?
Well, I have some plans for ARPA. I would like to exhaust my my old COs, because I know that we all need to continue to get those out of the way. And then whatever's left, then utilize ARPA funding.
I was going to
for
ask you,
grants.
John, can you think any of this could be done in a phased, where if you wanted to?
No, definitely. That's
like you
that's
wanted
one
to
of the
do?
things we talked about was phased work, right? So it's not like we want to do it all or expect to do it all, and that's why it's kind of lined out the way that it is. Phase one, that's what I told them, right? I want to make it in chunks so it's easier to digest, easier to fund. And if we don't do it now, maybe within a year or so, there's another funding opportunity. So I just want to present to the public and to the court, hey, I need y'all's support in getting at least phase one done, along with the additional professional services, which would be the engineering, the topo, the survey, and then the assistance in the construction.
John,
If we did the 300 engineering, design, topo, bidding assistance, and construction phase services, I'm calling it 300, Edward. I know it says 291. Is there a desire on the court to have that shared with ARPA or with your COs? Because I think that's the first step.
Well, that's what I was just trying to get to, judges. How much did John want to allocate from his ARPA funds in total? And then and then try to figure out where the rest could come from. That's what I was just trying to get him to.
Yeah, I'd like to put, half of the total cost.
So you're going to allocate $1 million?
$1 million.
$1 million.
Okay. All right,
that's
so
all I was
we've
trying to
got,
get
so
an
let's
opinion.
take that first, because that's ARPA. Is there anybody that wants to put in extra with ARPA?
Can we do his motion first, and then we could
Well,
talk
I want to
about-
make sure it's all ARPA together, and then we'll move to the
But we have-
COs.
We have two separate ARPAs, like we have like his ARPA, and we have some leftover.
All right,
county
all
ARPA.
right,
That's
so
why I
let's,
was-
so let's call it individual ARPA first.
Right.
Okay?
That's
So from individual ARPA first, I'm going to just take another bucket, just because it's easy if you just pick a budget. So I'll put from my ARPA the 237,600. Okay, I just chose one. And so if I do that one, that's 1,237,600 from individual ARPA. And I'll take that as a motion and ask if there's any others from ARPA individual at this time. No? Okay.
I have to look what I got first.
Just
Yeah, I
going to
can
go to the.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to get there, yeah.
need to find some money somewhere from.
I'm the same way. I spoke with Edward this morning. I told him that depending how mine looked, I'd be more than willing.
Well, you don't have any ARPA, so you have to back off of what you've already pledged. You pledged all 4 million to drainage in a meeting that we had. But you can change that.
Yeah, that's what he.
He wanted me to give 4 million to Hilltop, and I said, no, I have plans for that ARPA money, but not all 4 million. But,
Okay, so-
I still need to find out what I'm gonna have left.
I think he did different,
Okay.
somehow different than Jag did.
No, he didn't.
I think Jag.
He did not. But you can change. What you have
So
pledged,
give me that option to change.
do it right now. That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
wanna do it right now. I wanna see what I have to change.
You have $4 million individually, and you pledged it all to drainage, but you can change your
I
mind.
tell you what, Judge, I'll leave it at drainage, and if I have anything left, I'll work with John.
You don't have anything left from ARPA.
Doesn't mean they're gonna use it all.
You could. The project doesn't spend 4 million, doesn't spend 4 million. But right now, that's the way it looks, that we're gonna spend all that money. But I mean, we have to go back and look at maybe, well, half 100,000, because we're gonna do it differently. And I need to go back to my engineer and said, okay, well, then tell me exactly how this is gonna work, how it's gonna cost. You know I have this much money to work with. I might not have enough money to work with. I don't know.
Well, the
Hopefully I
COs
do, but I'm gonna, I might be able to come back and say, you know what? I might have $100,000 to be able to help somebody else out that needs help. I mean, if I would have known that we were gonna just give everybody money away with nonprofit, I probably would have set aside $1 million off the bat. But we at that time we didn't know we could do that. I mean, also now we're giving money away all kinds of directions. But I'm just saying, I think Commissioner Hernandez and myself at this point, we need to go back and look and make sure that we're not going to be short of any monies that we've committed from the ARPA funds to do the drainage and take care of that. But if there are, because maybe something's not going to work, maybe could have 500,000, could have $1 million. I don't know, but I think for us, we need to come back and just for us to say, no, you can't do it. Well, that's not true. I think there's ways to do things. I mean, we find other ways to do a lot of things that we said we couldn't do, and we still do them. So I think right now, I understand Commissioner Hernandez, and I'm in the same boat he is. Whatever we can do and come back,
Teresa,
we'll come back and do it and change it.
So CO 21 IDAs,
Okay.
those, they need to be reminded that each commissioner has a substantial amount of dollars in county, COs, county COs from 2021.
Correct.
And they need to be given they've been given it multiple times, but give them a new set of CO 21
I can do that.
allocations, because the truth is that if you have already spent it, then your 21s are gone.
Yeah.
But if you have not, that is also a bucket of dollars that you can.
I agree.
But again, what's on the record is that and what the people are expecting is that 4 million and 4 million were used for drainage. And if we're going to change that on the people need to know that. So that has to be done by next court.
Be in court, Judge. If we do it, it'll be in court.
That needs to be in court next time, because he already did it with the veterans organization. So just a cleanup
Correct.
on that. So for now, it's $1 million from ARPA, from Commissioner Mattis, and the 237,600 from ARPA individually. And Commissioner Mattis, will you make that motion?
So moved.
And I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then on the collective ARPA, Commissioner Chesney wants us to consider what amount of money, if any, would you make that motion for?
Well, I was gonna-
$250,000?
How much did you say?
250,000?
It sounds fine.
That would
I-
get us to the 1.5.
Right, that's fine. I was going to ask how much we had left because we have spent some of it, and I have seen a running track
Okay.
record on that one, but I think we have plenty because I think
We have
had
plenty.
5 mil. Yeah, right. So we have 5 million, and then we've done a couple, three things. And I just want to, but that's fine.
Yeah.
That's a good number. If you
Yeah.
want to do that.
I would make a recommendation, put another 250,000 in from the collective ARPA and would ask for a second. Second. And any other discussion? Edward, you'll have to decide how these dollars get allocated. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, so that approximately gets you to close to 1.5. And then what I'm hearing this court say is they're going to get educated as to what they've got left, and then they will come back to maybe make the deficit up of that last $500,000 that is there. And I also have COs as well. So let's use between now and November to get that solidified. And then maybe you'll see that, because the best project in the world is a fully funded project. You don't want to have to go backwards here. You want to be able to utilize today's dollars and today's money, right? So
why
we'll
can't
work on that.
So why can't we just fully fund it with the ARPA funds?
I mean,
You could, I just made that motion and,
I know, I'm just asking, why,
Saying the rest of it.
why can't we just come back and just say, we
He's
try
saying
to
the whole
find
rest of it.
buckets here and buckets there.
well, I think it's because you said that you wanted to make a
No, that's
contribution.
okay. It doesn't make any difference. Just the question is, well, maybe I'll go back and say, you know what, I thought about it. Why can't we just fully fund it from the ARPA funds and do away with it? It's done. I'm just asking that question. Is it possible?
It can be done.
Okay, well, maybe we need to do that way so they can move forward.
Well, that would,
We'd like to make a motion that we do with ARPA funds completely, fund the whole thing.
I second.
well, the deficit, because we already have $1 million here and 237 here. So it's the remainder.
Be another 507,000, I think.
Okay,
500,000.
all right, so it would be the remainder, Edward, if you wouldn't mind doing the math and getting it to the clerk. It would be the remainder of the two. And now you have a fully funded project called Nueces County Sunrise Pond Nature and Storytime Walking Trail Project. And the children of Nueces County are going to greatly benefit from this. And I know that there's still more to do.
We just need to get
For the other library, but this will be the way that we can pave the way, so to speak.
And then if we could just get Teresa to update us on where that leaves us on the 5 million that we had, and now we're down to, I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get a report, and I can give it today to everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Did we vote on? Or?
All right, and there's a motion and a second. Is that right? You're good? All those in favor signify by saying aye. It's kind of an amendment, if you will, from the last one.
Aye.
Okay?
Judge, Commissioners, thank you.
Yes.
It's going to be a very good project.
It's going to be a
Thank you,
great
Edward.
project.
Thank you, Ida.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, this is very overwhelming. Thank you all very much. We've really worked really, really hard with everyone in the community and the county and all our partners, and especially the inland parks and the public works and every department. There's always a project that we don't have one department from our county that really always helps us out. So thank you very much.
It's a
excuse
jewel.
me. Ida, I just wasn't, did you get any help from Jason with the golf cart? and
Yes,
Transporting people?
Yeah, we were supposed to have them only from 15 till 5 till 6 o'clock, and they had to stay till 6:45 because the
Really?
people wouldn't leave.
Well, that's good.
So-
My concern was
Yes.
the elderly
Yes.
and the handicapped.
And I thanked him, he was there, and we were very, very fortunate that he was able to help us till 6:45, so we didn't get out of there till after 7:30, but thank you all very much.
It's a
Maybe
great
later on
project.
We can
Thank
get y'all
you.
a golf cart
Thank you,
or
guys.
cedar.
Okay, super. And let's see, JJ, I'm going to call upon you next. Edward, don't leave because this is the field of honor. Just if you don't mind, I know you want to probably celebrate that, but this won't take long. It's item number 10, and it'll make sure that JJ is out the door as well. The Field of Honor, give us the background, and of course, there is a consideration today, and it's to do what we did last year
Yes,
for our
ma'am.
veterans here in Nueces County.
Yes, ma'am. As you mentioned, Nueces County, in partnership with Military VIP, that's Mike Shaw's foundation, is gearing up to host the second annual Field of Honor, the Coastal Bend Field of Honor. The ceremony is scheduled for Veterans Day, November 11th, 2022, at 4:30 p.m., 16:30 for you military folks, at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds. Our hope is to fly 1,000 flags for 1,000 military veterans and active duty service members in the shape of a cross like we did last year. If you recall, last year's event was extremely successful, and we're planning to make this event even better. During the ceremony, we plan to have a military static display, which includes Humvees and military vehicles. We will have a Coast Guard flyover. We are working on another flyover with the Army as well. Flower Bluff NJROTC will have a drill team performing. We'll have a bagpipe player, a DJ, and so much more within the ceremony itself. We are, however, looking for financial support. If the court is willing to help, we would utilize those funds to build the field and event. We could also recognize all veterans who work for Nueces County with the 3x5 American flag. Each flag sponsorship is $50, with 100% of the proceeds going back to local nonprofit veteran organizations. We've been working with Inland Parks with Edward and Miss Ida, the public library, and they're fully on board. So any support would be greatly appreciated, and we leave it up to the court for support.
Thank you.
And what's the total needed?
Well,
Any and all funds, sir.
It's
I mean, I
yeah,
just
what
didn't
we
know.
did was we have 120, according to HR, 120 Nueces County employees that are veterans. So what we like to do is ensure that every employee has a flag. And
120 times, what was the cost? I'm sorry.
it's $50.
$6,000, sir.
$6,000. So what we did last year is we all did it equally. We don't have to do it that way, but that's how we did it. And we,
So you need $6,000? Is that-
We'd
That's
like to
correct.
request that, yes, sir.
I'll be happy to do that for my precinct funds, for sure.
that's great.
I mean,
Can we do it again equally, or does
oh,
anyone
well, I
want
mean,
to
whatever,
put
you
more,
can, I mean,
Well,
y'all, I mean, whatever.
What we would like, if we're going to make that a permanent spot, so this is perfect opportunity. We've got those temporary lights that are installed right now. So those temporary lights, we've got the utilities of Robstown are helping us out with them right now. And the reason I say temporary, they're solar, but what we're planning on into the future is putting on pedestals. The reason we haven't done that yet is because we don't know if we're going to grow the platform. If we make that decision to grow the platform, then we're going to need additional lighting and additional things into the future. So for your consideration,
Well, so what do you think you're going to, let's do it that way. What do you think you're going to need to do what you just said? In addition
that's a better way to say it.
Yeah.
Like, because if it helps for us to do equally the flags on one thing, and then Commissioner Chesney's willing to stick to the 6,000, I'm uncertain how much those pedestals cost.
we need to get them engineered and find out. I can bring back a number, but we don't
If
have
you
a
could.
number right now.
But you're a pretty smart guy. Do you have like a not hold
Like
you in
10,000
blood
or-
guesstimate?
It would be more than 10,000 because
Okay.
we're talking about 9 lights, and if we grow out, maybe about 5 to 10,000 per pedestal.
Oh, I
Because it all
see.
depends on how deep we're going to go.
I see.
So it's going to be like 90,000, somewhere around there.
So if
Okay.
we said, let's say it's $100,000 for that plus the flags, and we all said, if we wanted to, we all took 20,000 each from our precinct funds or from some fund.
They call them special revenue, yeah.
Special revenue or ARPA or whatever works, then we could do that today and you could go.
Yeah.
Not.
I would say, I mean, I could support that as long as we got the confirmation that from subject, which I think we would, from
confirm
Teresa,
that-
to confirm special revenue. I think
or
that'd be
COs.
great.
Or it could be, like I've got, it could be COs.
Well, COs, yes, if they were to be affixed to, you're saying that would be kind of a permanent lighting.
Permanent lighting.
Yes.
Well, then that could go easily with CO 21, and we could split it equally, if
So-
it was available.
And I don't know what everybody's got left, and I'm not trying to put anybody, but I know everybody wants to participate in this, so I was just trying to say, let's get this done so you don't have to keep coming back and
So I get it.
knock it out.
Yeah.
So
How about if we approve it subject to, and it comes back if something is strange?
subject, everybody, subject to everybody's availability to
For
get
SRs.
$20,000 from either, let's make it as a motion to say,
Either,
to approve $100,000 for flags and for the Field of Honor, with each commissioner and judge putting in $20,000 from either ARPA, CO21, or precinct funds,
To be
whichever they
designated
have
by,
available.
yeah, to be
Second it.
designated by
Second
the
the motion.
individual.
Designated by the
Sure.
commissioner and judge.
Second the motion.
I think that's a good plan.
Thank
JJ, good plan?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Thank you, Clerk.
Yeah.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, so
It's
let's
gonna
get
be a
it
great
done.
event.
That's a great, I love it. Let's get it, I mean, we all love it, so let's get it, I mean, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's great.
Good job, you did a good job.
Thank you. I just had a quick question.
ma'am.
Last year, people took their flags. Did we have any left over?
We had maybe 10 left over, Judge.
Okay, so everybody does take them. I was
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wondering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's important to know.
So 6 for the flags, 94,000 for the other, and if you're short, come back, I'm sure, right? But that
Yes, sir.
includes the flags and the pedestals, and, okay?
And again, Commissioners, you'll get to work with Teresa to make sure that it's the right dollars from your right account if you vote yes. And if you don't, then we'll just figure that out proportionally. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. We appreciate the support.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you,
JJ.
Judge.
Thank you.
Very
Edward.
good.
Thank you.
Very, very good. All right. Now working my way back to making sure we took care of everybody who was, because I know we had Veterans Court, but we're not expecting the judge at this time. Okay, I just want to make sure.
What's number 11?
Judge Pulcher is who I was saying. Okay. Okay, so I think I'd like to move to the Tri-County Drainage Study Plan, but we're still waiting. So, John Valls, you're in luck. You wanted to have number 6 taken up now, so we can do number 6. And we'll
how
come
about
back
the R-
to the TWDB in just a moment when everybody arrives. We had said 11:30 for them, so that's why they're on their way. Okay, and then can someone ask if we're going to need to have anybody from Veterans Court come? If not, we can take that one up quickly. Okay. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Valls, welcome. Item number 6 is considering a date, and that's setting a date for the Tesla abatement agreement to be considered by the court and directing the county manager to post a notice under Chapter 312 of the Texas Tax Code of the abatement hearing and related matters. We had suggested that if this were to happen, where we would be asked for an abatement, that we would post a date, a notice, have the community have the opportunity to have their input be considered, and that's what's happening with this agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Judge. For the record, my name's John Valls. I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director for the Robstown Area Development Commission, and we are working on the Tesla project. And Tesla is formally asking for a 312, and they have submitted an application to the county. And we are looking, and I want to thank Jenny, because we were able to connect last week and kind of basically work backwards from a date that we thought might be feasible. And Jenny, correct me if I'm wrong, but per our discussion, was it December the 7th we were going to work back from?
I believe so. Let me pull up my calendar.
Okay. Because there's as you know, there's a 30-day notice period. You have to publish it.
Yes.
And then 30, okay. Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. So we were going to work back from December the 7th and try to somewhere find a date when we could get this in the newspaper to meet the 30-day requirement, because I believe that's the first meeting date that y'all have in December, which is the 7th.
So you want to set it for the 7th, is what you're saying?
Well, we want to set when y'all would consider the agreement. Yes, sir.
And it has to be, is my understanding, in a regular meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Not a special meeting.
And so that's the date that you have looked at and that everybody has agreed that is a regular meeting. It's on the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is a motion to set the date for the 7th. Would you have a recommendation as to for a public hearing as well?
Well, you can hold it at the same time, and I would actually encourage the court, and I think we talked about it, to hold the court, or at least a public hearing, out at the fairgrounds, because we've gotten a lot of requests from the mayor and a lot of folks from the Robstown area to hold a public hearing out at the fairgrounds so that a greater percentage of the Robstown community could come and attend. I know the public hearing for the reinvestment zone was held here, and it was not necessarily attended by folks from Robstown, so they've asked to request that the court consider holding the public hearing out there. And that may be a date when you hold it in conjunction with your regular meeting, and
So
you
does City of
can do it
Robstown
offsite.
need to have their own hearing?
No, the city doesn't have any jurisdiction here. It's all the county.
Oh, so it's only the county.
It's
So he's
only the
just-
county.
He's just requesting then.
Right,
That's-
right. In
Well,
fact,
I don't think we can have a regular meeting outside of our court, but we could certainly have a public
public
hearing.
hearing, right.
Absolutely.
Right, you could have the public
We
hearing
could
out
have it
there.
in, we could have multiples.
But we wouldn't, would we have to, never mind. We wouldn't,
It could
for
be
the
done.
312, you're saying, not for the 3.
For the 312, yes, sir.
312.
For the 312.
The 313 has already been voted upon.
Right, that's the
done.
school district's, abatement
Right,
or
so-
partial valuation.
Well, so if the only thing that's being discussed right now is the date that the agreement would be voted upon. And
consider.
that day would be December 7th.
Right. But-
Okay, so let's.
But as I
Mhm.
mentioned, you could hold it on the public hearing, you could hold it on the same date as the Commissioners Court. So unfortunately, you would have to go over there for the public hearing, let's say early in the morning, and then you would have to come back here to
Oh, I
hold your
see.
regular Commissioners
I
Court
see.
meeting in your regular place of.
You have to have the public hearing outside of here?
You do not have to have a public hearing outside of here, but it has been requested by several folks from the Robstown community, including the mayor of Robstown. That way, more participants from the city of Robstown in that area can participate. And as you know, like I said earlier, when you guys had the public hearing on the reinvestment zone, it wasn't necessarily attended by a whole lot of folks from Robstown. So they've requested that it be held there so that it's easier for them to get to. But logistically, you would have to hold it, you could hold it over there, the public hearing, do your business, and then come over here and convene your actual regular
what I
meeting.
might-
Or just do the
have to be
public
on the
hearing on
same
December
day?
6th
Does not.
or something.
You could do it on the 6th.
just do the day
Commissioner Chesney,
before.
you're right.
Yeah.
You could do it on the 6th. I'm just
Logistically,
trying to
that
keep
sounds
y'all
like a
from.
nightmare. What you're suggesting
agree.
is to have it over in Robstown, and then, especially if it's going to have to be held during the day, then bring it over here. I would
Right.
just, as long as we don't have to worry about logistics as far as timing it the same day, I would suggest that we do it all at once. But
You can do it on another day. I'm just trying to be considerate of your schedules and knocking out all the meetings in one day.
Yeah, I think it have to be another day too.
But as Commissioner Chesney, stated that you could do it on the 6th.
I mean, that would be the freshest, because that would be like,
Yeah.
right before we're going to vote, we would be
Right.
fresh on our minds. I mean,
Right.
so.
And that's
I
a good
would
idea, actually.
Suggest we have the public hearing on December 6th at a time convenient.
Well, we
to
don't
the
have
court.
to, we don't have
Oh, we
to,
don't have to do that today?
You
yeah,
have to-
do that today.
Right.
But I would suggest that we suggest that to the court administrator on November 2nd. We can bring all that up. And I know people are going to say that many of them work.
Right.
And so we may have to figure out what
In
you
the
might
evening.
recommend to us to have it in the evening.
Could we
so
just
that-
not, I'm sorry, Judge, I apologize. I interrupted you, I apologize.
Are you doing okay?
Okay, so yes, I mean, you want to be, considerate of folks' time, especially out there when they're requesting it. So maybe an evening public hearing, 5:30, 6:30, something like that might be more
And
more
again,
suitable.
we haven't posted that.
No.
So I don't want to take that up. We're just
Right.
discussing the concept. What I want to make sure is that we live up to the promise that,
Right.
that we give ample opportunity, which we would, right, if we have it in December and it's still October.
Correct.
It gives people a lot of time to prepare, and that we also do it at a time that's convenient, and that we allow people that opportunity to have it noticed. So it seems like we're going along the right direction here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
But today, all we're saying is that we'll make that decision
Okay.
on the 7th.
Right, December the 7th, to
December the
consider
7th.
the.
3/12.
An agreement for 3/12.
Got
right.
it.
Right.
I have a question.
And, go ahead.
Judge,
Commissioner Chesney?
I think the item is broad enough. It says discuss and consider setting a date for the abatement agreement. So to me, I think it's broad enough, and I'll ask the county attorney to where we could go ahead and set a public hearing. And I think, I think December 6th, say at 4 o'clock, or, if that's okay with everyone to do, so that it is at a time where people that aren't working can get there. But I think we ought to just go ahead and do that,
Well,
as long as this is a broad enough posting to.
Well,
just
the
set
agenda
up-
does say related matters.
Right, I mean, it's pretty broad, So I think we need to knock it out.
I need to check schedules. I can maybe do it this out in just a minute, but I have not checked my schedule for the
That's fine.
6th.
I'm just saying we can do it today is all I was trying to
Right,
get
and
to.
we would also have to check the fairground
The venue,
schedule.
correct.
And I need to call the mayor of Robstown and make sure that's okay, or maybe you can do that for
Yes, ma'am.
us.
Yes, ma'am.
Also call the mayor of Driscoll.
Yes, ma'am.
This location is neither in Robstown nor in Driscoll, so let's be considerate of both, because
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
sort of smack in the middle. And then make sure that that date would be good with the representatives of Tesla.
Okay.
There's a little coordination here that goes on, and so what I'm suggesting is that we not rush, but that's our preliminary thought, and maybe by this afternoon, we can do that. But let me just suggest that when you don't notice it and it's this big, it's, in my opinion, a mistake to say, this is when we're going to do it, this is how we're going to do it, and vote on it. The purpose of that, Mike, is to let people tell us what they think we should do, and then we make a decision. So my wish is to wait till November 2nd, but tell the whole world and signal that on November 2nd, we're going to be making the decisions on this public hearing, the location, the timing. Maybe they want more than one, right? I mean, maybe not, but this is a big decision, and so what we promised was that we would keep it open. I think that you're right. You could make that decision because it says related matters. I think that would be a mistake. I think the public would not appreciate us making decisions like that on the fly.
Well, you have time, Judge,
Yeah.
on the 2nd to establish the date for the public hearing, but today, for the purposes of time,
I'm with you
is
on
the
that.
date that you consider.
That's not a problem.
Okay. And the county attorney and I worked closely on that, and Jenny, chime in if I'm wrong, but I think that date was the most earliest date, given the 30 days that we
That-
need lead time.
That would be the earliest date, and regarding extra public meetings about it, that's wonderful and above the floor, but you need to have at least some portion of the public hearing on the date of the 7th, because your notice of 30 days here
Is on the 7th.
is on the 7th.
Oh, yeah, so we'll have to do both. But I like that, because it gives you two bites at the apple, and that was really, I think that's actually very helpful.
And I was just.
Well, it's the logistics of
Right, I
working that.
totally agree with the 7th, making part of the public hearing. If there is any way that we could coordinate that and we can put John to work, Judge, I'm not trying to, rush it, but I think the sooner we get it scheduled, the better. So if we could just instruct Mr. Valls while we're here today to go talk to the mayor of Driscoll, the mayor of Robstown, to the court, or to the fairgrounds and see if that's available. And if we can get it set today, no harm, no foul, and that way it's even more notice. But if we can't, then sure, we can do it another time. But I just would like to at least tell John, hey, go, while we're in here, go talk to the mayor of Driscoll, talk to the mayor of Robstown.
Sure.
Anybody else the judge wants to talk to, I think that's fair, and the fairgrounds, and see if that's available. And let's get it on the agenda, because the more notice we give people too,
Well,
I think.
I like that, and I appreciate that. And if you guys don't mind, maybe you can just do nothing on this item right now. I'll go make a bunch of phone calls, and I'll come back and say, he's on board, the venue's on board, and then if the 7th works or not.
Well,
But
the
really-
7th
but
is, the 7th is the
date-
Commissioner's Court. It was the
right.
6th you were going to go inquire about.
No.
Yeah.
Ms. Dorsey?
The 6th would be an over and above, which
That's
could
correct.
be anywhere. The 7th would be the regular Commissioners Court, and I believe that's where Mr. Valls was talking about doing it in two sections if part of that needed to be in Robstown that day.
My wish is to do both. You need to have something on the 6th that's dedicated to this, because you're going to get a lot of people. It's going to take hours.
Right.
And if it doesn't, then that would shock me. I think the 7th is the purpose of complying with the law, the 30 days, and it gives a second bite at the apple. So
Right.
whoever couldn't come on the 6th can come on the 7th
For the public hearing?
for the public hearing.
Correct, okay.
But I'm happy to advance this motion. In fact, we already have a motion for December 7th to take up the abatement. And that, who made that motion?
And I would-
Gonzalez did. And then there's a second also already. So we can do that, and then we can still come back and tackle this other part about the hearing.
Well, as Ms. Dorsey said, the public hearing has to be on the same date as well as the.
I know.
Okay.
We're trying to do two, John.
Right.
We're doing the above and beyond.
Yeah, we're
Right.
trying to do the above and beyond.
So are y'all going to set the date for the 6th and the 7th for
Well,
the
we're gonna
public
set-
hearing?
let's pick a-
And then the 7th for the
We're going to send
agreement?
you to go to work to find the Driscoll mayor, the Robstown mayor, and the fairgrounds, and see if we can get a date on the 6th to do the above and beyond.
Okay.
And I think there's already been a motion to set the public hearing / agenda item for the 7th as well. So we're going to do both, but we still
Okay.
need you to go do some work while we're sitting here, please.
I'll do that.
And we'll basically.
You want to pause this item and then I'll make some phone calls and come
No,
back?
no,
We're
I'm
gonna
going to
vote
do
on
it.
the
I'm going to take what I know we can get accomplished right now, which is the date, which is
Okay.
what you need.
Okay.
You need that. So the motion is that we'll take it up on December 7th, and that Gonzalez made that motion, and the second came from, I don't remember who. Hernandez is the second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Judge,
Okay.
if I could, I
then-
noticed that you have an item further in closed session related to this agenda item. Is that not necessary anymore?
For this one, you mean?
That would,
The
that,
RADC?
that one is still,
That one we still need. If you need to, we can give you a text maybe when we take it up. If
Oh,
you
we
want to
could do
hang
that
around
now.
the downtown area.
Okay.
Boy, there's a lot of requests, sir.
I'm happy to hang
No,
around.
I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
Give me a little bit to manage the rest of this agenda.
Okay.
We have to go into executive session.
Sure.
And for that, I need to take care of some folks that are here.
Perfect. And then
maybe
I'll
we could
hopefully
do
have
so.
some info from the mayors in the venue. at
I'd
that
be
time.
happy to say within the hour.
No problem.
Or at least in 1 hour, we could go to executive.
I'm not
okay?
going anywhere. Okay.
All right. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay. And
Did that item, it passed, right? I didn't notice if you took the vote.
it did.
Okay.
It did.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. We're going to go to item number 3 and 4 are really very much related. And we have a lot of folks here to help us manage item 3 and 4. So let's announce that the first one is the presentation of the Tri-County Drainage Master Plan Study. It includes the project team's recommendation of preliminary flood risk areas that have been identified for further analysis. You're about to get some visual aids here. And welcome, Susan and Half and ICE are here with us, along with Nueces River Authority. Javier Ramirez was here earlier. He may be watching, but it's the whole crew. The experts, as they say, have arrived.
I have 2 presentations for number 3. Which one do you want up first?
There's one that's kind of a light blue cover page, and it says 3.A point,
Not the versions I have.
3.A.3. There should be 2 PowerPoint presentations. We have a lot to share today. Oh, yes, that's perfect. Thank you so much, Connie. Right. Okay, perfect. Judge Canales and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to come and visit with you all today. We really appreciate your time, and we have lots to share as far as an update on this regional drainage study. I also want to introduce members of my team. I've got Robert Schultz with HAF, and I've got Ivan Luna, who's here representing ICE. And like I say, it's been a complete team effort. And of course, I noticed we've got Nueces County Drainage District number 2 over here to my left. So appreciate you guys as well. Yes, let's go ahead and get started. This first agenda item, just to let you all know, is just not to take action today, but just to give you guys an update and to generate some good discussion. And we will come back to you at next Commissioners Court, or that's what we would like to do, come back on November 2nd for you all to take action at that time. So today we're going to be just going through my team's recommendation of the preliminary flood risk areas. Now this is making a little bit of a noise. Identified for further analysis. And then also, like I say, we'll be coming back to you guys on November 2nd for approval. Next slide, please. And so just to give you guys a quick background or update on this study, I know many of y'all have been involved throughout this whole process. As you know, we started this back December 1st of 2021. And of course, it's not quite a year yet, but we've made considerable progress. The main item that I really want to emphasize on this slide, and I showed this at each of the public meetings that we've had with Texas Water Development Board. And as y'all know, we have 5 of those meetings that are required through Texas Water Development Board. We've already had 3 of the 5. But I really want to emphasize the very last bullet item. What's really important about this study and why I need y'all's input and feedback and make sure we're all on the same page is that this study will be a roadmap for the counties, all 3 counties really, for that part, with the next step as far as applying for grant funding, for low interest loans, to be able to finance the different solutions that come out of this study. And I really just want to emphasize again, this study is planning only, and it's helping you guys develop basically a capital improvements plan, a CIP list for Texas Water Development Board that you can take to Texas Water Development Board, and that kind of dovetails into the next agenda item, which I'll address that separately, but it deals with Region 13, the regional flood planning process. So we want to make sure that we have Nueces County, all of y'all in good shape as far as being able to go that next step when it comes time to actually apply for funding, to actually do the engineering, design, construction, and so forth. So again, the purpose of this study is just high-level planning, the Flood Infrastructure Fund planning from Texas Water Development Board. Okay, next slide. Really quick, this is a summary of the scope of work, and this was developed through guidance from Texas Water Development Board. Just a friendly reminder, this was what was included in our grant application. We have completed to date the first 5 bullet items, the ones in blue, and then that teal colored as well. All of those items have been completed to date, and we're now moving on to the last 3 bullet items, which are noted in black. And so part of the discussion for today is to help give our team guidance on the flood risk areas that we need to focus on for developing flood mitigation solutions. And that's the bullet, that's the 3rd one to the end. As you can see, the very first black one that's listed up there. That's what we're going to need some guidance today so that we can keep on schedule and so that we can continue to move forward as far as making progress on our study. Okay, next slide. Okay, just this slide gives you again a summary of our timeline. We've had, as I had mentioned, with Texas Water Development Board, we're required to have 5 public meetings. I call them big public meetings. The tri-county public meetings, the ones that we've had at the fairgrounds that many of y'all have attended, or you've had your assistants attend on your behalf. Thank you for that. And just so you know, with these meetings, we've had the first 3. The 3rd one we just had recently on September 29th. Our 4th meeting will be scheduled for early February. The 5th meeting will be in late April. And then we contractually need to submit the draft report, our final draft report to Texas Water Development Board for their staff to review. That's going to be June 2nd of 2023. Final report is due to them no later than November 30th. And again, this is contractually listed between the county, Nueces County, and Texas Water Development Board. And I share that because it's so important that we stay on schedule, and we have a very tight schedule. I know this whole project has seemed like we've had so much time to study this area, but it's been very tight, just with all of the work that we've had to complete. Okay, next slide. And just quickly, just to share, this is some of the work that my team that we've completed to date. A lot of the data collection activities have occurred. We've done the field surveying. All of that has to take place at the beginning of the study. We also have teamed with Texas A&M Kingsville. They've been wonderful. We've had 15 graduate students out of the engineering department with Dr. Wren. They have provided in-kind service and conducted site visits for us, almost 50 site visits. And then from that information, my team has been able to build these hydrology and hydraulic models. And from the models, we've been able to then look at how different rain events, storm events, how it's going to, the depth of water, how the water is going to move within, again, the entire Baffin Bay watershed and the Oso Creek, South Corpus Christi Bay watersheds. So the next slide. And so, and this one just really quick, we've gotten a lot of feedback, a lot of data collection. As y'all know, we've had 5, like I call them individual smaller workshops for drainage. We've had 5. There's been 1 in each precinct. So again, thank you very much for y'all's support on that. And these are just some photos from some of our recent meetings that we've had. The next slide. And this slide, before I really get into the main items that I need your feedback on or for discussion today, I just definitely, again, want to emphasize this tool will be used as a roadmap for you guys. It'll help y'all with future development planning. You guys will have copies of, y'all will have the actual models yourself at the end of this whole study effort. Your county engineer folks can go in and make adjustments as needed. And then most of all, I just want to emphasize that this is going to help you guys with your near and long-term planning for capital improvements as far as putting together your program. So with that, the scope of work for Texas Water Development Board requires, we're going to be looking at 15 flood risk areas. My team and I, we have come up from the models, we've identified 31, but of that 31, we need to really focus on 15 as far as for the purpose of this project. Not that the other 16 aren't important. They will be on the list. All of this information, all 31, we would like to have included in the Region 13 Regional Flood Plan. But for the purposes of this project, we will be looking at basically, I almost want to call it almost like a 20% design is kind of the level of effort of what our project does. It really does more of like the initial, we'll be looking at different solutions for those 15. Like if we're going to be looking at, detention basins, if we're going to be, I want to say, constructing larger culverts, doing different inlets to be able to move water. We're going to be taking those different solutions, we're going to be modeling them, my team, and then we'll be putting cost estimates together. That's the level of effort then for us to be able to provide that to Region 13 and to Nueces River Authority and HDR. They're the folks that are in charge of Region 13 for Texas Water Development Board. Then from that information, then it's like you've got those 15 that are, we call them flood mitigation projects or FMPs. So our list will be 31, but really you'll have 15 that are well put together or well outlined as far as for purposes for Water Development Board. And so real quick, that slide right before I show y'all the 31 flood risk areas, and my team, kind of what we've really wanted to recommend to you guys, just based on feedback from the public, from what we're seeing from the models, we've got our list of 15 plus kind of the next 5 that maybe should be on the list to consider as you're trying to really narrow this down. But I just want y'all to know this is the criteria that my team and we had a working session. Gosh, Ivan at y'all's office, September 9th. We were there all day. There was like a dozen of us between CSC, Ivan, ICE, myself. And so we established this criteria as far as how we have designated these flood risk areas, how we came up with the 31. We're looking at areas that have high population. We're looking at areas that have critical infrastructure as far as schools, hospitals. We're looking at areas where we know there's been substantial flooding that's occurred, like there's the number of structures that are in an area. We're also looking at areas that are primed for growth. So those are some of the items that we've looked at, and I put a little asterisk on that slide for you guys. We have been coordinating with IDA and others. We think we have the list of all of the ARPA projects that you guys have identified for your precinct, and even those that you've got discretionary funds allocated for. But that's something today, if we can make sure that that we're all on board, that we have y'all's lists of which projects you guys already kind of have covered, we would like to then remove those from this list of 15, just so we don't duplicate any efforts. The next slide, this shows you, and this is a handout. Y'all should have a copy of this. This was also in your packet for today. This gives you the list of the full 31 areas that we have identified, and we call them flood risk areas. And in fact, I started this process a month ago with trying to meet with many of y'all. Commissioner Chesney, thank you so much. When we came and met with you, like we originally had 30, and then you were like, oh, make sure and get Santa Maria on the list. So we've added that as number 31 on the spreadsheet. So we're just trying to make sure that we hear from y'all, that we get your areas, that are high priority or that you want to have on the list. And so the ones that are in green, really quick, those are the 15 that my team and I, that we're thinking should be on y'all's list. But again, this is y'all's study. We want to hear from y'all. The public, if you can see the second column to the right, at the September 29th public meeting that we had just recently, we did an interactive exercise with the public. I had the public, they each got 10 dots, and they got to go around and look at the maps, and they got to help us prioritize areas of concern to them. So based on just kind of that voting exercise, that kind of, there's a number of factors that weigh into finalizing this list. But I always feel like it's a wonderful exercise just to get the public involved, hear from the public, and know from them where are areas of concern for them. And so you can kind of see the feedback that we've gotten from the public, and of course looking at some of the data that we've collected. We've received considerable information, say like from Mayor Howard with Agua Dulce, Robstown, Petronila, oh goodness, Driscoll, I can go on and on, all the communities that have provided us with really helpful information. And so the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those are kind of we call it the next 5. So if there's certain ones that are on this list in green that you say, oh gosh, I've already got ARPA money allocated for this area, or I already have discretionary funds taking care of it, then we can remove one of those projects off the list and maybe take one from the yellow. So that gives you kind of a quick snapshot. I do want to quickly say the one project that's highlighted in orange, that one will already be taken care of by our study, just because of the scope of work. It's more from an environmental standpoint, and we had some folks from Kings Ranch in Clayburgh that attended our meeting. They were concerned about sedimentation and erosion control, and so that's already going to be taken care of. So we've kind of taken that one off the list as far as from our 15.
Susan.
And then real quick, Commissioner, the maps that you all have gotten, those I want to say give you a snapshot, a zoom in area of each of these 31. Okay, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I don't mean it.
Actually, Commissioner Gonzalez pointed this out to me on the one on the list. It's the U.S. Naval Base. It's listed in Precinct 2. It should be in Precinct 4. That was just a.
Oh, should it be Precinct? Okay, yeah. Thank you for. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. That just in a quick snapshot is kind of where my team and I are at. And then just again, sharing with the overall project schedule, what we'll be doing, my team and I, we need to be able to take action on this by November 2nd so that we can stay on course. Because we have quite a bit of work that has to be accomplished for these 15 as far as looking at different solutions, modeling them, basically doing like a 20% design. So for us to be able to get that completed so that we can bring that back to the public in early February, again, time is of the essence. So I just welcome your feedback.
And Susan, so what I've done is I chose 16, 15 plus my one alternate in case that through consensus, one rises higher to another, I can join in on that. That 15 or 16 can change. But we don't need to rank them amidst the 15, right?
Oh, thank you for clarifying, for asking that great question. We do not need to rank them. It's
That helps.
we just need to make sure we have 15.
Right. And so, so that's the ask between now and really it's as soon as possible. And we need to get everybody to choose those 15. And like I said, I chose, I want to have a little bit of discussion as to, it's hard when you get down to the very last 15th. I couldn't make a decision, so I decided to choose 16 in hopes that maybe through collaboration we can figure that out. But at any rate, what's important here is that we do know that through CDBG mitigation, for instance, we do know that 15 million is coming our way to LMI areas, which of all these represent, except for like a few, but they're all. So my thought is we've got to get, and we've talked about this with ICE, there's a lot of preliminary work has already been done, like Tierra Grande, okay? And we've already had these, discussions, but we need, not like now, we need now to know which ones would be best suited for the 15 million, and we need to bring those to court ASAP. And then they need to come off this list to make way for the next one. And that should be done by next court. And so, to me, that's an ask based upon this presentation. And again, it should be a welcome because once upon a time, we came with probably 3 to court before that didn't have the funding. Well, now we know we do. And when I say 15 million, I need you to be a little bit cautious because some of that does go back, 6% does go back to grant administration. So it's a little less than 15.
So
Okay.
can I ask Susan too, on the initial prioritization, I know you had the dot deal. But so, and you may have said this and I didn't hear, but on this prioritization, is this a combination of your teams plus the dots? Is this because all the way on the right column, you have them listed in the order of priority, but I don't know if that was just for the dots and I missed that, or that was you and the dots, or kind of a combination, and plus the input you got from us, or how did that matrix, I guess, work out?
Oh,
Better
Commissioner.
question, and I'm kind of rambling, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all good. I really appreciate you asking that. Yes, it's actually a combination of all of those items. We based it, of course, on the dots where we received, high number of dots from the public. And of course, just to let you guys know, we had quite a few members of our team that were at the different stations to kind of help facilitate, just so that folks wouldn't come up and maybe put all 10 dots on one area. We tried to help them, to spread it out. But also, too, as far as even just the ranking or the prioritization, that's a little bit from our team as well. And so it's a combination. So because there's some, as you can tell, where the number of dots, like there's a few that all received like 2 dots. There's a couple of projects. So we were trying to figure out, just based on, and again, that's why we wanted to give you guys those handouts, those maps that show a zoom in view of those areas, because then you can see, we went back and we looked at each area carefully, and we did this collaboratively. Again, I mean, we have an awesome team here. I call us the A-team. And so we went back and really looked to see like areas that, you know, where we were like, should we put this one on the list? Should we not? We were trying to, again, go back to our criteria that we established. Like if it had a, you know, high population, we knew there were a lot of structures, or we'd already gotten some feedback from the public or from you guys, you know, where you're like, hey, you know, this area is important, you know. I don't know if that helps. It's a combination of all.
Thank you.
And I don't know if y'all have any other comments or questions.
What kind of feedback are you asking from us?
The main feedback between now and November 2nd is I want to make sure, I guess two things actually, Commissioner. If there's any projects that are highlighted in green, especially that are in your precinct, if you know of, gosh, if you have discretionary funds already allocated for certain areas, or if you have ARPA funding already allocated for those areas, let us know, and then we can take those off the list. And if there's another one that's, say, like in yellow, that's in your precinct that you would like to replace it with, or as a group that you all, as a court, that you all would like to, you know, choose a different project, that's what we're really after, is one, to make sure we're not duplicating projects that already have funding. And the second item is to make sure that we can narrow this list down to 15 so that we can move forward with the next task of this
The only
project.
ones I was familiar with was the ones I originally contracted half an associate with. I gave you all a list of where we had problems, and then you all ended up saying that something wasn't on the watershed. What is it, Broad Acres or?
Oh, yes. Broad Acres is located outside of our study area.
Okay.
And so we have to, and Texas Water Development Board, we can only study these watersheds that are in the application.
Well, I'm still kind of upset because y'all should have told me that what I was wanting, the information, it was already going to be done on the study, on the grant study, and I could have saved my money. But anyway, that's another deal. Some of these areas I just took over. Yeah, some of these areas I just took over, and I haven't had a chance. We haven't had any rain for me to go out there. The reason I know about the list I gave you, because we, Mr. Pimentel and Jerry and I, went out there and we saw where it was needed. I haven't had a chance to look at this. We haven't had any rain, so, and we're kind of depending on you all to tell us what we need. I'm not an engineer, okay, and neither are the citizens. And maybe, you know, if you have one or two that are might be engineers, but all I'm saying is we're depending on you guys to tell us what we need.
Well, and I completely agree, and that's why we put together the list of 15 for y'all, and that's what we recommend.
Yeah,
and then if for some reason you already have a project going on in an area that we don't know about, we've been trying to coordinate with you all. And real quick, this is the same. I don't want y'all to feel like this is a surprise as far as sharing this list. This is the same information as far as the original list, not the ranking, but the list itself is what we had brought to y'all, gosh, about a month ago. We had the workshop on November, I'm getting ahead here, on September 20th, and anyhow, we just really welcome your feedback. But if there's areas that we're duplicating, please let us know. But the green is what we recommend, and if for some reason we need to remove a project from the green, that's why we kind of gave y'all our next 5, and we rank them in the order that we feel like they should be looked at in the yellow. So like 16 through 20, that's our team.
Ma'am, what I'm trying to tell you is I don't have knowledge of what's needed. I don't have knowledge if there's been money allocated. I wasn't the commissioner in those areas then, and I don't know if Commissioner Mares has any money allocated to those areas. So I wouldn't be able to help you there. And that's why I'm saying I was hoping you all would help me identify where the problems are, and then we can find out with Teresa or somebody if there's money allocated to those funds, to those areas. And if not, you know, then I'd like to get it done. But I mean, I'm depending on you all to tell me what we need.
And thank you, Commissioner. Yes, and that's what we're trying to show you is this is what we have seen from our computer models. This is our engineering technical expertise of what we recommend for y'all. I do have your list, Commissioner, and I understand. I know it's not like you've been in office even a full year. And so it's, or about a year. It's just, I want to say that IDA had passed along the list of ARPA projects. And so we have y'all, your projects. I'm trying to think. We have Commissioner Gonzalez. I think we have his list of ARPA is what I've gotten from IDA. And of course, Commissioner Morris, you've already given us your feedback. And Commissioner Chesney, I think if I heard right, I think y'all approved last week 1.5 million out of ARPA for some. So that's where I just want to.
Right, I'm still working on how I'm going to do it. I've got some preliminary ideas, and we talked about that. I mean, I may end up pulling at least one of these off the list just because I may be able to do it, but I'm still trying to figure out how much it's going to cost and if I've set aside enough and if I can spread it to 2 projects to help both. So I'm trying to get there.
And I really appreciate that.
Sure.
And really just what you're bringing up, Commissioner Chesney, that's what Commissioner Hernandez, that's kind of what we're trying or what we're after. We're just trying to hear from y'all if you're like, hey, keep that on the list, or, oh, I have money for this. You know.
And part of my decision may be, and Juan and I've worked on this a lot, and so part of this may be one may come off because a couple of the other ones, they're bigger problems, and it may just be that we're able to kind of do work around the areas that are on my list. So I don't know. I'm just not sure where I'm going yet. So tell me when for sure again. Like this has to be submitted, I know, and so I'm not comfortable pulling anything off today, and it's not for lack of trying to get there, but I mean, it took me a while to get this neighborhood together anyway, so so tell me when's my absolute drop dead? I got to tell you if I need to pull something off.
You know, in fact, I appreciate your candidness because it was one of those things where my team and I, at first, we were like, maybe we can take action today. And it was like, oh, no, I know we need to. This is just for discussion. You don't have to make the hard and fast decision today. But I think if I heard correctly from IDA and Anna that we have to have, or at least for agenda materials, I think we have to have maybe everything decided by, I think, this Friday or next Tuesday. Maybe we have about a week or so, is my guess. But we need to, I guess where I'm going with this is we need to be able to take action on this list November 2nd,
well, hold
if
on.
possible.
Let me ask it this way. So, Judge, like the ones in green are the ones that Susan's teams come up with, right? That are they're 16. So I guess
15. Yeah.
15. I guess so. What we could do is ask each commissioner or Juan or you or however, and maybe we could get to 15 today because I don't want to delay this any longer. I mean, I think we need to.
So
if we can
in
act
order,
today, we
need to move this along, and to make the point that you're making is that there is a timeline, and just so you know, we've all had this for a while, and she's been waiting on feedback. So here's the crux of it. We know that there's $15 million available to our LMI area, period, with CDBG MIT.
So
my question is
right,
to the commissioners, what projects we know, and I've asked ICE because they actually brought these projects the last round, so you're not reinventing the wheel. Please forward that.
So tell me how the LMI is going to work. Are we going to divvy that?
So let me go back. We get to make that decision, but you have to understand the LMI works wherever there is a low LMI. It's not like, I mean, Driscoll has the highest LMI, one of the highest in the state.
Right, it may not work on mine. That's
or actually, the index is the highest. It's one of the lowest, right, median incomes, but it ranks one of the highest.
It ranks,
So,
yeah.
so Robstown, Banquetti, Agua Dulce, Driscoll, all those areas are going to be favored, Commissioner. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is that we've been asking and not getting anything. This is like where it's Oppositeville. We have money. We're asking the court to make a decision about which ones can we bring forth. You have about a week to do it. And on November 2nd, we need to make those decisions. They're already, you want to go with the shovel-ready ones, period. I mean, you don't have time to be dilly-dallying about this one.
So, Judge, on these projects, right, the LMI money is sitting somewhere.
Not with us yet, but it should come in.
Okay, so assuming that that's going to happen, then I would assume that none of my projects are going to fit the LMI, and it may be wrong, but I would think maybe Santa Maria, but I don't.
That's correct. That's why you want to advance yours up here.
Well, and that's why more of the LMI money is probably going to go to the other three commissioners, and then I would be able to hopefully pop one of my yellows
Correct.
and one of my whites even on to the green list if we knew that.
That's correct.
So my question is, why couldn't we go ahead and do that today?
I agree. I'll be honest with you. I know JJ's not here, but not to put you on the spot, Ice, but you know which projects those are. Tierra Grande is one of those projects. I just don't have in front of me the dollar amount, for that in order to say, okay, I take that one off the list.
Right. So it may only be one, it may only be one project that gets
I
taken
would
off
do
the
one
list.
if I were constructing this, I would do one for each of these precincts because I can assure you
They're not
that,
going to be more than $5 million each.
well, that's what I would say.
Okay.
I would do it that way.
Okay, fine.
And they can resolve it amongst themselves. If they wanted to say, hey, mine's really 4, I'll give you another, given in the goodwill of everything. Remember, water knows no boundaries. So this idea of we're sticking it inside a precinct is kind of a ha-ha, because it's not like it's staying there. You need each other here. But that would be my recommendation, is one from each of your precincts that ICE helps us identify right now that we take off to advance 3 others.
And we could literally pause right now and let them go work on that, because I think we need to move this forward if we can. If nobody's comfortable with it, okay. But I'm ready to push it forward if Susan and Ice and Juan and whoever can go sit down and right now and figure out, because I'd be okay with that as long as what I would hope is everybody would then say, okay, then maybe a couple of my projects could be pushed on since I'm not getting any of that LMI money and I don't qualify for it, because there's a couple of mine that are on here that are yellow and white that I'd like to move to green. Even if I move one of my green off, I'm still only can move one off. So yeah, I mean, if we could do that, Judge, pause and let them all go sit down and see if they could come up with that. Is that reasonable? I mean, we're going to be here all day. So
It's reasonable, and I can tell you that
I mean, we may not work it out.
at
but we
Tierra
can try.
Grande, I mean, again, they already have come to court once before with backup and information and presentation. We could ask you to go pull those. DD2, you might even have them handy. They were all brought forth last round.
Right, so Judge, I mean, if you, doing the way you're constructing, if you said, if we made kind of a motion to say that of the $15 million that's coming in LMI, that there would be one $5 million project in each of the other 3 precincts, and that as part of that motion, then my 2 projects that aren't in the green get moved into green, would that be a fair motion? Because I don't think either one of mine I don't think those other 2 are equal $5 million. So I think it's kind of a fair distribution, if that's, and then let them go see if they can work that out so we could get this list.
And also, I can tell you there are some action that I wanted to ask Susan we could take right now, because if you'll look, it says, discuss and consider approval of the official response to the public notice. And then it says, discuss and consider request to include 31 additional flood management evaluations flood projects identified into the draft regional plan. Why don't we act on that today? What that says is all of the projects that you see on here, they've got to be a part of the statewide plan. That's a no-brainer.
Thank you, Judge.
Can we just focus on that one, and that way we know that these that we've identified through the process will all be included in the state's plan. Because remember, the state's got their own project working on flood management, and that study, we're a part of the Region 13. We want to make sure that we ask the state of Texas this legislative session for money for all of our Flood 13 projects. Travis, you want to come up, highlight that? Because that is an action item that we can do for you today.
That would be excellent, Judge, and that's agenda item 3.A.4, the next one. Yes, and we want to make sure all 31 projects that are on the spreadsheet list are submitted to, you guys already submitted, Juan and LJ, y'all submitted projects last fall for Region 13, and this is because of the study, we've now been able to identify the 31. Of the 31, 15 will eventually become FMPs, is what they call them. As I've been kind of talking about this 20% level of design, that's how we would classify 15 of those, and the other 16 will be called flood management evaluations, FMEs. But all of this, again, the deadline to submit this is October 26th. For Region 13. And so that's why we definitely need to take action on that today. I'm going to turn it over to Travis if you want to say a few words.
Can I just ask real quick, Judge, to make sure, some of these projects, Susan, before he got up here, I'm sorry, was like when it says Corpus Christi International Airport or U.S. Navy Base, those are areas, right? Those aren't, because we don't, the county doesn't own those projects, obviously.
Yeah.
So those are just areas, and because and the point of that is to, like South Prairie and Nottingham are not county-controlled roads yet, but those are areas of which are major problems, and that's okay to have those on the list, even though they're not, quote, county roads.
That's correct.
That's how I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in fact, when you look at the exhibits that we've got for you guys, the zoomed-in view, say like for the naval base or the airport, you'll see the red circle that's on those maps. And again, we were just trying to just capture that area, but not, yes.
And it might be, we have to, like, to work there or to do something, we might have to get an easement or find an area that we can work on or whatever the case may be. And so, okay, because we can still put those on the list even though we're not in total control of them, if you will.
Yeah, remember,
That's correct.
remember, we're doing it for the whole county.
No, I
right?
just
Yeah.
clarify. I mean,
and that's why those aren't
that's what I remember.
prioritized in any color, right? So they're there because we're trying to help the whole watershed be understood.
And you know, in fact, just real quick on those areas, those two specifically that are listed in white, we don't have them on our list mainly because they have flooding, but it's not as severe as these other areas. So again, we were trying to go back, look at the number of structures, look at the population, you know, density of population in these areas. Again, just, I mean, these are all great projects. It's just we were trying to really focus on the 15 that we felt like really were just really needed, you know, an evaluation looked at.
Okay.
If I may have a...
Yes, Travis.
Travis Prusky with the Nueces Server Authority. I'll have a little more detail in the whole regional plan on the next agenda item, but for this agenda item, what we're looking for is the FMEs are your evaluations and the FMPs are your projects. All 31 we will be able to include into our plan as an FME, but we're working with Susan and her team is we want to get as many of them possible in the FMP status, because if you guys are going for state funding, if it's an FMP, your chance of getting funded is increased dramatically. So that's the goal as to which ones we want to try to get funding through the state level.
Right. And that's very,
That's
very
the most important thing, yes.
So why don't I do this, just for in housekeeping here, what we're going to do is kind of pause on the actual recommendations on item number 3, on 3A3, but on 3A4, let's have a motion to include all 31 in the flood.
So moved.
Thank you. That have been identified by the Tri-County Drainage Master Study. I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We also have to actually approve the official response to the public notice period. That's also required. And Susan, that's a 30-day notice, 60-day notice? What is it?
It's a 60-day notice
couldn't
period,
remember.
but they started that a few months ago, and the deadline is October 26th. And that, again, so I'll put together an official letter request on y'all's behalf with this full list, and we'll send that then to Travis, to Nueces River Authority, and then copying HDR, because they're the consultant for Region 13.
Perfect. So I'll make a motion to approve that official response to the public notice period as well. And this is all to Texas Water Development Board regarding the Regional Flood Planning Group study, Region 13. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I'd like to, I think
So,
Commissioner Chesney and Judge, y'all talked all for the last 30 minutes. I'd like to say a few things here, you know, and I'm going back to what Commissioner Hernandez said a while ago, too.
which item?
All of it. I'm just making a comment here. And, you know, one, for one, and this maps here, one, you know, I really don't agree with these maps here. I mean, I think these maps here are already, maps, we already knew all these maps that are here. Some of us have been here long enough. We know where the flood areas are, you know, and I don't, all this green that you come up with, I don't know, that you came up with because the people put the little pins out there, somebody else put a pin out there, you know. So, I mean, to me, I expected, you know, and I know that 4 years ago, about 4 years ago, before this grant, before we had money, and there was an extensive study done, you know, from ICE, and I asked him to look for it because I think I need to bring it back to court. And this is what I thought your A team was going to do, and if I didn't do it. I thought you were going to tell us, hey, look, this is a Tri-County area drainage. The water comes from Jim Wells, or it comes from Clave, or it comes from whatever. I need to know, in order for me to say, this is my best areas I want to work on, I need to know where the water's coming from. How much water am I going to get in those areas? Not just when it rains, but 2 days later, right? Because we get the water in the areas of Petronila and Driscoll and Bishop 2 days later, we get a lot more water that's coming down. So I thought the study that you guys were doing, or we were doing, is the fact that you're going to draw and you're going to do a survey, telling us this is where it comes from, this is where it goes to, this is how it travels. So now, Tierra Grande, and this is really my area. I'm just surprised, you know, because the judge doesn't recognize me when she talks about Tierra Grande, but, you know, I've been working on Tierra Grande for years, you know, in Petronila for years, well, at least 12 years, right? But, you know, for somebody else to tell me what I have in my area and what I need, you know, really makes me feel kind of like, I don't know what I've been doing here, right? The judge's only been here 3 years. I've been here 12, 13 years. And I know what we need in Tierra Grande. I know what we need in Petronila Estates. I know what we need in Golden Acres. I know what we need in Bishop. And I know what we need in Bell Lane. I'm just, you know, and I went to your meeting several times, and I sent Sandra a couple of times, but you know, to me, the study that JJ did 4 years ago is tremendous. That study was a good study. That study really covers where all the areas coming from. Where is really the water, and where does it hit? And, you know, where do we stop the water? That's what I want to know. How do we, the study to me was, how do we block the water? What do we stop? What do we need? And don't wait till it comes to my area, and then I'm going to try to get it out of my area. I mean, how do we, I expected the study to show us the fact that, okay, the water comes from Jim Wells. The water comes, okay, now do we need to do something in Banquete? Do we need something in Petronila? Do we do something to be able to eliminate the people that really get flooded out, the water in their houses? You know, how do we, you know, that was my vision, my perspective of this big study that we were going to do, and, you know, spend all those thousands and thousands of dollars, you know, from the Water Development Board, you know, and I just, you know, and that information, here's what information we've given you from the early days. You know, it's not like, you know, it's something that You went out, I haven't, and I don't know how many times you guys have walked the streets in my area to talk to the people and said, do you really flood? I know you expect them to come to the meetings, but how many times have, and after we gave you the areas, how many times have you all gone out there and said, ma'am, do you flood here in this, how many times have you been out there? How many times have you been in Golden Acres? How many times have you been knocking on doors at Petronila Estates? That to me is a survey. That to me it's a plan of how do we eliminate floods? How do we eliminate people that are underwater? You know, to me this is what I projected the study would be, Ms. Ross. You know, so maybe I was wrong in how this was going to be. I didn't think y'all were just going to have a meeting. Everybody comes to you, they give you pins, and when do you go out? When do they go out to actually do this? Or do we do the drones to see when it rain, to see where the water is actually flowing from? You know, and I know that at one point for you again, JJ, like I said, he had a perfect presentation. I'm surprised he just didn't have it with him, but he did, and I think Carlos was also there, you know, and we paid for it, right? We paid for it. If we didn't have a grant, we paid for it. You know, so out of the budget that I had, because I wanted them to tell me, why do I need to do in my area? What do I need to do to help the people in Tierra Grande? Don't give me pins. You know, tell me what we need to do. But I know right now, that I need 2 retention ponds in Tierra Grande to help the people in Tierra Grande. You know, it's not about getting the water out or holding the water, right? I mean, this was done in the survey we did 4 or 5 years ago, and it was a great survey. And I'm going to find it, we'll bring it back, because I think we need to look at that. I think this is what you really call a survey, you know. So other than that, I can see all these blues. I have no problem with that, because we know all that floods. We know all these blue floods. I mean, I can't disagree with you there, but this is just simple stuff telling me Robstown floods. Of course, Robstown floods. You know, so I just projected this or visioned this to be a little different. And I thought there was going to be telling me, hey, you know what? You know, we need to work on Petronila more than we need to do in Tierra Grande or here and there, because this is where they're going to get the water, the bulk of the water. You know, so I just, again, at this point, I just can't see how you guys are telling us, you know, and especially me, because I've been here the longest I've been, and I've worked in drainage for 13 years. So, but I'm just asking, you know, how do we ever do those things? Do you ever try to get to see where the water's coming from and how much and where does it go?
You know, Commissioner, and I appreciate you being honest. I appreciate you being frank with me. And just really quick, everything that you brought up, and I apologize if I haven't maybe explained it a little better, but that is what these 15 areas that we're going to be doing. It's not just to say, oh, there's flooding in these areas. We're going to be looking at solutions and modeling those solutions and putting cost estimates together and really doing like the next little bit of the next step. And that's what's going to be required to have them listed as an FMP, there you are, Travis, as an FMP, as a true mitigation project in the plan. Just so you know, and I agree, ICE they have done excellent work. That's why, again, I feel like we have the A team, because we have half ICE, all of us working together. And again, the work that, you know, it complements some of the work that ICE has done in the past. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel by any means, especially, and that's the reason why I keep reaching out, trying to get data or any information from you guys from past studies that have been done in your precinct, or just any information on your precinct of what you've got planned for drainage. I've worked with Juan early on and got the list. You know, I think y'all have seen it. It's on Google Earth, where he just, you know, circled the areas where he had received a lot of complaints from the public. That helped us from the beginning. We put that on our maps just to go, okay, this is what you guys are hearing from the public. The one thing that's been different on this study than any of the other studies that have been done for you guys or for anyone, for that matter, in these watersheds, is there's never been full field survey out there getting measurements of the structures, of the bridges, the culverts, all of that, building a model for the entire watershed. So what's nice is my team, they build this model, and just like you're saying, I mean, from the public, they'll send us photos. So we kind of know we can use that information basically to fact check, double check our models to make sure the models are running accurately. And so what's nice is now we have this model set up based on a whole conglomeration of data. And then what's nice is then we can simulate these different storm events. So like if you look at the exhibits that we've got provided for each of you guys, you'll see in the purple, that represents the depth of water. Purple is the highest depth. I know you know what the blue is, but purple is even worse than blue. And that's simulated during a 24-hour storm event for a 100-year storm event. And so it's, like I say, and we can run it for a 25-year storm event. We can simulate all different types of storm events. So that's really, and that's what Water Development Board is after with these flood, again, their Flood Infrastructure Fund program, the 5th program. This is a really useful tool, but I agree. There's been some great work that's already been done, and that's why I'm so glad we have ICE on the team as well. So a lot of that information, I know Ivan is shaking, nodding here. We've been working closely together, and as y'all know, we have, my team and I, we meet every Monday morning at 10 a.m. We have a meeting to discuss the tasks, who's working on what, coordinating different effort. We work really closely, and we've been doing that. We've met every week except 1 week since the 3rd week in January. So, I mean, I've been doing this now for like 9 months.
So
like we meet we're so in sync. And so
your model will show the water where it's coming from?
It does.
And how much is it, where it's going to go to in the next 2 days, Your model will show that?
You have to, I don't know as far as like the next 2 days, but it'll show like certain time periods.
Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt, but the reason I asked,
You just did.
that, Ms. Susan, is because that really what hurts us 2 days later is what really floods in Petronila, really floods in Golden Acres. It's 2 days later. All this water coming from the fields, from the farms, that's really the flood right there. We had the 150, we had that rain, 150-year rain, almost 150-year rain. It fell, what, how long ago was that, Charlie? But
back in May.
Yeah, and we didn't expect that, but it rained, almost like 150-year rain that we got. Everybody got flooded. But while the water was going down, 2 days later, we get flooded again. And this is what we're concerned. How do we stop this thing? So it's about retention ponds, how many, where, what.
So let me get us back in the interest of time, because we
Judge,
need to make certain that we have a little bit of.
Let me finish.
Commissioner.
No, let me finish.
I'm going to, please don't be ugly. You've been ugly all morning long. Please stop.
Judge,
I'm just about.
You talked for 30 minutes, Judge. Let me talk.
I haven't, you've been
Yes, you
speaking for a long time. I need to make an announcement.
Miss
I'll get
Susan,
right back with you.
Miss Susan, I'm just try to understand what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to be rude to you or anything.
You
like
are.
That, but, God. Okay. Here in Echobecker somewhere. But anyway, just like again, this is what I would expect. I expected, right? And I'm not being honest with you, and I'm being open with you. So I'm concerned about my areas. And I really, I think all my green is all my green. That's what I mean. I can't take anything out of my green, but, because I need to take care of all of my green.
And the ones that are in green, the 15, we'll be looking at solutions. Is it a detention pond? Is it a culvert? I mean, we'll be looking at a number of solutions, options. We put those different solutions and options into the model itself, and we model that to see if it is, like what makes sense? What is the best solution for an area? Plus, we're trying to balance that with cost. We do a benefit cost analysis, is what we call it, a BCA. So yes, so no, it's there's a lot to this as far as the process, and I don't want you to feel like we're just going, oh, there's just some water there, I mean, like we're going to really, there's more, there's the next step of this project, and really just following Texas Water Development Board, their guidance on the scope of work. The next step they want to see is the further analysis of R15, and that will include the BCA and all of that, and that's what we have to have all ready to come back to the public and to the Water Development Board and to everyone in early February.
And
Susan,
that's where I want to
Susan,
stop here, just for just
Susan,
a
have y'all
moment.
taken a good look at the ranch in Cindy Park?
It's
the
fine.
first one.
Yes.
That's a high
And we put
priority.
that, and that one definitely, again, it's tough. All 16 of these are great, or really 15, just because the Petronila environmental study is going to be already addressed. And one thing I do want to call out really quick, I'll come back to the Cindy Park, is if you look at label circle number 8 and number 9, I meant to mention this earlier. You'll see the initial prioritization, they both get a 2, because initially we thought it had to be 2 separate areas, but after visiting with ICE and just what's involved on those projects, one is just widening a culvert, that we felt like we could combine those together. So 8 and 9, if you probably noticed, you probably were like, Susan, there's 16 green rows. It's 15 because we've combined 8 and 9 together. So I meant to clarify
I need to get
that.
us back to center here. Sure. All the commentary is excellent, but you've got to understand what we're doing here, and we've gotten off track. The purpose of where we are right now is a inflection point. It's like a stopping point. In order to continue the process, what we need to do is identify our top 15 projects. You all have made your recommendation to the court, and the court is now in a position to advance those 15 projects. However, more projects can advance if dollars are already allocated to these projects. The reason that you're asking commissioners and myself as to have we made any decisions that would affect these top 16, right? Because let's agree that all 31, if we had 31 that we could advance, we would advance the sheet. We would have been done in 5 minutes.
Right.
We're going to advance them as far as the plan goes. Right? We've already
Region
made that
13.
decision. That was item number 4. But what we're here to do right now is figure out how to prioritize 15 inside. And in order to do that, this court, and I brought it up this morning, made some decisions early on that they would make investments in drainage. And in fact, 3 commissioners have already stated how much money they would make in drainage projects. And one, I know Commissioner Modis is also contemplating that. So let's just say that all of us know that there's dollars that are going to go to drainage, right? Those are those county-wide funds that we X'd out from ARPA. And all you're asking us to do here today is state which projects amongst the ones that you've recommended of the 31 will be using those funds so that we don't double dip. That's it, guys.
That's correct.
So the project, for the record, is following the model the state wants to see, period. And no, we've never done it this way before. And we know that because the state identified special funding that we competitively went after because they said you've never done it before and this is how we want you to do it. And this big packet that we have showcases the modeling that already has been presented to get us to this point. But we're not anywhere near done. And so if you don't participate, then you will potentially, in my opinion, hurt projects that could be advanced. We know that we've got money coming, so please do your task and announce if there are any projects in your area that you believe you'll be directing funding to. That's it. There's nothing but, I wholeheartedly disagree, which is not only my right, but my based upon actually me attending every conference and workshop and being involved and others not, is that the number that we have to advance is directly reflecting the fact that we want to get to that next point. We want to get to the in-depth study that will produce the final report.
Susan,
So I need to make sure that you all provide that analysis today, or if you want to wait till November 2nd, we can do that. But the fact of the matter is, you've been invited to do so for months, and today's the day that we need to say, we're waiting on you.
Ms. Susan, 665 and County Road 69, is that Belt Lane?
I'm
'Cause
sorry.
I don't see Belt Lane in here.
Belk.
Belt Lane. That's what Belt, whatever you want to call it, Judge, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, these are the areas of, it's the areas of concern, not so much specific. It's not the Belk Lane
No,
project.
because it's not even on here, and that's a pretty area of concern too, so.
In some of the areas, if they've already received money or if there's already been some work done, that's another where we just didn't include it on the list because it had already been addressed. I don't know. Ivan, if you want to share anything on.
Again, I'm going to ask ICE to please take the dais, because you know who wants to do it.
Can I make a response to what you just said, Judge? As far as the,
no, you can't.
Go ahead and make some priorities.
Yeah. Yes.
If that's okay.
But Susan definitely wants to hear him.
So my thought, and Juan's here, my thought is, again, trying to move things along. On the one where it says South Prairie Estates, to me, Juan, right, that should be South Prairie / Rabbit Run, right? I mean, you call it that whole area. So what I'd like to do is, because that area is all kind of together, Susan, just for clarification. So I feel pretty confident that and Juan, tell me if you think this is okay. I feel pretty confident. I think that I can get that Santa Maria done based on kind of what we've talked about, right? Don't y'all feel like it's well within the funding that I've put forth?
Yes, sir. Based on what we talked about, yes, sir.
Okay.
And we would substitute Santa Maria for South Prairie?
The other way around, right?
I'm sorry,
right.
but that would advance it.
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm trying to get to.
I'm going to go ahead
if we
and
could
make that
rename
note.
it and call it South Prairie /
Rabbit Run.
Rabbit Run, and make that green, and then make that Balchuck and Digger a yellow, because to me and then take Santa Maria off, because I
Okay,
don't
so
wanna
that's
take it
a good
off-
one.
I don't want to take it off the 31, but I feel, and believe me, I don't like doing it when I'm not 100% certain, but just for them trying to move something forward today.
Totally agree. And really quick, Santa Maria is not going to fall off the list of 31, but as far as for the 15, and so I think if I've heard you correctly, we'll make South Prairie Estates area South Prairie / Rabbit Run area, and then we'll make that green, and we'll make Balchuck Lane and Digger Lane, that line item for 26, yellow.
Perfect.
Yellow.
Yeah, until we get that LMI, because I'd like to move Balchuck into green, but until somebody else takes one of theirs off, then I can't. And then I want to make it clear, though, to anybody that happens to be watching, the reason I'm moving Santa Maria is because I'm going to spend significant money on that project, the court's money, but my allocation, ARPA allocation, and I don't want them to think that I'm not going to do what we talked about doing. That's really super important. So I will come back at the November 16th meeting, Juan. So I've already sent you an email this morning, and Peyton too. I want to put it back on the 16th to specifically deal with the Santa Maria issue and allocate those funds that I've got, or a portion of my funds, to the Santa Maria project, so they know I'm going to spend money out there and work on that project. Because it is a county road. It is our problem. We have got to fix that area.
Yes, and if I can ask the court, I would like to see the simulation of the model.
I would too.
Yeah, I want to see the simulation of the model. I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. When you have a 2-year rain event, of course, it'll affect certain areas. But when you have a 100-year event, I mean, of course, you're going to see it pretty much inundating based on the plan that was identified here. But we also have to look at and the reason I'm glad Commissioner Jack brought it up is that we need to determine what happens the day after or 2 days after, because when Jerry and I are driving out there and the commissioners are driving out there, we notice that, yeah, you might have a rain event upstream towards Jim Wells County or Orange Grove area, in that area, but by the time it gets here, it's going to be either within the 24 hours or within 48 hours. And then that's when you start seeing inundation in Cindy Park. Then that's when you start seeing inundation in Agua Dulce. And then it meanders towards Driscoll and then towards Petronila area and then out to the southwest area towards Claiborne County. So for that reason, I mean, yes, sir? You have 2 days? Okay, yeah, and if we can see the 2-day model, I would greatly appreciate if we can look at that. Thank you.
Juan.
And I would,
Yes,
Juan.
sir.
I've got a Commissioner Modis and Commissioner Hernandez. Just give me a second. Commissioner Hernandez, what is your question?
Juan, I just want to ask you about Mendel Lane. That's a serious problem for us, isn't it?
Yes, sir. 1889, of course, we've got some constituents that have come in here. 1889, County Road 69, 77, and then it goes towards Robstown, and then it goes southeast towards 44, crosses 44, and then goes to 69, 61, 67. So that's the reason why we got to look and see what. I know these are just areas that we're talking about, but I think we just need to see where's the best location to put a detention pond.
Right, but we're not.
I think my thing was that also is that, you know, and I kind of talked to some people and I say, why don't we just do a man-made lake that's on the west side of the county, and then pipe that water into the river when the river needs some water. That'll capture all the water that's coming from Jim Wells County and that area, Orange Grove, and kind of hose the water, you know, within that area, and then slowly release it into either the Nueces River and or slowly release it to the creek. That's my thought.
Right, so that's, when we get to the solutions, we can talk about that, but that's not what we're doing right now. What we need right now is just to make sure that the projects are identified, and we want to make sure that the ones that are already funded are not placed on the top 15. So we've already done that. Now let me ask Commissioner Modis. He's got some that he wants to put in. Go ahead, Commissioner.
And also, I want to go back, because this has been such a long project, and there's been so many moving parts that it's hard to recall what we have done or what we were tasked to do. And I think early on, we were asked to forward you data, anecdotal data as far as just maybe emails that have been received, as far as people complaining about, you know, flooding and drainage. Pictures have been submitted. I know that we've been there at our public hearings where the pictures, and you actually see people's front yards where they've turned into lakes. So I'm hoping all that's been included in this. Has it?
Yes, and Commissioner Morris, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, it's been, as I call it, a journey. Yes, we've been hearing, like, information that you all receive or that's directly sent to us. We actually have our project team. We have we have kind of a remote server that we've stored all of our information on there, and I've got file folders set up for all of the photos that have been sent, all of that information, because again, just what we were bringing up, we use that information to validate our models. So, and we use that actually as far as even with the prioritization, and yeah, and Juan, I was going to say, we'd love to show you the models. And in fact, I know you get our invite for our weekly meeting, and if you can attend this Monday, let's run through and do that. That would be great, and show you that, because I think it's important just so that we can, again, so that we can be able to keep things on task and on schedule. This November 2nd date is going to be really critical, because I'll be honest, if we can't come up with this 15, and if our team is on hold, we need all the time we can get, because with the holidays coming up, I'm just concerned we will have to go back to Texas Water Development Board and ask for an extension. And to do that, they have to take it to their board.
Yeah.
It's
This is-
not an easy.
Right.
It's
This
not
is
a-
not, this is a good thing. This is just us saying, we've got 31, the 15 need to be prioritized, and then our work's going to be continued. And Commissioners, I would ask that, you get more involved, because when you come to the meetings, the workshops, you see the computer screens in front of you, you see the modeling, you know this is not like we've done it before. It's very different. And we do need Public Works attending these meetings, and they have not been attending the meetings. And that has been also why we're doing this the wrong way. I asked for your recommendations from Public Works, and we have not gotten them. All we're looking for is, hey, tell us which ones you want to advance from CDBG MIT. That's it. And Ivan, which are the ones that you brought to court over 2 years ago from ICE that actually have engineering ready that could be considered as a CDBG MIT project? They're the same ones you brought before. I know that you don't know them. Yes, please. Because we need to make those decisions so that they can make way for the other ones.
Yes, Judge, thank you. So on that note, what I was going to say is, yes, we have some information that was forwarded, and I think Ms. Aide, correct, sent some information to the team, right? And we're working, yes, on updating those cost estimates. We got to make sure we look into those.
I
So,
understand,
yeah.
but can you name them? I understand about the tweaking, but I'll make sure there's wiggle room. I'm looking to get them named. Which ones are they here so that we know that there is a possibility of those getting funded?
I think what she's looking
By
for too
name.
is like a one precinct in 1, one precinct in 2, and one precinct in 3, possibly, that could qualify for that LMI mitigation money, right? I mean, that's
You
kind
have
of
a
what we're looking
project for
to work
Tierra
with.
Grande.
Most definitely, but I would ask for time, Judge, so I can look at that, compare the information, like you said, from the LMI, confirm the LMI areas, and look at
I'm
that.
not asking for that. I've been asking for this. The reason it's on this agenda is because we're out of time. And we've been asking for over 3 months.
You said
What
you
I'm
had till
looking
Friday.
for is just the name.
All right.
Just the names. It's Tierra Grande, Blue Bonnet, and Santa Maria or which one was it? There was 3.
Of course, it was Tierra Grande, one of them that was there.
Yes.
But then the other ones, we got to look into it. We got to look at the information, Judge, and then.
But what are the names? What are the names? I know
I
you're,
have to go and look at that, Judge, and I will let you know.
you can't remember them?
I have to go look.
Okay,
our
can
files.
we,
Thank
I'll
you.
take a break so you can go refresh your memory. And Ana Velasquez has it upstairs for you. Because you guys came to court. It wasn't Ana, of course, it was Maria. But the point is that the entire projects came. If we don't do that, Ivan, today, Ivan? If we don't do that today, we cannot make way for other good projects to get to the 15. We're trying to give money to your projects that ICE already has prepared, at least for the consideration of the court. I'm trying to figure out how we're not trying to help our situation here. We want to help these projects get funded so that we can make way for the others. Will you help me identify them?
Oh, most definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and
You
so
said you had till
Commissioner
Friday.
Modis, do you have some that you are working on?
So you mentioned Blue Bonnet, and that's one of the things I've been in contact with ICE, is how we can partner, and I think they may have left, is our partners there at Nueces County Drainage District 2, is they're already doing some work in the Blue Bonnet area. And so I've tentatively, based on knowing an estimate of what some of the work that could be done, and whether it be land acquisition or just completing some of the projects that are being initiated in that area, is up to $2 million of my ARPA funding. So that's a conversation I've had with JJ and with ICE. And so I don't know how that ties in with this. I would love to have that conversation and pinpoint whether we know if we can move that off, or if this keeps us on the green. I definitely would like to bring up, at least 1 or 2 other areas, Spring Gardens, Primavera Estates. Those are big areas. Tierra Verde also are 2 areas. So one of those areas I would like to move up. But the Blue Bonnet area that we're talking about is associated with, I think, the Robstown drains, right? So project, or number 10, which kind of includes the entire city and the county parts of Robstown. So that is my basic put-in, is up to $2 million for drainage issues, with the focus, like I mentioned, in those areas. So if we can help get that idea worked through of if Blue Bonnet qualifies us, gets us off the list, and I can bring something in, I would prefer to do that with one of those projects I mentioned.
Okay, so now, we're going to take a break, so you'll be able to work on that. But now you've heard that 2 million is going to be advanced. So on this one it might be trickier because that project may need more than 2 million, Susan. So it may
Right.
have to advance as a priority anyway.
Right.
But at least you know that there is X amount of dollars allocated towards it. And that's the whole point, is Commissioner Hernandez, you have some money that you've already said, I'm going to ARPA. What we need to know, so the state requires the prioritization, is which projects are you putting that dollars towards? And we only have a week to know that. And
I'll get that information for you, Judge,
by November 2nd.
by November 2nd.
Well, actually, by the time we post, but
By the
whatever,
time
you
we
know,
post.
you know what I meant. And Commissioner Gonzalez, you have the same situation.
Right.
You need to put your projects, you've got to know now how you're going to allocate those.
For point of clarification, if there's a project that you are going to partially fund there, Commissioner Mares, if we know by March the details, like you already have started the preliminary, we can still add it into the regional plan, that even if it's not on these 15 lists. So we can add extra items that y'all are working on our deadline is March 1st to get that to the FMP status. They're going to work on the list now to get it to what they need to do, but our deadline is going to be the 1st of March. So if there's something that you're pulling off and you don't have, I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But they'll still be able to get included into the regional plan.
Okay, good.
Judge, excuse me, the reason I do have some construction going on, there's a sewer line in Banquete that's leaking, has been leaking for several years, and.
Okay, but that wouldn't count. This is different.
No, I'm just trying to tell you, that's where I'm going to put my money into.
Okay, so
Getting that
again,
fixed.
but
it's not going to take the 4 million.
right, so what I'm saying to you is that when we told the people that we were spending money in drainage, we need to know how much money you're going to spend in sewer, which is a great cause, and how much money you're spending in drainage. We've got to be able to
I understand.
you've got to be able to tell them.
Be
Because right now,
transparent, be transparent.
they think that you're spending 4 in drainage. So we'll clear that up.
No, that's when I told you, I have other projects I want to do that included the Banquete sewer line.
I understand, and we'll get that put on the agenda so you can separate them. But what we need to know is which project on this list you're going to allocate money to with the rest of the 4 million.
Well, this is what I'm going to find out, how much exactly the sewer line is going to cost me, okay?
I agree.
And then whatever I have left, I would designate to the drainage.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, and the same goes for Gonzalez. So we will hold on this, Susan, okay, other than the decision that was just made by the court on the, I'll go ahead and, you heard Commissioner Chesney's allocation. That should stand, okay?
That sounds great.
And by
I've got
November
Commissioner
2nd, we
Chesney's
can really make
edits.
Do you want to?
And I've made notes from what Commissioner Morris has
Right.
shared as well, so that's excellent.
Yeah.
If you get it before the 2nd, right into the.
Yeah, as soon as you can
get it
get it.
anytime you want, we can let you know which ones we're going to do, right?
That's correct.
so
I was
don't
going to
worry about
say,
the
and
second.
I'm, just so y'all know, I'm staying overnight tonight, so if you need to meet tomorrow at all, I'm more than happy to come sit down with y'all if that's, if y'all would like.
Yeah. And
Or you can just email me, or you
Right.
can call me, or we can do a Zoom call if
Right, 'cause
there's anything you want,
Because the November 2nd, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to approve. So if you do your homework, you can pass the test on November 2nd, but you've got to do your homework. And
If
that's
you don't
what
do your
we need
homework,
to
you
do.
fail.
Right. Well, we failed miserably today because what we should have done is
Should've been ready.
prioritize these projects. But we're going to have another bite at the apple on November 2nd. And we need Public Works to assist the commissioners immediately, ASAP, on figuring out which projects can be funded using their dollars. And I'll be honest with you, if we're not going to put $8 million, like we said, towards drainage from ARPA, I think that's a huge problem. We told the people we were going to make monumental change in drainage. This list is so we can go get potential state funding. That's a big miss. And if you'll remember, we had an ARPA dollar for maintenance and operations that didn't go anywhere because you guys said you were going to use those dollars. That's something that I'm going to have back on. I know Ide's not here, but I'm sure she's listening. We need to have drainage back on, because the idea that we would have gotten money and didn't put any towards drainage
How much are you
is
putting for drainage in
crazy.
your budget, for your 4 million? How much are you putting in for drainage?
I have a project that I'm actually advancing once I see
No, I just said, how
which
much are you
ones.
putting for drainage?
I
your
wanted
4
to put
million.
in, so my agenda item was $7 million. It was $7 million for a maintenance and operation contract countywide, which you
I'm
rejected.
just asking for the drainage. Judge.
It was
How much
$7 million for drainage. That was my motion, and you rejected it.
How much are you putting in for drainage from your 4 million?
I don't have a project right now because I'm getting this.
You want to donate 150?
I would be
1.5
happy to,
million
but
or
I
2
actually
million?
follow a process, and the process is, we need to see which ones are prioritized. We've been asking you
I know I got
to
mine.
do that.
Jason's got his. Commissioner Morales has his.
That's right, and I'll have mine too.
Hernandez has a little bit. Now, we don't know how much you have, but that probably
Mine
make up-
is gonna
That would probably
result-
make up the difference, right?
So the way it works for most scientists is that we're going to put the 15 and the number 16, I'm going to try to fund.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for, Commissioner.
No.
I can't fund it unless we prioritize them, because the top
We give you
15 need to
numbers.
go.
You should be able to give us numbers, right?
So again, I've asked PW, and I've gotten 0. Susan's gotten 0 response. I've asked ICE for 60 days. We can't get responses. That's why it's on this agenda. If you want to advance projects, they need to be brought forth. They have not been brought forth. So the truth is that we all want drainage, but until the projects get brought forth that are shovel-ready, we can't fund. I'm asking for those same projects that you put forth 2 years ago with CDBG MIT to be brought back for funding. That's what I've been asking for. And I hope I'll give you a chance. We're going to bring it back this afternoon, give you another shot at it. So
Judge.
I'll be able to do that.
Excuse me, Judge. What I paid for the study, that doesn't include my projects?
Well, it does, Moser.
I mean, I paid $155,000, and then they said.
They're not, those are not on here.
That was for drainage.
We're talking about what we're doing.
Well, what I
Okay,
paid,
there's,
what I paid for was for drainage.
that's correct. That drainage study is valuable, and it's not on here because we already have, well, it's on here in the sense of it's a prioritized project. But we're asking, what monies are you going to dedicate to, so that we're not asking the state to give us the same exact monies? It's just about ranking them.
Well, I
This
had
is how you help your
$155,000 I
people.
could've given.
This is how you help your people. We've got to be able to prioritize. And the real story here is we need to come back, Susan, on November 2nd, and you'll have a few days to gather this information and re-color code, if you will. And what I think I'm going to ask you to do is put all the green together, and then, let's actually look at the top 15, just on one piece of paper. And then we can still have this one, but just on one.
Okay, that sounds
And the
great.
category by precinct is important still.
Okay, perfect. And yes, and again, we're not trying to, or at least for the purposes of Water Development Board, we don't have to rank these. We just have to come up with 15 because
Right.
the next step is doing a further analysis of these 15.
Right. And just so you guys know,
That's correct.
in your COG packet at the last COG meeting was the LMI for each and every jurisdiction. And if my memory serves me correct, each of our jurisdictions, other than the city of Corpus Christi and other than the city of Port Aransas, qualify for the 50% or greater low to moderate income status. So for Commissioner Chesney's purposes, you're right. Corpus Christi, if you're inside CC, it's not going to be over 50%. But the COG is, we have to look, but ours is measured maybe just under 50%. So maybe you could have one area that could, but the generalization is by jurisdiction, right?
Sure.
And these other ones are way over the 50% category. And unfortunately, Port A is not, and neither is.
No, I would just ask that the one that I just moved to yellow get moved to green once the other LMI
Agreed.
projects get knocked out. That would just be my ask, please.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I've made that note.
Yeah.
So that's good.
And
That's
besides CDBG, MIT, and ARPA, I'm not certain what else is available to us. But again, if that was the whole point of today, is let us know if their COs would be available. So if there's somebody that wants to dedicate dollars for a project, they could be vetted for potential dollars, because we have money in that pile as well.
And the other thing, in fact, just kind of piggybacking on what you just have mentioned, Judge Canales, with Texas Water Development Board, with their Region 13, this next year is the next legislative cycle. And so what's going to be important from the regional flood plans is that information will be shared with the legislators to determine kind of this next cycle of funding that they may allocate for flood. So that's the other reason why it's important to have these projects in the plan. So that's great. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate your feedback. And again, 3.A.3 was just for discussion today.
I have another question, Susan, please.
Yes.
On Farm FM 892, you have 2 and 3 there. Is that something we share or what? I don't remember.
At least, and again, we circle just kind of a general area of where we would be conducting this further analysis, and it kind of covers both of those precincts, 2 and 3, is what it looked like to us. And again, we tried to get the GIS files, shape files of y'all's new precinct boundaries. We don't have those per se. We've tried to just kind of draw them in by hand, just based on some other PDFs. So if for some reason we have that incorrect, then we can make that correction. But from what we were looking at, it looked like it covered both precincts.
So we move one out of the green, that means that a Paloma Ranch, being the white, it can move into the green?
Yeah.
Can-
If you move one, I'm
Say, for
sorry.
instance, we move one green out because of the 15, still the 31, but it won't be the 15. So we can put La Paloma Ranch area in the green?
If you want to highlight, if you want La Paloma Ranch area in the green and you want to remove,
Anyone, whatever.
and if there's another one that's moved off of the list that's in green, and that's what y'all kind of decide, I mean, we're fine with that. I mean, again, I hope y'all know, we just gave y'all, just from the feedback from the public and just from our engineering technical expertise.
But if it's white, it ranked the lowest.
It did.
So that's important to know. You'd want to try to advance a yellow more than a white.
That's
In-
what
in
we
the-
You have a yellow, but you don't
That's
have a
what
yellow,
we
you
would
don't have a yellow.
recommend.
Right.
But
If you don't
again,
have a
at the end
yellow.
of the day, this is
Right,
it's y'all's
but you
plan.
would want to advance the best projects that have the highest prioritization by engineering. The whole idea here
That's
is,
correct.
I mean, it would be nice to have equality here within the precincts, but remember, all water is moving. So the fact that it's in your precinct for the moment means nothing. It's about to move out of your precinct. What we need to do is advance the very strongest 15 projects for prioritization.
Thank you, ma'am.
That to me is what matters, not whether you have an extra one over Commissioner Matis or Hernandez, right? So, I mean, let's use engineering principles to guide us. Now, yellow to green, no problem, because it's already highly ranked.
I was going to say, and that's why we developed kind of the next
very much,
5,
we
just to kind of
appreciate it.
help y'all, or, just
Yeah.
to share our recommendation.
Right.
But yes.
Okay, Susan, thanks. We're going to ask your team, y'all can huddle up, if you will. There's a conference room that IDA has. Maybe y'all can huddle up just a little bit and see if you can at least make some progress while everybody is here.
That's perfect. Do you want
Okay.
us to come back to court today?
No, I don't
Or-
think we're going to have a consensus today, but you guys can at least move the needle
We
since
can.
it's been so hard to get everybody on the same page.
Thank
Okay?
you very much.
Y'all can use your IDA's conference room.
That sounds perfect. Thank
Yeah.
you again for y'all's time and feedback.
Yeah. And I'm going to ask IDA to follow up to make certain that we do get this cooperation that we have not been able to achieve. Okay? All right, so we're going to move on to item number, we're actually going to advance. Forrest, I saw you and I thought maybe you were here just, I forgot that you got an HR. I was looking specifically on the regular agenda, and So in HR, you've got an item that needs to be considered. It's within your budget. It's the continuance of temporary supplemental pay for the office administrator, and that has to do with the hearing for the previous office administrator being moved forward in time till February.
Yes, ma'am. Judge Forrest Mitchell for the record. Just a quick item on the continuation of the supplemental special pay for our ME coordinator, who is both performing her duties as ME coordinator and assisting in office administrator duties as well. So
Okay.
we're seeking authorization to approve that supplemental special pay.
Okay, and it is within your budget as it's been reflected by the court administrator.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll make a motion, I'll make the motion and Gonzalez will second. And are there any other questions here? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, we have some other ones that need some thoughts that have been waiting. We should have taken Ida's, if you'll call her in quickly so she can get back. And we'll take Juan's also out of order just because he's still here, and that way you can get to the group that's meeting in the conference room. Yours will be the Calderon Clinic. If you want to come on up, we'll take you first since Ida had to go.
Judge, what number?
It's B1.
B1, thank you.
And it's a contingency change order for Calderon Clinic renovations project, and you're recommending this change
Yeah,
order.
we're recommending change order number 1 for the Calderon. It includes resealing the windows, doing some wiring that needs to be done, and then making some modifications to the to the area. So we're recommending it. There's not a no cost. I'm going to say there's no cost, but there's money's already allocated as part of allowance, and we're using that allowance to pay for these items.
Okay, so is it a contingency fund?
It's an allowance, yes, ma'am. That was allowed in the project.
Okay, very good.
So
So
it's
there's a
an-
motion, and you'll go ahead and though and bring it back to us for, just give us a note on how much it's going to be.
Yeah, I think it was like 19,000.
19,000, okay, that's.
Plus or minus.
So that is accurate.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
All right, so got a motion. Is there a second? Second from Modis, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, actually, it's not that you need to be here, but there is an asphalt patch road, well, that's purchasing, never mind, it's not you. Okay. It's just some material that we're going to be purchasing. Okay. All right, going back into, we were waiting for Amanda de la Cerda, but I'll call Ida next. Ida, we apologize, but hopefully you were not minding the moment, the celebration. Oh, Amanda's with us? Okay, super, we'll get right to her. But for right now, we're moving to finish a piece of human resources that had to do with a reclassification for a library clerk to the outreach librarian. This was brought up last time. There was some time given to make assessments, and Ida, you're here to really just present the same material.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning or good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. And I was hoping that this item would go ahead and go on through to see if we could get this. My original proposal was for a community outreach librarian for the rural areas, for communities in Banquetti, Bishop, Agua Dulce, and it was not a clerk position. So I know it was an error, so I just wanted to come in and if you have any questions or elaborations.
Well, Commissioner Hernandez had asked for some material. Were you able to get him that
Yes,
material?
I
That,
sent him.
Judge, I've spoken to some of the superintendents, and I'm satisfied with it.
Oh, that's excellent. All right, so will you make the motion then to approve, and I'll second for you?
I'll make the motion to approve, Judge.
All right, and if are there any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, well, now we'll let you get back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll come back into our regular order, and apparently, I did not look, but she is online, so thank you. Amanda de la Cerda has item number 5 on the regular agenda, 3A5, and it's basically the Veterans Treatment Court Services to the list of approved donees of jury service fees. Amanda, I don't know if there's really any questions, but I'm glad you're here. We basically want to try to get the court to approve Veterans Court being a recipient. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm President
And ready, when you are.
Great. So it's just about getting the Veterans Treatment Court to be a recipient on the donor fees, right, for the, to be on the
Yes,
list?
ma'am.
Okay.
And the purpose of this is to ensure that going forward, should something happen to the grant, the Veterans Treatment Court is still able to provide services to the veterans who are participants in our program.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'll make the motion to approve and being on the list as donees of jury service fees. Is there a second?
Second.
And is there any further discussion for Amanda?
And
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just want to also
Yes.
add that this will also allow us to provide services that may not be allowable in the grant for participants in the program as well.
I'm so sorry. Say that again. I want to make sure I digest that. You're inquiring whether it's also for the purposes of, I may have to refer to Jenny on that one. Say it again.
It's in conjunction with our grant. So, for example, we had a veteran yesterday who did not have a ride to the Salvation Army, and security was telling him he needed to leave because he was loitering, but he's homeless. So we were trying to work frantically together to try and get him transported over there. And one of our team members actually ended up giving him a ride there. Had we been able to provide services through donations, is a category we could have used, was to provide him a rideshare service or taxi to that place.
Jenny, I think it's within the realm as long as it's a service that Veteran Treatment Court, but I mean, I have to defer to you.
I believe we looked at the code before, and this fits within, veteran services. There could be some service, I suspect, that wouldn't fit, but we'll just have to set some parameters.
Okay. All right. Amanda, I think we're good, but we'll have a little more clarity provided to you in a document or at least some guidance, okay?
That's right.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I've kind of told myself every 3 hours, that's when you should at least take that 10-minute, break. I'm going to,
Can we bump up 19?
absolutely, I was going to say, I know someone else is waiting here. So let's go ahead and, there he is. I was like, I saw him. Okay, item number 19 is being asked to be considered at this time. It's to provide funding to the Robstown Area Development Commission for Economic Development Services. John's back, and we don't have to point out that we're obviously involved in big stuff over there. But John Modis, Commissioner Modis, I'll let you take the lead here.
Yeah, Judge. Obviously, I mean, they've been given a heavy charge, and they're working with the NCDC and really have taken the lead, especially on the project that has recently been named as Tesla out there. And so with that, and I know with many other economic potential projects that we have in the making, not only Robstown, but obviously in the surrounding areas that they represent, I feel that it's important that we give them more funding for operational costs, for just additional working with the community and working with all the jurisdictions that they represent or have good partnerships with. So that's why I put this item here today. We had previously, last several meetings, allocated funding that was available still from the previous fiscal calendar, and so I'm wanting to allocate that money to the RADC for economic development services.
Okay, and can you just tell us the amount?
My original intent was 50,000.
Okay,
I know there
50.
were 60, yes. I know there were 60 originally on there, so.
Okay,
So we'd already allocated 10, and then what we had
be additional.
right, what we talked about, though, I think there was 60 that was left over. at the
Want to do
last
50
meeting.
more?
Well, at the last meeting, so that's what I'm trying to get to. At the last meeting, we talked about splitting the 30 between the REDC and the Robstown EDC. And so,
I can tell you because I looked at the balance sheets, the CCREDC does not need it, and it wouldn't, I don't think it would have as much effect as it would on the RADC, but that's my own opinion from seeing the financials.
well, right, it just seems to me that what we talked about was that the REDC covers the entire county. Robstown Area Economic Development Corporation covers that area of the county only. So to be,
That's
have
true.
some equity to cover the entire county, it would seem to me that we should be giving more to an organization that covers the entire county than one that covers just part of the county. So that's what we had talked about in theory at the last meeting when this came up. And so I had mentioned that to Mr. Montes before the meeting, and so I thought he was okay with that, but if not, then
Well, how about if we make,
both of them
I'd like to make a motion to,
Give both of them
did you say
50,000.
50 or 60?
I said 50,
50.
but look, in the end, my intent is to give 50, whether there's additional funding that needs to come out of my funding, then I will do that individually.
I would
right?
agree.
And so I'll just
Keep it this
do-
way.
I'd
let-
agree to give both of them 50,000, that's what.
Well,
Well-
I think we only had 60,
Well,
that's the problem.
And I would suggest that you allow people to come in and ask before you give. Let's let CCREDC come and ask for money. They have not asked for any money. Why don't we hold that thought and let them come in and do it?
Well, Judge, but I
I'll make
asked
the
for it,
motion
but
to
I
do
asked for
50,000.
So, okay, what I'm trying to get to is, like, this says amount requested, 50.
Yeah.
Current allocation, 10, additional 40.
Correct.
Would align the total. So in other words, it's not for 50 today, it's for 40.
Right, because of
Okay.
the delta.
Right. And
Yeah.
so what I was saying was before, we had 60 in that excess fund that we would split it 30 and 30. And then I think John was saying he would do the extra 10 out of his funds if he needed to get to that number of 50. But
And all
I don't want to,
yeah,
I'm just.
I hear you.
I asked
I
him
hear you. I'm just saying to you, why give somebody money that's not asking for it? And let them come and ask for it. And just so you know, I would want to know,
I'm asking for it, Judge. I mean, I'm a member of this court,
It
and
was
so I asked
automatically
for
every
it.
year we gave them that.
So I asked for
we
it as a
give them
member of this
50,
court.
50 every year.
I asked for it as a member of this court. We had this whole discussion the last time. I thought we had kind of had sort of an idea of where we were going, and I'm just trying to get back to
So-
the idea that I thought we had, which was to split the 60, 30 each, and then if people wanted to give additional funds on top of that to get to a number, that they would do that, because I intend to give some additional funds to the REDC out of my funds, just like I thought, and if I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but I thought that's what Commissioner Montes was doing, so I thought we had an agreement in
Right,
principle.
but it's
This is
not
a little
noticed.
off the principle.
Let me-
Well, I get it. I'm going to put that back on
Right.
for the next time.
You'll put
I
it back
told
on
John.
then, okay?
I didn't know, but I'm just saying, we only have 60,000 in that fund, so I thought the 30 was going to come out, that gets it to 40, and then I thought John was going to give 10 extra for
Well, maybe
that, just
John
like-
wants to.
And so, and that's
all
what I
I
was
was-
saying, look, for me, the number is 50. That's in addition to the 10 that's already being given, because that's what we allocate pretty much every year, I think. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
John?
Actually, it's 11.5.
11.5, because I put in the
Okay.
1,500 out
We'll
of
just
my
do
own
40 then.
outside agency funding.
I second the
and-
motion for 50.
Well, I have a motion on the floor, so I'm going to amend it. So the motion, and I would think Commissioner Amatis, the motion is then, I'll amend to have the 40,000 transferred out of 1275, is that right?
which only leaves 20
What number was it?
to
We
do.
put it in contingency fund.
Oh, it
so,
was just
yeah.
contingency?
So it's going to be a transfer.
Okay, so 40,000, and that makes for a total of, and 30 comes from that particular contingency fund, and 10 comes from his special.
Well, I want to make it 50, I want to make it, so it's going to be total 60. So my
Okay,
intent
so-
was to originally have the 10, or the 11.5,
Uh-huh.
plus additional 50,000. The 50,000 was the number that I was set on, so.
Right.
Whatever
So
our
30
full
comes
number
from
was, so
contingency.
30, so I'll make up the additional 20.
Okay,
That's
so
all,
30,
additional 20.
so
To
30.
still make it a 50
Right.
today, right now, this vote,
Yeah.
50,000 total.
Second the motion.
But we still have
30
the
from-
11.5 from a previous
You still
budget,
get the
right?
11.5,
Okay.
that was already.
Your total is 50.
No, their total is now 60.
I'm sorry, 61.5.
Yes, ma'am.
61.5.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you,
30
Judge.
from this fund and 20 from Commissioner Matos.
Right.
And I'm going to put that identical item on for the November 16th agenda to do the same thing for the REDC.
And I don't want to make it seem like I'm not supportive of CCRSD,
No, you're
REDC,
not.
but I'll tell you, we know Mr. Valls, and there's plenty of projects that he probably can't talk about yet that are going to come before us again, and they've really been working hard. I know the NCDC has been working hard, especially in the rural parts of the county, and that's where a lot of the interest is in some of these economic development projects. So, I'm a strong supporter of CCRADC, always have been. But I also want to see them be able to deliver. And I think that they helped start us, to be fair. I think they helped bird dog one project and get it over to the RADC. But
That body
but they
language
have
did not concur.
Well, that wasn't on camera, so I'm glad it was. But I think that the work that y'all have done is really justified.
Well, the
reason
quarter.
for
Thank you,
this increased
Commissioner.
operational.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And just to let you know, I did speak with Jason Green, and it looks like December the 5th is when he'll reserve space for us. That's a Monday.
Okay.
And the mayor of Robstown, Mayor Gomez, is also available around 4 o'clock. I think I heard somebody say 4 o'clock. He's got a utility board meeting at 6, but he said he's available. And I have not had a chance to connect with Mayor Gonzalez. He works for the school district, so he's busy all day long.
And does the bus, so we
Right,
may have to.
and he drives a bus
Right.
sometimes as well. So, yes.
Well, look, let's not mix apples and oranges. We'll get right back to that. Let's stick with this one. So we've got a motion and a second. Yeah, it was my motion.
But then he,
I know, Kara. He helped
I'm
explain
trying to
it.
clarify, yeah.
okay, so
But the motion I already had on the floor, it was
40.
it's a combination, it's a total of $50,000 allocation, 30 of which comes from contingency fund. And for the record, those were funds that were earmarked for this purpose. And the remainder comes from Commissioner Modis's SR. Okay?
And then the other 11.5 comes from
It's
another
already
budget. From
GF,
another budget.
the general fund.
General
It's
fund
already
budget,
approved,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, or whatever fund the budget,
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Discussion?
Yeah, and also just a little discussion here. Commissioner Chesney wants to make a comment.
When we did this for the REDC, I told them the same thing. My understanding is that sometimes people get percentages of money they raise, but this can't be done for this. I mean, there can't be commissions or anything else paid out of taxpayer dollars for giving money, right? I mean, this can't be one of those things where, because I don't know, some people get charged with fund, I'm not trying to take money out of your pocket, but I am, because this Commissioner Mata's request, I don't want it to be a situation where this isn't all going to the REDC. I had the same conversation because I think they raise money over there, and I don't want public dollars going to paying commissions, is what I'm saying. So I just want to make sure that that's not.
It's going to go to to staff or organizational
Yeah, I mean,
function?
it's gotta
Right,
go
we don't have that.
And I don't know that you do.
We don't.
Okay.
We don't, not from public dollars, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Hang on just one second. I'm going to bring up an item and I should have had Juan stay for this one.
I think he's outside.
Grab him for a minute.
Okay.
I'm going to advance number 11 and come right back to 8.
And
Okay?
also, Judge, on the vote
Yes.
regarding the
Oh,
notice.
yes, I'm going to come back to you. Yeah, thank you for that.
Regarding the what?
Notice, I've got to actually take a vote to, I thought we had, Jenny, but I don't mind redoing it.
I just wasn't clear that that was included in the actual motion.
Right. In the motion, John?
Yes, ma'am.
In the motion that we made earlier today to set the date
Yes, ma'am.
for the 3/12 on December 7th, I also made I thought there was a motion, but just for clarity, I'm going to make the motion to direct the notice to be posted.
Right.
All right, and is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Can I
so
just
just
ask
so
a-
you know,
Okay.
that notice.
Yeah, thank
And
you.
the reason I want you to hang out is, let's see, we got to earn.
He's not out there.
Okay, well, let me bring up the item and then just so you could hear it, because
Sure.
I think it's an interesting item for economic development as well as solving problems together.
Judge,
And-
Happy to.
just a question. What was the
Go ahead.
the account number that 30,000 was in?
The
I did-
contingency fund?
But it was what is it?
No, I
Specific
was
that we-
wrong about that.
Contingency funds,
It was from the contingency funds. Did we have, because it was set aside, it was 60,000?
85, yes, it goes to 1285.
1285, yeah. I
Thank
said
you.
75.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the reason I wanted you to hang out is because item number 11 is for us to have a really good discussion about the county transportation infrastructure funds. Those are what they lovingly refer to as CTIF. And every time we go into a new legislative session, that, depending if you're an economically disadvantaged county or not, you get a different ratio. And we have a agreement back from 2020 with the state, and that was like $700,000. I think IDA pulled that agreement. But the reason it's germane to today is that County Road 36 is so awful. It's not drivable in any safe manner for vehicle or for person. And what's happening is that the precast concrete yard is there for the Harper Bridge, as well as Martin Marietta. So you've got heavy haul there. And when it exposes itself the way it has, with tons of divots and potholes and almost a sinkhole, then the waters do come, like we had a super wet August, right? The most rain we've had in history in August occurred this August. And so then it further deteriorated. And so what we're looking for is opportunities to work with our industrial partners to get their needs accomplished. And then the people that are landlocked in there that have to use CR36 can actually function. And so I was going to approach our ADC to say, look, we really do need you. That's what you're great at. You can reach out to Flatiron, reach out to Martin Marietta. And I realized that they need to traverse that road and that they're worried about it doing the same thing again. Well, then maybe the conversation has to be that it has to be concrete, you know. But the CTIF funds will be available again this legislative session. And so I'm looking to earmark our new CTIF funds for
that area?
CR36.
Okay.
But it's going to require a partnership. And Commissioner Mott has brought this to my attention, along with, of course, every other neighbor that's out there. And it's just deteriorated worse. So I just wanted you to be aware of it because it affects economic development. It affects those industrial partners. And maybe you guys can help, no pun intended, but bridge this gap.
Sure. Have they been approached already? Do you know, Judge?
100 times.
Okay.
But
All right.
that doesn't mean that it can't be solved.
Yeah.
You know, particularly
I'll reach out to
if we have money at the table. So again, CTIF is meant for oil and gas, heavy haul roads. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. It's meant for roads that are very impacted by the industry. And so what we're going to do is hopefully this legislative session focus on
More.
Well, right, more, and it's usually 90-10 if you're economically disadvantaged and 75-25, or maybe it's 80-20. I can't remember. And so, Juan, can you tell us, the 2020 agreement was like $700,000. Did we receive those funds, and did we spend those funds?
Judge, just to answer that question, I'm having a meeting with Anna this next week, so we can go over the budget. I know we submitted our costs and material costs that we use for those projects, and also the in-kind.
Okay, so we have used it.
Yes, ma'am, but I don't know, I'm sure if the previous administration and the grants had submitted all the paperwork. So we're just kind of, that's the purpose of the meeting for next week.
Right, but for our purposes, we don't have any 2020 CTIF.
Not that I know of.
Fair enough, because really my agenda item is to say, hey, what we want to do is apply for the next round of CTIF, and I'd like to allocate those dollars to County Road 36, knowing that it's never going to be enough, but it would be the money, the seed money that we could go to the table with, let's say, an industrial partner or the city or whoever. It's so bad, and I know you know how bad it is. It's so bad as to be a danger. I'm actually considering making it a danger. It's that bad.
And Judge, I don't recall if I think Juan was already here, but we went into a partnership. So I believe I put in some funding originally, Drainage District Number 2 and City of Robstown, also to fix, there was a wooden bridge that we had there on County Road 36, and it was in horrible shape because of the heavy industrial use. And then I believe Flatiron Dragados actually donated a bridge span, concrete bridge span to fix that decaying bridge. So they've already participated that way. I know Martin Marietta does cold patch work, which, I mean, at least it's something. And we all know cold patch is not going to last very long, and it doesn't. That's the one thing I always hear from our residents is as soon as it rains or whatever, it's gone. But both companies have put in some effort. So and I've spoken with representatives from both companies recently, so they kind of just point out that that's been their buy-in, their part of it. But I think, if we can access this funding, that would be helpful. And I agree. I think, y'all the engineers, but concrete, I think, is going to be the one that holds up long-term because the asphalt just gets chewed up with those heavy, heavy trucks constantly going through there at all hours of the day. So I think that this would be a good use for that funding.
So I just got some verification. So CTIF was 311,000, and then we put in 77, okay?
Correct.
So that was designated by the state as County Road 73A. So I guess what I'm saying is that the purpose of this is to say, look, will you concur that we need to have the project so we can go fight for it? And I hate to say this, but the worse the project, the better it is for us to go fight for it.
Correct.
Because it's so bad.
Yeah,
It's
and-
like so obvious.
And I think that's going to probably be some type of an agreement. I'm not sure, Judge, because that road does fall within the city of Robstown.
Right.
So we
It'd
don't,
just
so
be
we don't
an
maintain.
interlocal.
Yeah, so we don't maintain it. And then if I'm not mistaken, I think for the CTIF, we submitted like 10 projects, a list of projects at that time. So that's something that I'll probably have to get with TxDOT and see if we need to use that same list and look at that list to make sure 36 is on there. So that's something that I need to look into.
Could you, that needs to be done as soon as possible. And I know I emailed you about that. That is critical because we can do two things. We can say it's your problem, or we can understand that that's why cities are inside counties. When they did CTIF, they meant it to be for inside the county. It doesn't have to be a county road. And that's the clarification we're trying to get from TxDOT right now.
Okay.
And make sure 36 is included so we can use it, or any other road, right? But that's why I put it on here. It doesn't have to be done today, but it's to get everybody's attention that 36 is a huge liability, period. And as long as we've got our ADC at our back with our, I just think it's a great project to really start working on.
Okay.
With the future funds.
Okay.
Or SIB. I'm ready to look at state infrastructure bank funds, but Robstown, the connectivity there is required, right? It's hooking up to our major thoroughfares. And you have to use 36 to get to certain locations. There's no other choice. So I'll just kind of put it back on again, maybe in like a couple of courts. But I think that's one that you'll just ask TxDOT. Really, all you do is supplement. Just supplement your list.
Okay. And I'll work with Commissioner Modis.
And I've already put a call into Valente. So, I mean, like I said, I'm not willing to do the old waiting game. We've been waiting for too long. I want to see this really advance immediately before somebody gets killed.
Okay.
Because that's what's going to happen. It's that bad.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right,
Appreciate it.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Commissioners.
All right, and we have, I'd love to take a little break here. Let's work till 2. And there's a lot of these that are going to go fast. The first one is the approval, because I believe it's in order with the interlocal. It's number 12 with CSCD, and it's the purposes of services and assistance to the magistrate and the district courts. This is all under SB 6. Thank you to the state of Texas. Jenny, everything's good here, I believe.
Yes, hold on.
This is item 12.
Can't hear you, Jenny.
Yes, that was worked through our office.
There's ARPA funds?
Yes.
Well, we currently have 3 employees. 2 of them are currently still being paid from the general fund. One's being paid from the ARPA funds, and these still do the same qualifications.
We're keeping it the same.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so in other words, it's
One
for
of the
another
employees-
fiscal
yes,
year.
Yes.
Right, so it's 153,000 from ARPA for the next fiscal year, for that one employee?
No, the 150,000, the entire amount, like, so it was only 50,000 for one employee.
Oh, got it. Okay,
The
so,
rest is being paid out of 3,300 general fund.
right, okay, so what's ARPA, just so we can keep it?
It's around 40 to 50,000.
50,000,
This
all
has
right.
already been budgeted though, right?
Yes,
This
yes.
is just a ratification
Correct.
of an agreement.
Well, there was a required change because it was written called risk assessment, and because Senate Bill 6 changed a lot of stuff, they just had to change how it was written.
It's no more money than we already have allocated.
No additional funds, no.
Motion to approve, Judge.
Okay,
Second.
motion and second, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, and number 13, this is, you met her last week, Donica Obregon, our Chief
Motion
Public
to
Defender,
ratify.
and it's just a ratification. Motion is accepted by made by Chesney, seconded by Gonzalez. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then, all right, going back to, let's see, anybody else waiting here? Daryl, I'll try to take care of you so you don't have to keep on waiting for hours.
Judge, 17's pretty quick,
All right, I'm coming here.
if you're looking for quick.
I am looking for quick. Let's do it. It's a City of Corpus Christi annexing the areas that you pointed out before.
Yes,
County
ma'am.
Road 18 to 286 and 43, Farm to Market to 244, and to County Road 18.
Judge, I would make a motion to pass this resolution.
And again, just so everybody knows, we're requesting the city to formally annex, but Commissioner, they already know it's coming, and they've already indicated that this is be welcome.
And actually, it was their instigation, but because of the law changes by the legislature, we have to request because we're the landowner now, so it has to be a voluntary annexation.
Just wanted to throw
so-
that on the record.
Right, so we have to request. Yes, ma'am. No, I was just furthering the record. Yeah.
All right, and there's a motion, and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Daryl, you've got two. Moving over to HR, and,
18's quick, too.
and also Michael's been here forever. So Daryl first, the reclassifications, you've got a systems analyst, and you're going to be doing some, as they say, some movement, but doesn't change your budget. Tell us about it.
No budget change, yes. We have 6 systems analysts in the IT department, and one of those is empty right now, but a couple of them are senior analysts, and then we've got 2 that are regular systems analysts. And that's a little out of parity because the 2 that are at just systems analysts are a little bit older like myself and have been in it for a very long time, so they've got a whole lot of experience, and so it's kind of a parity fix, but also one of those qualifies as a supervisor, so that's the biggest deal here, I think, on this is that one of them is just to get from a systems analyst to a senior position, but the other one, that's creating a new position that supervises the whole analyst staff, and this is all on the technical side. When I emphasize the word supervisor, not manager, because it's not about personnel. It's about technical projects. So the supervisor is still an analyst, still works on projects of their own. But as it treks with the pay group, is that a systems analyst is a 32, senior analyst is a 33, and then this supervisor position would be a 34. There would always only be one supervising analyst. They've already been acting in that position, so I'm already seeing some great improvement in that area. But to fund both of these positions, which is something I wanted to do anyway, is to freeze one of the microcomputer specialist positions. So the savings in salary would actually be a positive. There won't be a negative impact, and certainly we don't have to move any funds into the IT salary budget.
And again, just because there was a lot there, all this gets to happen because someone's leaving and you're not going to replace them, because that's always the concern. It's not like we're reshuffling the deck and then still going to have a position that's open. That position's going away, and that allows for the reshuffling in the manner that you believe is best for your department.
Yes. We have 2 microcomputer specialist positions that have always been filled, and when all is said and done, only one of those will be filled and the other one will be frozen, which is fine because it's really mostly an entry-level position.
Okay.
These people that that are moving up because of people that have left the department, and in these 2 positions, these are people that are very highly experienced, and we don't want to lose any of them. So I feel like the restructuring we've been doing in the IT department, there are other items we have going on to get everybody back to that side of the building. That's very important to me. But it's getting everything lined up real well where we can focus on more projects than a lot of them even realize we need it on the table and be working on. So it's going to vamp us up quite a bit to where everybody's equally busy as well, and there's plenty to do, and we can survive without the second microcomputer specialist position being filled.
Understood. Okay.
So, well, let me
is
make
there
sure.
a
Is
question?
Is it freezing or is it doing away with the position? Because if we freeze it, then it's going to be, if he unfreezes it at some point, it's going to be a budget hit.
Right now, there's, like you said, there's two positions that he has. He's going to one is vacant position, and he's saying he will not fill that position for an extended period of time. He'll most likely freeze the position to be able to qualify these two increases. Now, once this comes up, he'll have to bring it back to court to unfreeze it, or at that point in time, either eliminate it or reestablish it.
Okay, so we would have to make the motion to approve this, subject to that position being frozen indefinitely until being brought back to the court.
That's correct.
So how about let's do that then? That sounded pretty good.
I'll take that as a motion just because the way
That's
you
on
said it.
3 and 4, right?
Just,
Is that okay?
that'd be
Four
good.
and 5.
That'd be good to do both of them at the same time.
So-
And that's fine with the clerk, right? All right, motion and seconded by Gonzalez. Any further questions or comments for Darrell? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Darrell, while you're here, let's take care of F1. You're asking us to reinstate an agreement.
Yeah, there's a different term that the county attorney's office wanted us to use, which is just simply reauthorizing it. So it's it's more of a formality. But I came in the past to terminate the Televon agreement, and which was approved. And I sent the letter certified, and it got dropped off to somebody. Unfortunately, it wasn't Televon. They had moved, and I didn't have their current address, which I have now. But anyway, it led to us going back and forth because I realized they were still working out there. And so we had some emails go around, and so I told them about the termination because I had to inquire about it, and that's when I found out they never received it. Of course, there was a wonder about why that was happening. And there was a lot of lack of transparency in the program. I wasn't getting enough information out of them. Televon is the one that they audit our telecommunication services.
Got it.
And the primary, by almost 100%, is looking at very old telephone lines. And the county has a lot of them, and they really need to go away. So anyway, in light of all of this, they ended up sending me all the information that I'd been wanting in a spreadsheet, and it was a very good information, just what I'd been looking for. And then we followed that the next day with a very lengthy meeting where we covered quite a bit of territory. And so they're very good at other information. And as it turned out of our conversation, I realized that I could use them quite a bit as we move forward on our end, which is to eliminate these lines. Some of them will go away, others will get modernized to where it's a different technology. We don't use old phone lines anymore. If you're wondering about these, they're like fax lines that still use old telephone lines. Could be the main phone number at a community center or something like this that we can modernize. And then also your intrusion alarms and your fire alarms use these as well. We have devices we can put in equipment for fax and voice lines that modernize them, make them use cell technology. And then the intrusion alarms and the fire alarms, they have devices they can switch out where they can do the same thing. And so what we want to do is keep Televon on board. They'll work with us well throughout this process, and it will kind of self-exhaust, meaning that whenever we have eliminated all these lines, then we'll probably be looking at a termination at that time.
Okay.
But they do still realize some savings. That's just getting less and less.
Okay. So you guys have worked it out, and this is ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Well, then, is there a motion to approve this new agreement, or the reinstatement of the agreement? All right. Motion, and I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, Darrell, I think that's all you have on this agenda today.
Yes.
Okay. And just kind of in a strange way, working backwards here, but looking for the easy, low-hanging fruit. I just asked Ida if the constable's coming back, so she was getting back with me. That's why I'm skipping number 2. But Dale, you've got one budget change order, and then I wanted to go to this item number 24 to have you help me with getting all the pay groups straightened out for the county attorney's office. But on your budget change order, we can do that one quickly.
Yes, this is very quickly. This is the first change order for the fiscal year. This is required budget. Our building superintendent has an employee that's going to go on extended military leave, and they don't want to be shorthanded, so they're just moving some salary amounts to cover some temporary that they make sure they keep the department running.
Okay. All right. I'll make the motion to approve that budget change order.
Second,
It's the
how
first
long is that going to be?
Extended period. They didn't give time, but extended military leave.
So it's not like the 2 weeks?
No, they said it's a very long, lengthy military leave.
A deployment or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Had to be deployment.
All right. Again, I've got the motion on the floor, just looking for a second. Second. Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. And going back, let's see here, in time, I've got another one here. It's the one that I was asking you about. It's the clarification for the implemental changes to the county attorney pay groups 24, just to kind of
What
finish the
number,
whole HR thing.
What number?
It's number 24 I understood
Yes,
it was
I
just a
can
clarification.
explain what happened. When the county attorney submitted their requests for budget reclassifications during the year, they had 2 vacancies and they just forgot to include those vacancies. And when we adopted the budget, we went in and make sure all pay groups were the same for all individuals. So we just want to make sure HR and everybody has the right mode that all the employees that were qualifying for the raise for the county attorney are qualified and meet the requirements to be reclassified to make sure they're in the same pay group per position code.
And again, this is no additional
No
cost,
additional
the
cost,
way
no.
I read this.
No,
Okay.
no additional cost.
Motion
No additional
to-
cost, just the clarification
Just
of the
clarification.
actual.
Motion
Yes.
to clarify.
All right, motion and a second
That's
by
24,
Gonzalez on 24, and all those, and if there's any questions or comments, okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, this is probably an excellent time with 5 minutes before 2. When we come back, believe it or not, we only have 2 major items to talk about. It's going to center around
16,
presentations from ABM regarding the county and LAN.
We do 16
and
and
then
18,
also,
John? I'm sorry.
I
16
said-
and 18, did we do those?
no, I'm saying that when we come back from our break, that we'll handle 2 major objects. One is the TERS, and the other one's the countywide ABM projects. And so we'll be back.
Talking about 18, though.
18, that's a quick one, Judge. If you have time, if you don't, that's fine.
I'm just going to
If you want to take a break,
go to
that's
the
fine.
bathroom
No,
and
no, no, that's
let
fine.
everybody else. I'm
say
an
we
hour
haven't
beyond where I really wanted it to be.
Fine.
So we will do I'll take a motion for this one. I'd like to come back at 2:15. That gives everybody a chance to at least get
So moved,
something.
Judge.
All right, and a second. I'll second it, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, see y'all back here. All right, we're going to, here comes Miss Jenny. And it would be nice if we could get Ida here for this one because it's ERP. So, but I'm going to at least go real slow here and let everybody get a chance to come in. But it's 2:03 p.m. And you know what I forgot, Lorenzo? Did I give you a time when we came off the record? I did? Emma says she caught it. I'm not sure I said it, but I was thinking it telepathically. It was like 5 minutes till 2. I would have called it 1:55. Okay? So here comes everybody. And coming back on the record, we're going to let Michael make his presentation, and then we'll conclude with the TERS conversation. And I'm sorry, not conclude, but move into TERS, and then finally to our energy savings performance contracts. And so let's move to Michael.
Okay, it should be item 3C1.
Thanks, Michael.
I'll keep it short because we've talked a few times on this one. This is the Enterprise Resource Planning System and replacement of time clocks, RFP number 3193-22. I'll remind the court that we had received 3 proposals and that the committee met and made a recommendation for A-Light Solutions Workday. There was a presentation that Noe Hinojosa came to court last week, and the court approved a method of financing. And so I've passed out already to each of you the amounts that would need to be financed, depending on the options that you choose. And so at this point, we're just need the vote of the court on which direction they'd like the county to take on the enterprise-wide software solution. And then that will help us to get with NOE and finalize the terms of any financing options.
Correct. And so I'm going to bring Daryl up, and just for kind of bring us back to, my recollection is that A-Light and Workday, which was the option in the middle, we were able to ask you to go back, Michael, and really look at it and have everybody's comparisons. And Daryl, just again for the record, A-Light and Workday represents all the tools that we need inside this software, and so does Precision, but the first one does not. I just want to make sure, because there is a disparity on the dollars, but that has to do with the fact that they're not supplying all that we truly need in the global sense of the software.
Yes, my greatest concern, of course, is from an IT angle, and so we're looking at it as the type of application that we're speaking of here. So the concern from IT is that the more expensive one is going to be the more premier one in terms of operating well as a software as a service solution, and so we're concerned about the integrity of it in the sense that Workday is much more modernized, designed to run in the cloud, has many more automation features to it and more integration features. There are, in looking at, I'm limited on information that I can provide. Commissioner Chesney had asked about some information from like consultants I speak with, but even with consultants that I use, I can't provide them information on the bids themselves. And what they don't do is they don't provide negative reports on anyone. They gather information. They work with many clients. So per a software review of what they have, I had 260 respondents for Workday that weighed them out, and on the average they had 80 and up to 90% of approval across all the aspects that get measured, and they were at the enterprise level, made a couple of the lists in there. The other did not make the list for anyone. They did have some research, but only with 11 respondents, and they were in the mid-sized category. That's why it took me a while to find them anyway. But there was quite a contrast in the reviews that were received. And my area of concern is the functionality of it, how it's going to perform for us. how we can automate with it, because we're looking at doing a lot with this system. To give you an example, I do know that they have the human capital management piece to it in Workday, which is used by Walmart, who has over 3 million employees that use it globally. So that's where the concern comes in at. Everybody makes their demos look real good, but another thing is I'm in a community where I see, because we do run ExecuTime, which is a portion of the one that we're not recommending. And when I look at the community, by having just ExecuTime here, even though we don't use it like the other people do, we just collect time with it. They actually have an installation of it, and so I see emails going around, and it's kind of like a blog, and it's actually this community belongs to the vendor itself, so they're included in it as well. But I see a whole lot of it's very modular the way it's put together. The modules came about at different times, and you have clients out there that are running various versions of the different modules, as opposed to the one that we are recommending being a single application. There's just all the clients run on one version, the same version across the board. And that makes a lot of difference, because the first thing you want to know is, okay, if I choose somebody that has clients with varying versions at the modular level, what are you going to tell me? How do you put together the roadmap of what our software is going to look like? ExecuTime has one version. Your HR piece has a different version. Which version, when you put the whole system together, what version are we getting of everything? So it gets kind of confusing when I look at these people about how they survive. Somebody has a problem and they get told, well, you're not running the right version of this module. And so they get that version and it may break something else. And so it just keeps stemming from that. And so I can see what's going on there. And then with the fact that we're going to be running in a cloud, like I said, demos look real good, but whenever you put on 100, 200 people using this system simultaneously, and you're trying to get full functionality out of it, I'm seeing where these people aren't getting that. It just never seems to be real clean out there the way that it's running. And I'm very concerned about being able to automate. By automate, I mean that you've got workflow processes so that we can go from a position creation all the way through an application process, an onboarding process, and this system is automatically creating certain accounts, works with our network domain to create accounts for us, and notifies us via email. And if you're using any third-party products, then the one that we're suggesting integrates with a whole lot of different players out there. So I just see where it's just got all the modern functionality that we're going to want in the system. And of course, Dale would have to speak more on the as an ERP system. It's more with a finance group where they're doing payroll, asset management. There's a lot of different pieces to this. So I have to lean towards the one that's most modernized and most running as a single application. It's all the company does, and all their clients running on a single version. It just says a lot for itself. That's where I have to put my support. I want everybody to fully understand that as an IT director and our whole IT department, whatever decision is made, IT will be fully behind it to make it go as well as possible, and we'll want it to go good, whatever is chosen. And so that's the kind of support that we'll go forward with. The other type of support is about supporting the decision where we're putting accountability out there. And that concerns me about putting my accountability on the line for something that I just don't feel good about like this.
Understood. Well, in light of that, I mean, I have to be able to rely on the expert, and it seems after thorough vetting that Workday is the best solution at this time for Nueces County for all the reasons that you've brought forth. And I'd like to make a motion that we do select Workday and move forward in this transition that certainly will take some time. And before we get into discussion, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's discuss if anybody has any thoughts. I know
I do.
Commissioner Chesney does. Go ahead.
Thank you, Darrell. I got to tell you, I couldn't be any more disappointed in this presentation today. We had a meeting the last time we were here. It was represented that you would be providing me something to look at and analyze and be able to go through. And I haven't heard from you until 8:20 this morning when you tried to reach out to me while I was trying to get my final preparations for court. Didn't have the time. So I'm gonna make it really clear. I have no comfort level whatsoever with this because I have, again, nothing in the background today in the documentation that provides anything in writing that compares these two things. I've got a bid analysis that said that all three, that said the two, the one that's the lowest meets all the respondents, that yes, 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 they're lower. I have been asking for, I don't know how long, for backup on this and something in writing that I could understand, and I've had absolutely zero. So I am super frustrated with this. I am not happy about this. I'm still no more comfortable in voting for this than I was before. And this is the first big deal. And Darrell, I got to tell you, I'm really unhappy with this. I'm going to vote no to that motion because I have a clue what the right thing to do is, because I'm not comfortable, and everybody gets to make their decision the way they want to. I'm not comfortable just listening to you tell me that it's okay. I've told you what gets me comfortable, and no one has provided it to me in months. So this is still wrong the way we're doing this. As far as I know, the one that's lower does meet everything because it says yes, 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 yes on the addendums, and all I have to go on is people telling me that's. I have been here 8 years, and I have never said it was okay just to tell me something. For 8 years, I have been consistent and said, please provide me the backup. Please show me what I need. I mean, this is not the first time I've said it. It's not the last time. And I've got nothing to base a decision on other than your word. No offense. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't go on anybody's word without backup. I'm going to ask questions no matter what, no matter who you are. And I mean, this is not, I'm just, I don't even know what to ask. I've told you, I don't understand IT well enough to even follow 3/4 of what you said. So yeah, I have to rely on what you said, but I have to go read it. And it was absolutely told me, you absolutely, Commissioner, you'll do it. The judge said, hey, will you share with me who you'll, I said, sure, when I figure out who that is, but I've got nothing to share because nobody's giving me anything. So I'm in no way, shape, or form ready to vote on this based on the lack of information I've been provided. Thank you.
So who's really the low bidder?
Are there any other comments? I've got a few, but my concern is, and you know this from Noe's presentation, we do need to make a decision. I don't know if your comments are, I don't want to vote on it today, or I just can't vote on it.
If I'm forced to vote on it, I'm going to vote no.
Okay,
And I'm telling you why. So
I understand.
not because I'm mad, because I am mad.
I see that.
And I'm not going to even go for the record and make sure you understand I'm doing this to a male judge, since you say I only do it to females. That the bottom line here is this is not an appropriate presentation. We have a presentation, in my opinion, we have a bid that is millions of dollars less than what the approval is today. And I am not going to spend millions, not thousands, not hundreds, but millions more dollars of taxpayer dollars with no backup, with no analysis, with no detail, of which I gave plenty of time for. So I am absolutely frustrated. If I'm forced to vote today with what I've got in front of me, then I have to vote no because there is a lower bid by millions of dollars. So I want to explain that. So I'm not making this as an emotional decision. Even though I'm not happy about it, I'm making it because I got no backup.
Okay, I understand. I have a quick question because I think, Michael, I think we've already done it, so I apologize if we couldn't, but I can talk about everything on here, right? Just not, or not?
Okay.
Because I know there's some rules.
I have to remind the court,
Yeah,
and I
please.
understand Commissioner's frustration, but this court voted some time ago to change the construction of our selection committees. And that means now that we're in this boat today because we don't have two of y'all available to sit with us and get all the information so that you could then share that information with the rest of the court. Also, because we're in the process of selection, I can't talk about, Daryl can't talk about certain things that were in that selection committee. Now, every commissioner, once the selection committee has finished our work, and we finished our work several courts ago when we first presented our recommendation, y'all had from that day until now at any point to come down and review all the submissions of any of the clients that provided, not clients, but any of the vendors that provided information to our office to try to review. I know it would be an impossible task because Daryl and I have seen those submissions. They're all this thick. It's a difficult task. And so
I have a question. May I
have a
not
question.
refer, okay, as soon as I finish, I'll call on you. May I refer to them as just company 1, 2, and 3? And just talk, because what I really wanted to discuss is that Commissioner Chesney is accurate in that there is a bid. There are 3 bids. I'm going to try to be, you say, hold your hand up when you don't want me to move. I'm going to go real slow so I can not get into it. There's 3 bids. They were reviewed by a committee. The 3 bids are varied. Like one is, call it low, one is middle, and one is high. And they all, ironically, differentiate themselves by about the same amount, right? So the lowest is the delta of where the highest is.
Correct.
And the one that the motion's on the floor for is the one that sits in the middle. Are we okay so far? I haven't violated any?
Right.
Okay. And so I guess what I'm saying is when Workday has been with us on a couple of occasions, they had a PowerPoint presentation, or let's call it a presentation. Is that available once again for us where we could maybe find that and distribute it so people could be reminded of the whys of work of this particular one that I've made made the motion to select? Because I'm mindful of 2 things. One, interest rates. We have a window here of which we have to be able to contract with this group and go out for financing. And the ERP software obviously runs the whole show.
Right.
And we're not choosing here and we're not choosing here. We're choosing here. And it's my understanding, based upon the information that is sitting in procurement, all the voluminous information that's available to all of us, that it showcases, or you're representing that it showcases as the CIO, Chief Information Officer, that it showcases in the available information that only the one in the middle is the least amount of money for the horsepower that we need as a county, without getting into any disparaging comments about X company or Z company. As it turns out, the one in the middle gets the job done for the least amount of money.
Right, and so that's the task that falls to the selection committee on every project, is to digest this information. In this particular project, we were given on-site demos for basically a half a day each for them to come down and walk us through individually all of the different processes that we were going to be utilizing so we could better understand and see how it looks and feels. And so Dale conducted those meetings with the vendors. And so I guess what I'm telling you is, based on all of that information that we were able to see, we're representing to you what we feel is the best solution for the county. Now, it does cost more than another solution, which is representing themselves to say that they can do all of the same things. And so you can only base your decision on the information that is submitted on the bid and what they did in the demos. We can't add any additional information to form a new opinion from the selection committee's perspective, but the court now has received the word from the selection committee as our recommendation, and now it falls to the court to decide on which method that they want to support going forward. I don't know how else to say it. As with all the information and knowledge that Dale and Daryl and I have, and Ida, on which one we recommended, we're telling you we'd like to use Workday. It does cost more. If the court does not feel comfortable with that, then the court needs to select the option that's less expensive. And then, as Darrell mentioned and Dale has said before, we'll get behind whatever that choice is of the courts. But I don't know that we're ever going to get enough information to anybody on this.
But you guys are the users, and the users are telling us that the less expensive version is not going to pay dividends in the long run for this county with the call it the bandwidth that we have. That's my concern. As you remember, we all said, hey, let's go with the lowest, right? But then you brought back information, and that information said that it may look better, but it's not going to give you everything that you need.
I don't think that's I don't think that the two products that are being offered are the same in every
Fair
aspect,
enough.
is what I would say.
Question for you. On the year one, year two, what you're showcasing for us here, Michael, is their breakdown, or can you explain a little?
The first time I gave you all the whole 10-year run out
Correct.
of what those costs were. Since Noe came and presented, and what Dale had asked for was that the financing be considered for year one and year two, because each company has somewhere between a 12 to 18-month window to get this system rolled out and converted over. And so during that time, we're going to have to maintain payments on our current system, which is the One Solution system. And so we want to be able to finance that additional system. It's like we're having, we're trying to sell our house and we bought a new house, and we're going to be paying two payments at the same time. And so this is the amount that we would need Noe to finance for us for year one, year two, and the setup piece.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Okay, and then finally, and I'll open it up for other questions. If we get into, when we buy this, it's for how many years? I mean, the first one lasted 30 years, Darrell.
So in the bid, we set it up as a 5-year contract with
Yes.
an opportunity for a 5-year renewal.
That's what I was
So
wondering.
in 5 years, we would have opportunity to renew for another 5 years, or we could rebid at that point if we weren't satisfied with the results. Although I would say our intention behind that was, we know that when we make this decision and we go through all of this work, we're going to expect it to be here for probably 10 to 20 years. And so
Right.
How many chances do you get to shape, what the county's going to be utilizing for that long of a period of time? And so that's probably why Darrell and Dale and I are recommending what we consider to be a higher quality item for most wide ability to service all of our needs going into the future.
And when we talked the last time, maybe 2-3 courts ago, we talked about the human capital sort of payback here. Like, the first one might be cheaper, but the way you explained it to me, the human capital that's going to be expended in not having all the bells and whistles that the middle one does more than makes up for the differential. Can you maybe better explain? I don't know if that would soften
But that's what
anything
Judge-
here. I know you were looking for it.
And those are valid points. That's all I was looking for,
I
was
know.
that we didn't get this analysis.
But-
This is what's so frustrating. And I got to clear something up. One thing that Michael said, absolutely not true. I can't go back and share with any member of the court if I'm on a selection committee with another member of the court, and neither can that member of the court. So if there's two members of the court.
I didn't mean to indicate
That's what
that.
you said.
No, what
He meant with us.
Hold on. Let me finish. I let you finish.
Sure.
You said because we changed the committee system, we can play back the tape if you want to. You said because we changed the committee system, we now then can't go back and share the information with the court. We couldn't share it anyway, number one. And number two, it has no bearing on what has happened here today, because I was guaranteed that I would be provided, this court would be provided an analysis. Because I told you the last time this came up, Michael, I'm not going to go down there and try to read all those submissions because I don't understand them. This is why I asked for what I asked for. So we are here today in no way, shape, or form of what you said. Your assessment is incorrect, in my opinion, because we are here today because this court was, in my opinion, this court may still vote for it, and that's okay. We are here today because I was not provided the information as background, and if the IT director, with all due respect, cannot provide a summary of the comparison of these two analyses to this court, we've got a big problem. The IT director, just like any other department head, should be able to provide a summary of the proposal to this court to help us, especially in an area that I am extremely not good at trying to figure out. So we are here because I don't have what I need to do to make, that's not why we're here. That's why I'm here. That's why I feel like I'm in this position. And that's why I'm so frustrated, is because I can't make a decision just based on what y'all are telling me. And the judge makes great points that probably this report would have backed up. Maybe if someone would have said, and someone could have analyzed exactly what she's saying in a report that said the capital, the what do you call it, Judge?
I just said that it was when I sat down and asked
you have
them.
a great point. If someone would have just
That the
given us
human
that
capital,
analysis.
well, I mean, I want to hear from others to see if we can get this across the finish line. I believe it's in our best interest to get this across the finish line, but if we can't, I might have, as they say, door number 2 for today. But Commissioner Modas, you were moving your mic.
Oh, and I did have one other suggestion, Judge. If you
Okay.
wanted to pass if you wanted to do something on the bond, that's a different subject. Like, we could still, I apologize, I got too cranked up there, but we could pass something in regards to your interest rate concerns and then still hold off on the decision, but then have the bonds in place, because if we didn't use all the bonds we passed, there are other good projects I'm sure we could use them for. So that was another thought that I had too but if the rest of the court's okay with voting for it, then we don't need to do that. Sorry, I apologize, John.
I'll call that door number 3. That's very interesting. Okay, I like it, but let's hear from Commissioner Modas.
Thank you, Judge. I do feel strongly, maybe not as strongly as Commissioner Chesney, on wanting to be able to see more of that data just so we can have it. But I think this is still a learning process, right? This is different. And the feeling I got, especially hearing Daryl present, is that's why you were hired. You're the expert. And I felt very good about a lot of the recommendations that you've brought to us. But today was really that epitome of we did the right thing 2 years ago. And it's because of your skill set that you had here with the county and then in the private sector, then coming back to us. That's what we want. That's what I think why the court in general supported the policy of making the selection committees non-court members so that we could rely on the expertise to come and present to us. Now, with that said, I'll take your word, but it's much easier when we have it in writing, right? So I don't want to stop this process today because we don't have the data before us. I trust in you. If I can't trust in you to tell me, then it goes well beyond potentially, a couple $1 million or more difference. That is a big chunk to swallow. It is. It is something that the public, I'm sure, will be very concerned about supporting. But you need to give us that data so we can turn around and share it, so we can verify and validate why we're supporting it, right? So hearing it today helps, because I'll tell you, when I heard it, I'm like, my gosh, this was the right thing. Getting the experts together, having court represented through IDA, purchasing through IT and through auditors, having that group be able to look at these bids very subjectively, and I think we have too when we've had court members, but taking any idea of politics aside and relying on our professional staff that specialize in these areas, they're the ones that are going to make the best recommendation. They have to live with it, they understand it, and especially, Daryl, you live it, and you realize it. So that's the sense I got. But I totally agree as far as we need that documentation. But I can't let that concern stop us from what I think would be the best policy moving forward, especially after we heard Noe bring to us last week. So I'm going to be in favor of it because I think we need to move forward, and I do trust in y'all's research in this and expertise, but I would strongly suggest that next time that we do have as much backup documentation to provide that and to get it to us obviously way before court date, right? I know sometimes things happen and you just may not get it until up to that moment. I understand our policy is usually we cannot reveal these numbers until typically day of the court, and we can go or we can go sign in with you, Michael, and review it, but we have to sign that NDA. But
And I'll just clarify, that's not to see the scores. You won't see the scores until I come to court.
So I'm sorry, the packet.
But as far as reviewing the packets.
Right, the packet. I'm sorry.
Once the committee has completed our work and we've got a decision kind of made, even before I come to court, that's the point at which the commissioners can come and view the information. And I can try to do a better job of informing y'all that we've completed our work on this project and let you know that the door is now open when you want to come and view information. Certainly can make that available.
I think that will help a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say that, I mean, we're not in the business of punishing the county, right? And in the sense, or anybody. In other words, I think if I said to you, okay, everyone stop, freeze. Remember that? Like freeze. Daryl, run back to your office, get on your laptop, come up with 4 bullet points for A, B, and C. I know you could do it. But at the end of the day, it's going to have the same effect. I'm trusting in you that you who understand this software, its applications, and its potential liabilities, if any, make you determine that B is the right one. And this happens a lot. You have outliers. You have bids that are way too expensive, and you say to yourself, wow, they're way off base. Then you have ones that are way the other way, and you know that should send up a red flag. Not always, but in this case with IT, none of us here have the IT background to really discern. I think the point should be made that it is helpful to have, because really what it is backup, for the lack of a better terminology. It's backup so that when somebody says, why would you make that choice? It wasn't just Daryl said, right? But if we'd sort of been paying attention, you know, to the writing on the wall, what I'm hearing you articulate over and over again that just really sinks it for me is this, like I said, it's literally the ball sinking, is that if we choose the wrong one, this could have really bad ramifications for us long term. And therefore, it's a penny wise, a pound foolish. We really need to choose the right one for the next 20 years. Choose it today and trust that that's the right version. And let's not get into a situation where, forgive me, but we're mad at your lack of, you know, putting the backup as a reason to say no. In other words, Commissioner Chesney, I hope maybe if I gave him the time to get you the backup, I don't think it's going to change your opinion or his opinion if he gets it to you.
I have no idea. I don't have what I have. I can just abstain because I don't have my conflict being that I don't have enough data to make a decision if the rest of the court wants to feel comfortable voting on it.
Well, it's just that I feel comfortable knowing that this has been, when we came back, we vetted it, you know, and I don't think that he's able to, within the scope of the RFP, discuss anything that would be. Now, I was going to ask Jenny if.
In executive session.
Right. Is there any exception that you could see under security, right? I mean, I was thinking that our technology is part of our, it is a stretch, but I am asking if you could then come into the protection zone of discussing this contract or potential contract. Would that suffice? I'll be honest with you, it's stretching it. But I'm happy for you to say yes. Because I want to see us get a product that's good.
So right now, we're not actually, what you guys are not recommending the low bidder or what? Well, I got a little confused here.
Yeah, so in this case, and it is very unusual, typically we are recommending the low bidder, but in this case, we're recommending the second low bidder.
Well, you know, it happened before already, like, I don't know how many times.
And this is a proposal.
Where we skipped the low bidder, and that's not right. I mean, the process, that's why we have the process, right?
Well, this process is different than a bid process, sir. This is an RFP. It's a proposal. And so in that manner, we have to weigh more than just price in the options. And so that is represented when we provided the scoring for each of the vendors. They received a score for their experience, their work performance history, and their cost. And so we provided that back to the court.
So you awarded the highest score here then, or what?
When we're awarding the company that received the highest score from Ida, Dale, Daryl, and I. And that's what we're recommending the court to select. Now, it happens to be this time that the one we're recommending to select is not the lowest priced option.
But it's the best package.
But we believe it's the best overall value for the county, for the employees that have to use the system every day. All the thousands of people that are in here are going to be using this system. We don't have a big entourage behind us, but if I could, I would have them all in here to tell you that their lives are going to be better with one system versus another.
So when they submit their bids or proposals, do they understand that they're not, the score really, I mean, is not really the big difference here? That even they score the lowest, it's not going to put them on the map? I mean, I don't understand this, Mike. Sometimes we put them on, we go to a high bidder, we go to a low bidder, then, of course, you got proposals, you got bidders, you got.
Because the price relative to the other scoring items has a lower weight in this bid than the other options. So they're getting graded higher on experience, performance, and capabilities of the software than price. And so price is not the deciding factor. I mean, it's part of it, definitely, and that's what y'all have to decide on, what level of investment the county wants to make in our future.
Right, and go ahead, finish up.
So what it wouldn't just, I mean, if that's the case, maybe we just need to go to the highest number, because that seems like they're probably maybe better experienced, more qualified.
So in the two examples that are the highest two, they are both providing the same exact software product at two different prices. So that comparison between the highest one and the second highest one is an apples to apples. That's two of the exact same thing. One is going to cost you a lot more. So that decision is easy to make. I'm going to pick the lower one of that same item. But now on the lowest price item, that's a different software package. So that's a different comparison. So what we're saying is that the one that's in the lowest price is a different software product than the one that we're recommending.
So,
and so the one there in the middle of the page that I gave you is the one that we're recommending that we think is going to serve the county well into the future.
They're providing the same kind of services. So what made them different that they got, I mean, and it was less money or more money. So really here the only difference is what they're charging? The only difference is here between both of them, what they're charging us?
No, that's not the only difference. I think we've been on the record multiple times now giving information to the court about what we felt the different capabilities were with one system versus the other system. Darrell went into it, Dale went into it 2 courts ago already as to the different advantages that we felt that one was going to provide over the other. The one that we're recommending also is going to bring in multiple software packages under one, whereas if you select the option on the bottom, we're still going to have to keep some modular software packages that don't integrate with that system.
The last thing I got to Mike is that I want to take a point the Commissioner made, Commissioner Chesney, is that I really didn't like the analysis you made either, but blaming us for changing the way we select, I really don't appreciate the fact that, and I know you might probably not have made it that way, but it came out that way, right? I mean, I'm sure you can find a lot of people out there that can be part of this committee if you need them. So, I just wanted to know that I kind of feel the same way. I got the same vibes Commissioner Chesney got.
I think y'all both took that in the wrong and probably the worst light that it could have been taken in, because what I was trying to indicate was if you were on the committee with us, you would have been in the room reading the proposals. You would have been at the demonstrations. And so you would have all of the same knowledge yourself that we had, so that when it came time to talk in court like we are right now, there would be someone sitting behind the bench who could then...
Well, we still can talk about it anyway.
Well, at this point, you could then be in support of and understand why the committee is recommending. But when you're not in the room, you have no idea about what we've seen.
And I understand
you're having to rely fully on our word.
Point very well there.
But that's all I was trying to make, is that you're not in the room.
Let me ask Jenny back again if any thoughts. I'm not giving you much time.
Thank you. Hold on, Mike. Thank you a lot for your response. I really appreciate it.
I believe the applicable portion would be 551089, and unless there is a significant security issue.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. I mean, I was stretching, but I had to ask. Look, I mean, again, I hope that you will have confidence and faith. We have pushed this for so long. It really does need to be decided. It is in the best interest of the county. And the only thing I'm going to do is, it's your recommendation, but I have not heard from you. I mean, I know you were in the committee. I know you voted in the affirmative, but do you also recommend Workday? Because at the end of the day, you're the one that's managing these departments. They're asking for this on behalf of CIO, well, really IT. Can you just verbally tell this court, because that will help make this decision if you also recommend it? I mean, we either recommend or we don't recommend. We should listen to staff recommendation in the areas that we are not, knowledgeable in.
Yes. So this company is providing them based on the analysis and whatever we got from them, that they're the best qualified to, and they're going to last longer, and we're going to have a benefit in the long run. That's what they're showing.
Okay. All right. Well, then my motion stands. I've got a second. I'm still happy to have discussion if needed, but if not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Is there an abstention?
Based on a lack of information provided as requested.
Okay. Would you please note that there's one abstention?
You know what?
Are you good?
I'm good.
All right. We're good, Lorenzo. 3? Are you good? Yeah, aye. All right. All right. We're good there. Please instruct Noe Ade what that number is. He's been looking for that number. We're going to go on, and
I have one more item, Judge.
I saw that. Go ahead.
3C2. This is a conditional selection for IFB 3214-22 asphalt patch, HP road material.
Yeah,
If you saw the information that we gave you, this is another case where we're recommending the higher priced item. We visited with Public Works, and they performed a study on both products, and that's the reason why we're recommending asphalt patch, is because their product holds up better under the rain conditions and in all weather conditions.
Right? They're proposals, right? Proposals?
No, this is a bid. This is a bid. And so as part of this, when we have a bid, and this is what makes it different than the other item that we were on before, when you have a bid and you're going to recommend not the low bidder, you have to notify the low bidder that you're going to not recommend them, which I did. I submitted a letter to them indicating that we were going to be here in court today and that they were invited to come and speak on their behalf. And they have an opportunity to say that their product is good, try to convince the court. The court can hear that, and then the court makes the decision after that. And so what we have is, I believe no one has come from that company to speak, and so.
But if you went that route, I can agree with, I can go with that.
Right. I will never bring a recommendation for not the low bidder where I have not notified the low bidder ahead of time so that they have an opportunity to come and speak. It's in the law. It's in Chapter 262. We always follow that. So we satisfied that option. I received the recommendation letter from Public Works, and I recommend approval.
All right. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thanks, Michael. And constables, thank you for joining us here today. We've been kind of moving around, but we'll take up your items so that we can get back to the business of law enforcement. It's item number 2E2, and it's coming back to us for a little bit more background and contemplation, as they say. And this is a deputy to a sergeant CID, and I just wanted to ask a practical question. We don't make those I mean, I actually know the answer, but you all make those decisions to promote, correct? Right. So once you promote, that's kind of where the issue comes up. I'm going to promote you, but I've got to get you that commensurate pay. And so that's kind of what brings us with the background today. And Chief, welcome.
Thank you. And again, good afternoon, Commissioners, Judge. My apologies for coming in a little late.
No worries.
We're having to deal with traffic control for this coming weekend event over in the fairgrounds.
Okay.
So we're getting all that squared away. So last week, we came before the Commissioners Court in hopes of promoting one of the Deputy 3 deputies to a position of Sergeant CID. And I'll reiterate or bring it up again. Deputy Aguilar has been with Nueces County since 2013. And he's been playing the role of CID, doing a tremendous job, pushing out cases before the county attorneys, district attorneys, and whatnot. He's in charge of all the evidence. He's in charge of all the drugs that are being taken off our streets. And he's given the duties of making sure that all these drugs are either processed through the DPS lab to come back to confirm if they are drugs or what the actual amount was. So all that entails is that he's nonstop. He's the only one. And as we all know, that Precinct 5 Constable's office is a 24/7 department. So needless to say, we are not including Deputy Aguilar. We have 11 deputies on the street. So as you can see, he's pretty much 11-to-1 ratio. So anything that comes off the street is going to go directly to him. We have tried to provide him some help, but it's just the fact that the other deputies are not as knowledgeable or as trained as Deputy Aguilar is in the field. And I'll go back to saying that in the past he was a investigator with the city of Alice for many years. After retiring there, I think over 27 years with the department, he left that department and came over with us. And he's been a tremendous asset to the department. And I really do believe he deserves that, reclassification to Sergeant CID. And I'm here before the courts, to hopefully get a yay or a nay. So.
Is he your only CID?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Probably maybe from Dale, I don't know. You say, for instance, this sergeant is moved up to CID, so the other officers, they're underneath him, Dale? Do we have to move them up? Or is this like a chain of command where you move one up, now we're going to move everybody up?
Well, no, the good thing about it, Commissioner, is that he's always been allocated with the 12-man department that we have, actually 11, not including myself and the constable. So he's always held that position as investigator. But if we move him up, no one's going to move up. It's just basically reclassifying him, and there's not going to be anybody under him unless our department is blessed in the years to come that if we do get more funding as far as more officers for the street, because we all know the community eventually is going to get bigger and bigger. So we have to accommodate and account for that. But as of right now, there will be no movement in other ranks other than what, our collective bargaining will basically bring to the table.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Commissioner, as you said, right now they have 11 deputies, whether they're level 1 to level 3, and they currently have 2 sergeant positions at the moment. So they would convert one of their level 3s to a sergeant, so it would reduce their staff from 9 to 8, and then they get 3 sergeants.
Yes, sir.
One being CID.
Correct. And the other 2 sergeants will be our basic field operation patrol sergeants.
3 sergeants, one would be a CID sergeant.
Yes.
If this is approved, yes.
And this is money is already in your budget, or is it?
This will be a small, only about $2,000 or $3,000 increase from what it is. So there'll be a small increase, but not a significant amount.
Pass, Judge.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign.
Thank you.
Well done. Well presented.
Chief, I just want to
and
mention
well
that.
presented.
Yeah, the rural areas are growing,
Yes, sir.
and our deputies aren't growing.
Correct.
We have less and less people out there patrolling. So I appreciate what y'all do.
Well, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
as we all know, there's a lot of shortness, as far as in any department. As you can see that Nueces County Sheriff's Office is shorthanded on the patrol division side, jail side, warrant side, even us, I wish we can get more
help, to provide services for the rural area. It's just, and I do understand, the process, so. But again, thank you, Commissioners, Judge, and if you have any more questions.
No, thank you.
Oh,
Stay safe.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Well deserved.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go back and finish the last few items that we have. Some of them are related. You'll have to refer back to page, well, you know what? My pages aren't numbered, but it's Adam 388. And 388 and 3A16 are very similar, but we just sort of have the same good idea, but maybe just a little nuanced. Item 8 is considering a request that we would make to the TERS, that's that Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone Board, number 2, to be allocated to Briscoe King Pavilion and Packery Channel improvements. And the only difference between mine and item 3A16 is that I included the Packery Channel Park, that's the nature park, simply because it's been represented to us on more than one occasions. We've got a terrible road situation going on there, and we're doing like $4 million worth of grant work with the Living Shoreline, the GLO project. And so as long as we are looking at public infrastructure, I wanted to make certain that the TERS, that we would solicit the TERS to get that on their radar.
Which one we had,
as well.
18?
It's
Or
number
8?
3A8.
Yes, Judge, can we? because
So
we're combining
it's
8
kind
and
of like
16.
it together. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that yours has the correct reference to, hey, look, when we are going to go ask another body, right, for dollars, and we're going to go advocate, right, for it, just remember that the whole board would have to vote on it. So today's vote is nothing more than us representing to the board that we're together on this. It would be for both, Commissioner. It would be for Briscoe King Pavilion and for that road. Now, on the cost estimate on the road, in case you're wondering, it could be, it's somewhere in the vicinity maybe of about $600,000 to $700,000. But having said that, I will say that Briscoe King, I think we should ask for as much as we think that it will cost Briscoe. So I was hoping that we could do an up to rather than just a flat amount, because we don't know what the rest of the team is going to say in the TERS. And I know that Briscoe King, the $2 million wouldn't even begin to cover, the parking lot alone is like $800,000. So I was hoping we could do $4 million
So.
as an ask.
Well, I don't have,
Cover.
again, I didn't have any backup on the road, and so I don't, again, no one's communicated that with me in regards to the amount of the road or how much the road is, so I haven't got anything from Coastal Parks or the director on that as a request. The Briscoe King, I'll be honest with you, I would like to keep it separate because I've been working on this project for months and months and months, and it kind of got shelved because they started the Bob Hall got the focus and the second floor and all that, and that's fine. And I've already asked the chairman to put the Briscoe King item on. I didn't know that there was going to be a request.
You mean
for
the chair for the TERS?
Yes, ma'am.
Greg Smith.
To put it on the agenda. So when I asked him to put it on the agenda, then I put it back on and I meant to actually put this on last meeting, and I just forgot, and then put this on as per the policy to come tell the court. So honestly, I didn't know that the request for this Packery thing, and to go in there and ask for $4 million when I've been gearing this up to ask for $2 million, as long as the Commissioners Court approves it. I don't want to. I don't feel comfortable going in and just asking for a number. Well, I know you're not suggesting it. This is what I'm comfortable with is the Briscoe King today. I'm not saying we couldn't go back and ask later for the TERS. Plus, I was then if the Briscoe King wasn't going to, if it wasn't going to cover it, then I think I was planning on using potentially some of my ARPA money. Anyway, I'm just. And then I did provide the court again late on backup on what was submitted to the TERS because they asked for some backup, and this is all that I provided them, because at this point, I don't know the numbers. I mean, we've been all over the place with these numbers on Briscoe King. Do we do a second floor? Do we do a first floor? Do we do this? And we just kind of, came up with this number saying that this would make a significant improvement to the facility. It would air condition it. It would give it bathroom or a kitchen. It would make it much more usable. I don't have a firm price on the parking lot. I know it's a big issue. I'm not discounting your number at all. I'm just saying this is what I had asked the TERS to put on, and I don't really want to go back and ask the TERS for more. I'd like to get this $2 million because we've really got nothing from the TERS before, because we've never asked. So I'm not being critical. So my comfort level was really not discomfort with your request. I would just like to see if we could maybe get a better cost estimate.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just know if you ask for less, you get less. If you ask for more, you may get more. I'm with you 100%, and I appreciate this is one area where we're working together. But given that I actually ran the numbers for the TERS, I know for a fact that our contribution is $1.6 million today. When that $700 million project gets done at Whitecap and the one at Gulf Shores, that's another 1.4 Bs out there. You're going to see a tremendous improvement in your TERS dollars. And when you do, you need to know that you're getting something from it. I want you to know that I'm grateful that you got it on the agenda after asking, let's see, for 5 months in writing. We finally got it on this agenda. There is a real need to get the public's money back. The county created the TERS in order to have public infrastructure represented. I'm with you. I don't mind going back, but I'll be honest with you, $2 million won't even breathe the life that you want for there. I would not sell ourselves short. They have $7 million in the bank. If you want to put $2 million today, and we'll go back for another, you're going to need at least $6 million for that project. I know you don't want to hear those numbers, but that's what's real.
I don't think we will, and that's why I'm saying I don't think we need to spend. I don't think we need to spend $6 million on that project to make it super updated. So to sit and wait to get that $6 million.
Well, $2 million won't cut it. I'm with you that if you don't build.
This is my first ask, right? I'm trying to go in and ask for something that I believe we have a good solid shot of getting. And I'm saying to you, I will be happy to go back and ask again when we have,
Or
that
we can ask,
costed
because
out,
it's not,
or what- no, I mean,
it's a
sorry,
we
the
thing.
That's fine, Judge. The court, when I say, I'd be happy to go back and ask on behalf of the court. So everything we do is on behalf of the court. So,
Right.
And if I didn't clarify that, this is a court ask. So I'm just saying I would prefer to do it this way, this time.
As long as you acknowledge that the city can give $5 million if they want. We need to encourage the city that we haven't seen anything,
I totally
substantially.
acknowledge that we're
As
gonna
long
go
as
back
you
and
realize
ask
that.
for more, that
Yeah.
we, the
Well, I
court.
think we should ask for more when we get there. And the idea that we would be limited to $2 million when we know that won't cut it, I'm worried about it. I wish you could say, would you be willing to say, we'll ask for $2 million, and if they decide, if the board, remember they outnumber us by like 11 to 1, 11 to 2.
That's one of the things too that we put in as our request to expand the tours, is to have more representation from the county. That was one of the things that we put forth. So I'm telling you, I'm happy to go back as a court, so that I'm not trying to say I.
And try to
as
get
a
more?
court. Absolutely. At this point, I would like to do it here with this. I would like to get a good cost estimate on that road, because I think what we as a court for years have missed out on is asking for money for the TERS, because our projects have been available to be asked for a long time. So this is the first ask. I think.
Actually, that's not true. Briscoe King Pavilion was not in the boundary until we put it on last week.
No, but what I was told, it's still not officially in the boundary. What I was told was our projects qualify because they're adjacent, and even though they're not in the boundary. I didn't know that until recently.
Until I put that on, yeah.
Well, no, because the new TERS hasn't been adopted yet. So technically, the old boundaries are still in place until we sign the new deal, I think, is the way it works, right?
That's correct, but
So we are
Briscoe
asking
King
for-
isn't in it.
No, I know, and so, but it qualifies,
I don't
even though
know.
it's not in it. I've asked the city legal, they've said yes, that this is a qualifying project now. even before the new boundaries.
Mhm.
So I'd like to just get this 2 million done, be happy to do, and I've already indicated that I anticipated us being a regular asker of the TERS. Asker is not a good word.
Yeah,
but
requester.
A requester of the TERS, because we're contributing to the TERS, and we need to have, that's, you
Right.
know, the county projects included in the TERS, whether it's legally boundaries or an interlocal or whatever the, like we said, we made that
Well,
motion
like I
broad
said,
enough.
I just don't want to hamstring us.
I'm not, I don't,
You
right,
know,
I
I'm
mean, we
with,
can put it on.
I'm 100% on board with the ask of the 2 million, knowing that that's just enough to get us started when you think about,
I agree.
you know.
It's not the last ask, it's the first ask.
Well, I feel like I feel like you know, we're playing poker and showing everybody our hand, but
Well,
I think that we will get the 2 million ask this come around, and I'm going to be hopeful that, again, the city's not going to want to give us any more than this court is asking for. So expect to get 2 million or less, Brent. And I was hoping we could do
I think it's
2
going to be a
million
show of
and
good
the-
faith before we also, you know, sign off on documents, because I would hate for them to, you know, not give us what I
No,
think is a
you can't.
super reasonable ask.
I'm in the middle of something.
What I would hate for them to not give us a super reasonable ask before we sign off on new documents. I mean, there's some of that.
Right, which is why you should ask for what you need now.
Just don't.
It's not a smart move, but let's go with what we can all agree. Commissioners, do you all have any? Briscoe King Pavilion for the audience is a community center at Padre Island, Padre Bayou Park. It does not have air condition, and it also doesn't have, it would have to have, if you were to AC it, it would have to have ductwork that would, you know, there is no attic, right? It needs a lot of work, but my hope is that with the improvements that these dollars would give, you could actually make it function, and then you could maybe consider a separate building maybe for modernization purposes.
That's one we should fix.
Adjacent
That's
to
one
it.
we should fix.
So,
The second tier at the pier. That pavilion is something else. We got, we need to fix that pavilion.
It's a cool place.
right, that's why I'm saying 2 million is not going to do.
How about, Judge, how about like this, if we make the motion to request the 2 million for Briscoe King Pavilion with the caveat that we inform them that we plan to come back soon and ask for more?
I will take you up on that. All right.
How about that motion?
I like that. I'll second it. And any other discussion on that?
You got that, Lauren?
Okay.
That's just, yeah, that's for 8 and 16.
That's just for,
Yeah. 8 and 16? Yes.
8 and 16. We're going to push them together. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're going to go to the last items of the day, but I'm going to have the court double check me on that, okay? Sometimes we hop around. And so first, Shane, do you have a thumb
number
drive
five. Do we
or
do number
anything
five?
that might be?
Do number 5?
And 18, Judge.
Hold on, coming back at you.
Number 5.
Oh, wait, you're right about 18, and that's,
About number 5.
No, we did 5.
we did 5 already. That was Amanda de la Cerda who came in, and we talked about the jury services fee. But 18 was one I was going to ask Jenny about in executive, but maybe she has this has to do with the beach access road easement interest on Mustang Island. And there was some,
I can give you a quick.
yeah, give us a little bit of a rundown. This was one that was never utilized, right?
That's correct, Judge. The city approached us to make this request because it is an unused road easement that we currently have. They want to build a beach access road, which is a terrific need out there, and they want to build that. And so part of what we put in the consideration of this is that they have to start construction on a beach access road within 1,000 feet of this easement within 5 years is the
Yeah.
start of construction. And that was the
That was the caveat.
Right, that was the caveat that I put in for the court's consideration to ensure that we would, and it's not really a super valuable road easement because I don't think we'd ever probably use it, and it's kind of in the middle of a piece of property that they're going to do a huge multi-development out there. So the city really wants the development to occur, as obviously would we, and this was something that I felt would be a great public use and that we would get something in return and get some guarantees from the city that said they've got to start this thing within 1,000 feet of the easement within 5 years. The construction has to
And
start.
just so I can get it in my head, it's not Lively Beach. Is it the next one, the next area?
There's
You know,
a-
like there's Newport,
Yeah, there was a
Zahn.
map in there, Judge. Hold on.
Okay,
I
let
don't
me
know what
pull
they're
it.
calling it. It's because it's a piece of,
Just because typically we don't give up land without getting something in return, but what you're saying that the consideration would be that the road would be built.
correct. They're building the road.
that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I feel like that is the consideration.
And that's why, thank you. That's why I put it in there, because even
is
though
a-
it's not a super
is a
valuable, I
promise
still wanted
good
to get
enough?
something
Well,
for it.
there,
was
the
worried
code
about that.
allows for a gift from the county to the city, and in order to get that access road built, I believe that's the route we've taken.
Okay. I'm going to look at the map real quick.
And basically, Judge, it says construct a public beach access road again or on or within 1,000 linear feet of the property's location. That such construction shall begin on or before 5-year anniversary date. So it's part of the grant transfer assignment and conveyance, and therefore it is a filed and legal document
And I
that
asked.
Kent has reviewed and Jenny has reviewed. I believe.
Right, and I asked, sometimes things have to go to Coastal Parks Board, sometimes they come here, but because it's a donation of an easement, a property interest, it had to come to our court and not Coastal Parks.
Right, it's not on Coastal
It's not
Parks
on Coastal
land.
Parks. Got it.
It's just an easement on someone else's land.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay. So Jenny, if you think that, I like the stick, I like the carrot and I like the stick. I like the development and I like the idea that we'll get
And
we'll
Judge,
get
just
it done
to-
in, I hope 5 years or less, but
I do
I
too.
understand the situation.
And it has been passed or it has been signed by the city already, just so so you know, so they are in
And
complete agreement with all
What is the name of you don't remember, this is the map's not in here. You don't remember that's what I had asked,
Oh, I
but
apologize. The map was supposed,
it's not in here.
hold on,
Could you provide it at some point for me?
I did. I don't know how it didn't get in there. Hold on. In fact, I thought,
But again, it's never been utilized by us, and there's no way to have the easement be utilized unless somebody builds a road. Is that correct? In other words,
but if you want
there's
to hold,
no
I can get
value
that real
to
quick
it.
for you. If you want to hold, because it was supposed to be in there, I don't know why it's
Okay,
not.
we'll just hold on it real quick, and we'll move to, Shane, do you happen to have a presentation that needs to be loaded? Yes. All right, can you pass that to Connie while we're,
And on that one, Judge, it has a reverter.
it does have a reverter? That's what I wanted. All right, I feel better. 21. However you want to do it. What are you loaded for? What does Connie have? All right, that's 21. Okay, let's do 21. Okay. Why don't we just, why don't you make the motion and I'll make the second for the easement and then I'll do it subject to the map being provided. I'm sure it'll come.
Yeah, it will.
So all those,
Motion.
and a
Yes,
second, all those in favor, again, just subject to me getting confirmation of the location.
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that way they can work on it. We don't have to go back.
Okay, so I've already got. Excuse me, Judge?
Yes.
Let me know a little bit. I walked away for a little bit. What did you tell us to vote on?
Okay. If I could just get quiet just for a moment while I tell Commissioner. Commissioner, the last item was a easement, an old road access easement that hasn't been utilized by anybody, but we're the property interest owner. And the city of Corpus Christi wants to, within the next 5 years, build a beach access road. And so we have donated it by vote to the city of Corpus Christi so they can do that, promote development, but more importantly, if they don't do what they say, it reverts back to us.
I get it.
And do you want to go ahead and say yes? then?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you would record
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez as an aye.
Yes. But, on item, sorry.
Go ahead, Lorenzo. Which one?
17, was there a vote?
On 17?
Yes, we did that
Yes.
one
Yes.
before. We did. It was the annexation right before our break.
Yes, correct.
And we did vote in the affirmative, all five of us in the affirmative. Okay? All right. So now we're going to get an update. Robert Breslin is here representing ABM. This is an update regarding projects within the county and county facilities. Welcome. And everybody's got awareness here.
I saw that.
Could we see if your mic, check his mic, Connie.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. In front of you is a hard copy along with what we have shared up on the monitors. So with ABM, Robert Breslin, Director of Construction Services, going to provide a brief overview of each of the building locations. We can go through those. If you allow me to go through each of the sites, then we can take it out to go through any questions either you, Judge, or any of the commissioners may have that we can try to provide answers to if need be.
Okay.
So I'm going to start first at the courthouse and the jail. On the lighting, water conservation, and the transformer scope of work, that's been completed, and we will be scheduling a walkthrough to gain acceptance of that. We'll be scheduling that with LAM through its chain. So that's those three scopes of work completed at that facility. I list here the air curtain. We're going through a submittal process that we've been working back and forth with Public Works. So once we confirm that, then we can have that equipment ordered and installed. Testing and balancing of the new air handler units, that was completed last week. And what we're doing right now is waiting for the final report so that we can share that with the county. So that work was completed last week. VAV installation, that's tentatively scheduled right now for the 24th of October. We're projecting that as a 2-month duration just because of the facility we're working in and working around areas. So we have that set up as a 2-month duration for that completion. The vortex area, the power supply, we've been working with Public Works, so we have that scheduled for November 1st. There were safety components that we were discussing, how we were going to be doing the work, performing, along with providing steel plates down. So that we have set up, and that's probably a 1 week or less duration. On the smoke purge, we have completed, we've completed the rough-in for the control work. That was completed on the 14th of October. The final portion of that will be once we receive the equipment after the first of the year. When that work is complete, then we'll come back and finalize the smoke purge control component. Currently, right now, we have been working on the DDC controls. That scope work is ongoing. And then the smoke purge system for the jail, as you see, that would be probably starting the 1st of February or the end of January. That's all hinging on when the equipment arrives. And then lastly, at the courthouse and the jail component is we have the boilers for the central plant. We've been having discussions with LAN, the county, and Govan on that component. We just went through like a work session yesterday at that part. So that is the courthouse and the jail. If I go to Galahar, we have 2 parking areas, the front and the back. The front right now has a tentative start date of October 24th, which would be Monday. That has a projected duration of 4 months. That's split up for 2 months and 2 months. We're taking that, building that, and constructing that in 2 halves to allow parking to be able to be utilized as we're working on one side versus the other side. The parking area in the rear, initially that was scheduled, and then we pushed that to follow the front. But at the moment, that's still that's going to be starting once the front lot. We did not want to take the 2 lots out of commission at the same time. We also have the roof water test. We're just waiting for that date to be scheduled for the buildings, and then we're just waiting for that with the county to have that scheduled. If I move to the fairgrounds, As most would know, the landscaping has been progressing. That is scheduled to be complete this week. The paving area at the rings is scheduled to be complete November 4th. That'll be the following Friday. The artistic lighting at the tower area, that has started and will be progressing. And then we have the artistic lighting, the main walk area, that has a tentative start date of October 31st with a duration of 2 months. And then there has been some miscellaneous carpet that we were holding off due to one of the glass panes being replaced. That is scheduled to be complete by November 4th. I believe they're going to start on the 3rd, and they have it set up right now for 2 days, so that'll be done by the 4th of November. I'll move to Mackenzie. We have broke this up into 2 components. One is the chiller plant, and the other component is the annex. So at the chiller plant, we have a scheduled walkthrough with the engineer of record. That'll be completed by the Friday of this week. And then following that, we have it set up to go into complete, which we have some past punch list items. We're trying to group all that together. So based on his walkthrough, we'll be going through completing those punch list items by November 4th. And at the annex, lighting, which has been complete, we're looking to gain an acceptance walkthrough. We'll be scheduling that with LAN, similar to like what we're doing with the courthouse. And then on a water conservation measure, we've been having some ongoing discussions on that part. So one or two things I'm going to point out is the Galahar parking in the front and the artistic lighting at the fairgrounds. As the court would know, these have been progressively delayed. And we've had scheduled start dates from our vendor that we're contracted with. In both of those areas, the paving at Galahar should have started right after the roof area was complete. We had that set in motion. It has not started. I mean, we're aware that it has not started. The artistic lighting, we had things marked out, surveyed, and that's been delayed as well. So 2 asterisks with that is ABM has sent a letter of cure to our vendor that we're contracted with for Galahar front parking and the artistic lighting. We've also are sending out a termination, cancellation of agreement. So if anything, those 10/24 start date of Galahar parking potentially will have a 1-week impact the most, which would be the following Monday. We're trying to work that out. We've been working it out each day this end of last week and this week, but just being transparent that with the vendor that we're contracted with, we had to take our steps to ensure that we can complete this scope of work.
But on a positive note, on Galahar, I had gotten a note from Mako, and I think that at least the note says we are good to go. We are confirming a 10-24 start.
And again, they're not.
I know they're not yours. I know that's the sub, but I'm saying to you, I think it's good news when the sub says, hey, I'm in, I'll be there. Storm prevention measures go up Tuesday. Count on us, to be there. So
we're banking and counting on that, but I'm just being transparent. We have
I hear you.
We have backup on 2 sides, 2 opportunities that we've been discussing over the last 4 weeks, knowing in case if we went this direction. So if anything, it will slip a week, but I have no control of the contracts from our vendor down to the lower tier vendors. But it's a good sign hearing that, and who knows what will take place before the end of this week.
Right. I got that confirmation from them, and so I feel like that is about as good as it gets. If that guy actually doing the work, who actually is doing a lot of work in Nueces County, who we count on and have been pleased with, is doing it, I feel like we're in good shape there.
And he's been, I shouldn't
at
say
the
he,
fairgrounds.
But their group has been performing and performed well at the fairgrounds.
Okay,
but
super.
That's a high-level overview of the pieces. So I'd like to open it up with any questions either yourself, Judge, or commissioners have that I can answer, if need be.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I understand that an employee from the juvenile fell in the parking lot. Who can tell me who takes responsibility for that?
I have not seen any report of who fell, where they fell, or anything. I have not seen anything, so I can't answer that properly for you, Commissioner Hernandez.
We can have IDA get risk management. I don't think it's related since we haven't had any parking lot work there.
But it should have been.
It is related.
Well, it's related to our parking lot, but we don't, I'm saying ABM is not working in the parking lot right now.
But it should have been.
Well,
You know, let me just.
IDA, would you make sure we get some information? None of us have that information. Could you get some information on that? Thank you.
I'm glad you touched on the parking lot because I know I did the walkthrough. Were you there when I did the walkthrough?
I was
Shane
not.
was there. I think Shane was there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And that was what, Shane? How long ago was that?
That was the end of August, Commissioner.
August. And I thought, and when I left, you guys said we're going to start the front to leave the back open for parking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the last thing we agreed on that you're going to try to clear the Sally part.
Correct.
Did we get that Sally part cleared? No.
None of it got paved yet.
And that was something that they were really, really requesting because of the drive up, you know, the unload and unload.
The
was
Sally
really-
Port is not paved, but the Sally Port was
It's part of the.
was corrected for what was pointed out during the walkthrough.
Okay.
Yeah, it was correct, but it was still, what happened is that it broke the dirt, the concrete, whatever's there, while they're working on the roof, you know, they kind of destroyed that area there. And we asked if we can just flatten it out so, you know, so it can actually be presentable, walkable, whatever. And I thought you said they were going to try to get it in a week, they would do it.
They went in there a week later and fixed it up somewhat. They did not repair it. What originally we talked about was that we thought the paving contractor was going to start that next following week, and they would start in the Sally Port.
Right.
But what we would do is address and make sure that we had that area cleaned up and fixed up as a temporary measure so they could get in there right then. And they called the contractor and had that done.
Okay. And
Thank you, Shane.
And the roof also, I think that there's one of the subcontractors came over and he was supposed to go on top of the roof because they were actually, it was a new roof, but they were actually patching the roof, I guess. Did we find out why they were actually patching the roof? Shane, remember the guy was there with a truck and had those cans of roof sealer?
I can confirm that, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner. There was a truck from the roofing company, and they had a 5-gallon of epoxy. I know Rocky was there looking at it also, and that was to patch up the brand new roof that we have.
And I thought the guy was, Shane, I remember the guy came over, the contractor or subcontractor, and he said he was going to go up there and look at the whole thing and get
We
back with
did,
you.
when all of us were together, the contractor did come over, and at that time, I addressed the points that Rocky had brought up, where that long trough along the administration office, he said
Right.
held water and stuff, and I've known that they went back and added material, the whole length of that, inside that. It wasn't just a little single patch, it was all the way along that.
So it was corrected?
It was corrected, it was filled in.
Well, he was corrected, but it was patched after it was done, right? I mean, the contractor, the subcontractor, what is their liability for that? I mean, because water still came in, right? I mean, that's the reason they noticed
No
it.
water came in that
I thought
spot,
water
no.
had come in through the.
Did water come in, Shane?
That's what in the office.
Yeah, that wasn't it, that was at the panel.
The patch that the director's referring to is a patch that was done behind a couple of air handlers on the Barnes boot camp. And it was done with rolled roofing and cold process. There was no hot kettle brought out for that.
Okay.
So it was a patch done with a bucket of black tar. And it was to repair leaks.
And I just kind of want to add, Commissioner, I know I've requested a windstorm certification, requested a certification from the manufacturer and also from the TDLR engineer to assure that we're going to get the certifications that we need. I know I requested those back in March or February, or was it March when I requested them? March, April timeframe. And to date, I still have not received those.
Because I remember Shane, you and I talking about that too. And the contractor, he said, I'm gonna go over there right now. I'll get the ladder, I'll go up there myself and I'll check the whole roof, and that's what.
Commissioner, I'll go back and look, but I believe that, that Juan is mistaken, that there is an email that went to him that does have the roof warranty on it. The windstorm engineer had made his certification and sign off on it. It also has the documents for the roof warranty where we had asked the county to sign those both for the fairgrounds and for Galahar.
So there's a warranty then, instead of patching it,
There is a warranty that's in place on that building, and it's in good standing right now with the manufacturer.
But versus the patching, can he redo the roof? Or, I mean, we don't want patches on top of the roof. I'm just saying, can he come back and do what he needs to do? I don't want, when you put cold tar on top of a roof that leaks, when it was already done with hot tar.
We can ask the roofing contractor to come back and take a look at exactly what was patched and stuff, and have the manufacturer come out with him.
Okay.
Because they're the ones that certify the roof.
Okay.
And currently, right now, it is certified.
And since you have all those documentations, send them to the court administrator and send them to Juan again.
I can do that.
Thank you. So that way.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you, Shane. Okay. So if we, it looks like, and I'm just looking at the whole holistic,
And I have one more question.
project update here. As soon as I finish, I can call on you. It looks like the last date to start something is around 11-4, with the exception that the smoke purge system is a February 23. But it looks like for all of these, McKinsey, Fairgrounds, Galahar, and everything but the purge system, it looks like we're about to get the last of the start dates commenced.
Yeah, we're
Is that right?
yeah.
We're at the closeout here.
Yeah, we are closing in. These items, until we do some of the walkthroughs, then they'll be turned over to the county, as far as acceptance with the lighting, water transformers. But we are progressing to close out.
Okay.
The other question that I have is just on the parking lot itself, and if ABM contracts with a contractor, the contractor contacts a subcontractor, and I guess you've been having issues, right, for the last 3 months, something like that, because I got an email from you guys saying, that you terminated one of the subcontractors or something, and somebody else, you got a new person coming on to look at it. So are these people subcontractors, are they local people, or are they people from out of town, or?
Yes, they're local. So to keep it simple, ABM is contracted with a vendor below. That vendor has 2-tier vendors below them that takes you down to the paver. So for us, taking a look as alternatives, we have worked with local to do the work, and I've shared that information with Public Works in past conversations and meetings, just to bring up the name to make sure there be no issues. So right now it is local. It's not coming from.
Are we vetting those local people that are hired by the subcontractor? Is anybody vetting them to make sure that?
ABM has with past performance. I have brought the name up during past conversations. I didn't hear any objection when I brought the names up, but if it reaches that point, we will be going through that process if it needs to be a switch.
Well, it seems like you're up to that point now because you're having trouble keeping some of those subcontractors, right?
When it's time to accept the building, who does the accepting?
The acceptance?
Yes.
We walk through with LAN for the acceptance of any parts that have been completed.
So LAN has the last word, says it's good?
It's that with the county, correct?
No, Your Honor. I mean,
That's all right.
no, Commissioner. The way that it works is once they get done and they've gone through and given me the okay, I come and look at it, and at that time I will call certain people in, whether it be engineers. It will definitely be the engineer of record for the project that will come, and he will come in and certify the final work that is done on that. Not to mention, they'll have at that time all the final paperwork, which would be all closeout documents, things for like the boilers or chiller plant or anything like that that would go on, that would be then submitted to Public Works. And that's how it'll go. And then we'll have a walk with Public Works.
I would be kind of leery to accept anything if it's supposed to be a new roof and it's already gotten patched up, for whatever reason. Those patches, I don't think they're going to hold up like they should. I mean, we did construction work in Louisiana, and we did patch up work also. And a few months back, we had to go back because, it just wasn't holding up. It cracks, with the hot sun and all. So I just want to make sure. I don't think I would be satisfied you telling me, or me knowing that we paid for a new roof and it doesn't look like a new roof to me.
It's not certified by me, sir. It's what it is certified by the roof manufacturer. It's also certified by the windstorm engineer. It's certified and closed out by the engineer of record. And then it's also done by the windstorm engineer. So, and the contractor that has done the work. All of those people have documents and paperwork that have been submitted in and stuff that will give that warranty that's required per the contract.
So you're saying we will get some kind of warranty, 10-year warranty, 20-year warranty on a patch-up roof?
Yes, the manufacturers, even though the roof has been patched in areas, it's been inspected by the manufacturer. We're not just going up there and saying it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the manufacturer come and sign off on the roof.
And giving us a warranty?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we go back to our little screen again? Okay, if there's no more
I have one more question.
comments, okay, I was going to say we'll move to 22.
So what we're saying right now, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting your name, sir.
Robert.
Robert. I hate to go people by the first name, but.
Mr.
all right.
Breslin.
Mr. Robert. What we're saying here right now is that you're going to be working on the parking lot. You're going to do, in 4 months, the parking lot will be finished in the front only, right?
That's correct. We're gauging it as 2 months and 2 months, split in the middle, is allocating a 2-month duration, which we want to improve on, so that we allocate that appropriate time, and that we're not if we were able to go in and do the whole parking lot, it would be a lot more efficient to go in and clean up a lot sooner, but we are phasing it into 2 sections.
Okay, and you started on the 24th of October, right?
That's correct.
Tentative start?
And I'll be the first one to say, we have provided dates in the past of previous dates at multiple times, and right now it's at 10/24. There's been a message that our third-tier vendor down is with that, but again, there's been some paperwork with some cures and cancellations, so I'm just seeing how that goes through before the end.
And I'm just going to recommend again that we try to vet these people as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Because, sometimes they're out there, people that want quick jobs and they'll do half of it and then they take off. And, but we want to make sure once we start we just need to finish it, right?
Yeah. And we have, as I stated, we have provided dates, and those dates have passed. We have been hanging in there because the third-tier vendor, which is out of my control, has been performing well on the project. And it's a shame to remove that group when the third-tier vendor who's performing well. So we've been trying to go as long as we could, but we haven't seen the start dates actually show up. So I had a concern with not only that, but with the artistic lighting, because we continue to come in and provide updates or schedule updates that continue to show moving, and we reached a point where we need somebody to commit to it. And
And how do you hire these people? Do you advertise as far as, or does do you advertise for your contractor?
No, so through our process, we have a vetting process where we work with vendors who are pre-approved, people who can be bonded, people who have a strong track record. We also go through to take a look at even vendors that work for us. If they're doing multiple projects, we try to see what their value is that they have on there. Maybe they're getting stretched too thin at some point. So we do have a vetting process that we have through with supply management. It's not a putting out to like an RFP for anybody to bid. It's somebody who's been pre-vetted through our system.
All right, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge,
Okay, I'm ready to,
may I ask?
yeah, go ahead.
Can you give us an update on the boilers and where we are with all of that? Is that possible?
The update I can provide is we are working through the different groups, which is with Public Works Group. We've been engaged talking to Govin along with LEN. So we've actually, besides our engineer of record, we ABM have actually brought in a third-party engineer that has evaluated items also. So we are progressing with work sessions. We had a work session yesterday to provide current drawing and current design information to Govin to be able to work with. And we know what we need to do at the area, which is completing the control work to get things set up on the DDC side so things are automated. I can share that with you at this time.
So just because we've all gotten, well, not we've all, I've gotten calls and requests to make sure on behalf of employees that there's not a safety concern in regards to those boilers. Can you speak to that? Because obviously, first and foremost, all of our concern is the safety of our employees, and I just want to ask that question so we can get a response from you on that, and if Govin wants to weigh in, if there's a difference of opinion. If there's not, then great, we'll move forward, but I would like to know that, please.
I don't think it's a difference of opinion. I think what you need to take a look at, too, is the boilers have been installed and operational. I don't know how many months they've been up and running. I don't know what the exact date that they've been started, but it's more than 4 months, right? Yeah. System is functioning. We've had glitches where is it a control piece, a valve, or things on that part, but nothing that has thrown it into a safety issue. The way the system is functioning based on our reviews and our team.
And I guess
Can you also elaborate, because I think we need a little bit more than elaboration, because
Okay.
you guys have had meetings and.
Yeah, so there has been a few meetings that have gone on for this. There's been, the engineer record has been on site onto this project many of times. He's written up quite a few punch lists or work lists, if you'd like to say, for this project. There's stuff that ABM needs to handle and get done, but at no time has he stated or we stated or anybody stated that there is a safety issue with the boilers themselves.
okay. And then, Govin, do you have anything that you want to add to this at this point? Or, I mean, again, I'm assuming y'all are working through all the glitches, and that should be allowed to continue. I just want some reassurance, and I think
To
employees want some
answer
reassurance.
your question, yes, we're working through the issues. There are a lot of questions brought up yesterday, and there's information from the engineer of the record, from ABM, and I think LAN is to provide. There are a lot of issues. I think if there's a safety issue, you can define it how the safety is defined. There is an issue on the hot water coming down on the boiler blowdown that yesterday was discussed, that whether the makeup water is working properly to make that water coming down for blowdown, because boilers, 20% of the blowdown has to happen. That's the standard design process. And so that water comes out at the very high temperature level. So it has to be cooled down before it goes into the drain. And sometimes what I have heard, and I think Shane also, in the emails that they have, is that that water comes down sometimes on the floor. That's a really hot water that either the aerator's not working, and that's the reason it's coming down hot. And engineer on the record agreed yesterday that we got to look at that, and ABM agreed that they will look into that. But there's that hot water concern. The pipe shaking is happened about 3 or 4 times, and whether that pipe shaking is whatever the reason, there are technical reasons of it, because you have a two-phase flow happening there, which is water condensate. This happens normally when the cold start happens. When the boiler shuts down and that comes up, you have a condensate water, which is a water inside the pipe. Now your saturated steam coming up, and now you got two-phase flow. And that creates a shaking of the pipe. Now whether that pipe is going to burst, not burst, can't answer. Engineer of the record has requested ABM to go out and do the ultrasound inspections on those pipes, which they're agreed yesterday that they will do that. Until we can't say what the thickness of the pipe is. I know engineer of the record made a comment yesterday, it's a Schedule 80 pipe. I can't say, but I'm taking his word. He's a professional engineer like I am. So I'm not going to come out and say that that's not. But again, whether those pipes, some of those pipes, not all of them, are in a good shape, not shape, because it's not checked out yet. So until all of that is done, can't answer the 100% question. But there's some concerns. And
Well, the question that everybody wants to know is if there is imminent danger, and the answer is yes or no. No, that's the only world that we live in.
Okay.
That we don't live in any other world other than, is it dangerous or not? And if it is, you need to let us know. It's a yes or no.
No, it's not. Let him finish.
Excuse me, sir.
Not a yes or
Govind,
no.
is there an imminent danger to life?
Is imminent danger? No. Is a safety concern? Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's why I made a
it's
comment
different.
right in the beginning, that
Yeah.
there's a definition how you define it.
Right.
You agree with that part?
I agree with the part.
Okay. So
It's not, there is no imminent danger, and that's where this has all become into play in the original process.
Right.
This came in an email or something that came, I believe, from the Public Works Director that clearly said that it came out that it was a safety issue. This is not, there's no imminent danger provided by this right now.
Okay. That's what the court really needed to know.
Hold on a minute. Shane said, just right now, he said that I said it was an imminent danger. I said that it was a safety issue, just like Govind's saying. So did I say it was an imminent danger? I didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
No, he just said it. So,
No,
so I just said
he
it was
didn't.
just a safety issue. So this is kind of clear up the issue here. These boilers were ordered wrong. We were notified that yesterday in the meeting.
Excuse me 1 second.
Can I say that, Jenny?
Excuse me. Jenny, I'm going to have to stop right now. We'll have to, for starters, if you have some updates and some reports to give you, we'll give you a chance.
Okay,
Let us.
well, I was just going to update based on what we discussed
Okay,
yesterday in the meeting.
but you had a discussion with Jenny. That's different. That's information that
Okay, well,
we
that's fine.
we don't have yet.
Okay.
So we'll just hold on that, and
Well,
you can
wait,
update us in just a little bit. Let me finish
Can I
and
go back
ask
to
Jenny.
Govind? I was not quite done with
Yeah,
Govind.
with Govind,
If
come
that's
on
okay.
back.
So, I gotta go back to my train of thought. So, so Govind, what you're saying is there still are some safety concerns that you're addressing, but that those safety concerns at this point do not rise to the level of imminent danger.
That's
Okay,
correct.
that's-
And another thing that I would add to it also is ABM made a comment that, and I agree fully with their statement, that the project is not complete, so it's not turned over to the Public Works. And that's when I made a comment and I asked the question, if that's the case, why the county's employees are working, trying to take care of the running the boiler system and having the issue that they may, and I'm not saying that they will, but they may, and then that to these hot water issues or the steam issues or whatever it is. And whatever I'm saying is, Shane was in a meeting and he agreed everything what I'm saying, and I think you, Robert, agreed on something, and your engineer also agreed on it. So I'm not saying anything that nobody has not agreed on. But again, the question came up that if ABM's not turnover, then it's still ABM system, and there was, I think,
ABM don't want to be controlling
ABM's the one controlling it, then ABM should be out there making sure everything is taken care of rather than the county staff. Then there is no imminent danger or any safety issue for the county employees.
Right.
But that's the way we discussed.
But for
correct?
one of the things we talked about, Govan, too, was and that's a good point. That was where I was going next. Was if that project hasn't yet been turned over to the county, then let's say something happens at 2:00 in the morning, then ABM has to be called by somebody at the county or somebody to let them know, because my understanding is that there had been some occasions where the county employees went in there and did that because it was 2 in the morning.
And we discussed that yesterday,
Right.
and
So
you can go ahead and.
Yeah, for clarity, as Govan indicated, the system has not been turned over to the county yet. What we made clear yesterday is that ABM still owns the system. If there's an issue, say there's an alarm, Dusty Lacey, Russell Lacey, who gets the phone call, he's been there on weekends. We are the ones who have handled it. We have actually contacted the mechanical contractor in turn, who would contact Cleaver Brooks. They have gone through to do the restartups. We want to make sure it's done properly and correctly until we turn this over and do the proper training. So at this point, we wanted yesterday to reassure the team that ABM is still to handle any of those issues and not to be completed by any of the county employees. Now, we should be able to get contacted. I wouldn't expect a county employee to see an alarm or something and not notify us, but we should be able to get contacted, and then we would make those phone calls. Dusty is local also, and as I said, he's been here on weekends and different after hours.
So, and I appreciate that, and I would just ask that also that, because obviously, at the end of the day, the county workers are going to be the ones that have to take this over and handle it, and they work with it. So obviously, if they see something that they're concerned about, I would hope that y'all would take that into account and work with them also to take their input, because obviously they know it very well. They're here, because truly they love the county and they're trying to do it. You're going to put it in and do your thing, and you're going to go on to the next job. And that's nothing wrong with that. That's life. But I'm just saying they have to be the one that live with it. So I appreciate the fact that they, saw some concerns, alerted us to them, and I didn't find it to be alarmist or unnecessary or inappropriate. I just, they saw it. They were worried about it. I appreciate it. I think they did a good job by doing that. I think it sounds like we're heading in the right direction. Obviously, when I met with Govan, it was before y'all had your meeting. I don't know when it was, yesterday or whenever it was. I'm sorry, Monday. And so, what I told Govan at that meeting, to be completely transparent, is, look, you've been hired to help us with this, just like Land has and you have. But if you see something, then you let us know. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that it's moving in the right direction. And I don't mean that because I'm not concerned about it, but I'm saying that because we've got all these people in the room that are getting paid a lot of money to watch this, and I'm certainly not the guy you want to go down and see if a boiler's working right or not. If something else comes up, then I expect fully that Govan or you or anybody will tell us about it. But I do hope that y'all take seriously the concerns of the county staff, because I do think their best interests are watching over the county, and I think they do a great job of it. So I'm hoping that that's proceeding, and Govan, I'm counting on you to, like I said the other day, to just whatever is wrong with it, figure out how to get it fixed, and I'm sure everybody else in the room will hopefully do the same thing.
And to Commissioner Chesney, to respond to some of your bullets, one would be we do conduct biweekly meetings with Public Works' team. So we do go through, and if there's comments that come up, we hear different things, whether it's at McKenzie, it's at the jail, or what location. So we do go through that. That's taken seriously, and we go through that to work as a team. As far as when project components get turned over to the county, depending on which those items are, there's training that's going to take place. That training takes place with the individuals. So if you take the example of, say, the jail or the courthouse, we're working with boilers or water heaters or any component. Whoever the director there would take a look to say, I want this facilities person or one from each shift, anybody who's involved. Those people are the ones who are included with the training. We provide the O&M documentation that goes with that. The training typically is videotaped so that they have that as a resource after we leave. So there's a whole process that we will be going through once those items are turned over.
Okay, and last for me is on time and on budget. Are we on time and on budget? Because I've seen a lot of money going out. I don't know that it equals the amount of, I don't know that it does or doesn't. I'm asking a question. So are we on time and on budget, and have we paid out more than we're on time for? In other words, have we paid more than the project is completed?
Yeah, so I'll work backwards.
Okay.
So payments are based on progress to date. Those payments, when we submit a payment application, they're submitted in, they're reviewed through LAN, they come through the whole process. So is anybody overpaid? The answer is no. It's based on what the progress is to date. That gets also approved by your counterparts and on the county side. So that's that part.
Robert, will you also explain, it's a turnkey project?
Mm-hmm.
Will you let him know that? Because when he says, is it on budget, there's only one budget, the one that we've given you. There is no more dollars. So it's just,
correct.
It's an on budget project because we've contracted with you to perform for that amount of money.
Yeah, so budget-wise, the project is on budget for the county. There was a base contract, a change order, or change orders. There is no other additional change orders there. So is the project on budget? The answer to that is yes. There has been no exposures or no added scope from the county to ABM. On time, I will say that we are delayed with trying to get this paving started at Galahar, the artistic lighting. So I could always say we're on time as long as we finish before the end date. But to me, we've been delayed with components to try to get those things pushed. The last part of your project, which is out further, besides all these other items, is the smoke purge and the air handling unit replacements at the jail and each of the mechanical rooms. So that equipment, which was part of a change order with the county, that equipment is arriving in January, we're told. And we have that set up, and we have it working with the vendor to have multiple crews so that we can get this thing started and get completed before the March end date.
I got maybe three questions.
Yes, Commissioner.
One, I've heard you guys, I mentioned the fact about pipes shaking and pipes sweating, and are we working on that issues right now to find out what the problem is, why the pipes shake and why the pipes do have a lot of condensation? And also, are we working with the right boilers? You know, are the boilers are there, are the right ones supposed to be there? And maybe that's the problem with the pipes, I don't know. The other one is the fact that, so you said, are y'all here, do y'all do every day to make the rounds on the boiler? Somebody from ABM, do y'all do the rounds? Or where is working on the boilers? Are you there every single day, Monday through Friday or Saturday, to make the rounds to make sure everything's okay? And that my other question would be, because you're saying don't let the staff do it, call us to do it. So if we call you, and you're in San Antonio, I think, right? Austin?
Corpus Christi is Russ.
No, but where are you? What do they call you? Will they call somebody here in Corpus?
They call our site superintendent, Russell Lacey,
Okay.
who's in Corpus
So
Christi.
he's supposed to come out as soon as you call him, right?
Yep. And then from there, he analyzes what the issue is, and then he's bringing in the proper people.
Okay, so the staff, our staff really don't even have to work on it, right?
They would flag us if there's an alarm or an issue. Russell Lacey would come in, evaluate it, and he's taking it from that point forward.
And how long do we have to wait before he gets here, before we do anything?
Russell's local. He's been responding ASAP. He's responded over the weekends. So he's not somebody who is taking a day or 2 days or longer to try to review something.
Okay.
We get a phone call that the systems are down on a Monday morning at 6:30. He's evaluating it, and we have somebody scheduled to come in to restart the boilers, if it's the boiler issue. They're in here restarting it. We're trying to get them in here before noon.
Before noon?
Yeah, they get the phone call. They're trying to get them realigned and coming up. So it's always considered as an
So the boilers will
emergency.
be down from 6 a.m. to noon.
The point I'm trying to say is it's addressed. We contact the entities as an emergency, and those people are coming out. So if they're out here within 60 minutes, if it's 90 minutes, whatever the issue we see, we address it by the urgency to get the people out. It's not that it takes 4 hours to get somebody to a site.
Okay, so now let's go back to the boiler. Are we using the right boilers? And are we addressing the pipes that are shaking and the I forgot the word. Condensation, yes. Excuse me. What are those issues? Are we taking care of those issues or what?
Yeah, so I think for clarity, condensation, I'll bounce a little bit here, Commissioner. Condensation, I'm assuming we're talking about the chiller plant? Yeah, so that's at the chiller plant, that's not at the jail.
Okay. So we don't have that at the jail, but we do have the pipes.
Yeah,
shaking at the
so
jail.
condensation has been reviewed, we've discussed it. We've actually installed a exterior dampener in. We're connecting it with controls, so that should alleviate the condensation that's on the current piping right now. The shaking of the piping, from what I know is when that's been realized, is during startup. And Goldman, you can correct me on this. If the systems are, power surge or something gets knocked out or they're shut down, there's a process we need to do to start those boilers up, to drain the water that's in there. Because you're talking steam and condensation, so we're trying to drain the systems to get that started. So as we work that, it's not a constant shaking. There may be some piece of the startup, but once the systems are up and running, it's not a shaking component. So that'd be the.
But it shouldn't even shake at all, right? If it's done correctly, it shouldn't even shake at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the restart up of a system that's been sitting cold. I'll call it, anytime a system's shut down, I would call it a cold start. That's why we want to make sure that we're handling it with the proper people until it gets turned over and trained properly. I'm trying to think if
The boilers, are they the right boilers versus the right pipes?
Did you say
Are
pipes?
those the right boilers that we're supposed to be using? Or, when we ordered those boilers.
The boilers that are installed are based on boilers that were through our submittal process, and that's what the boilers that were ordered.
The same size that y'all took out?
I didn't hear.
The same size boilers y'all put in that y'all replaced? Are they the same capacity?
Yeah, they're actually probably larger. I mean, contractually, it's the boilers that we have.
He's asking if it's the same, are they the same,
Size
same
boilers.
size or same type that we had
capacity
before?
boiler.
Two of your boilers before were water-fed boilers.
Why don't you come to the mic, just so we can record it better, and go ahead and address old versus new. Do
Yeah.
we get better ones?
You did get better ones.
Okay, and explain why.
The boilers that you have now, you used to have two water-fed and I think one tank, big old tank one that used to be was boiler number 3. All 3 boilers now are all water-fed, water tube boilers. Correct?
Okay.
So
All 3 are water.
all three are
Okay.
water-fed boilers. Yeah.
Okay. So,
They're, yeah.
all right, so what other questions do you have so that we can move on to the next part of the presentation?
I have another question.
Okay.
To either one of y'all three. Govan, when do you expect the shaking to stop, and how much shaking can those pipes take? Because they weren't replaced, they're older pipes, right?
Yes, the older pipes are not being replaced, as I understand, unless I'm corrected. I was told that was not under the contract, so I couldn't say why it was not replaced. I was not there at that time. But the shaking of the thing is, like I said, technically it's a different reasons. And
It's going to continue till one of them breaks completely or something, or it's replaced.
We can't say that because the engineer record and everybody says that once the DDC controls get involved and the controlling of each one of the boilers starts to happen and the processing goes, that way the cold start wouldn't be happening like it is happening right now. That could be a complete different scenario. It may not have that. You may never see it happen again. We don't know until that process and everything is completely in, we can't say that anything can't happen.
so answering your question, just like Shane said, until we get to the close to the finish line, we're not going to know.
Till something happens.
So
No, until you get closer to the finish line. You're in construction right now.
Yes.
If you have a cold start during now and getting close to the finish line, if you have a power down and the boiler shuts down, you restart the boiler, you may get the shaking again.
In between, something might happen.
Good.
Between now and to the finish line, if the boiler shut down or power surge and boiler may have some issues, then it could happen.
It could happen if
The shake.
That's what we talked about it, and that's what
Yeah.
engineer on the record mentioned the same thing. So there is a lot of controls has to be worked up. Whether those controls eventually will stop that, we'll see and figure out, because at that point you can create the situation what's happening right now to see whether that shaking happens or not.
Mr. Govan,
Oh, no, it's not ongoing. That's what I'm saying.
Right. I
No,
think
that's why I made a
I
comment.
think he thinks something's going to happen between
well, it might, the
now
possibility is
and
there.
right. But I don't. Can you
I'm
re-explain?
going to restate again. The shaking of the pipe right now is happening during the cold start. In other words, if the power goes down, the boiler shuts down, and then you start the boiler up. If the boiler is cold or the pipes are cold, that there is a time lag before the boiler gets started, then there is a shaking, and it will continue to happen in every shutdown of the longer duration.
So when there's a power surge, when the power is lost, that is when
This is where the key comes into play, why we've stated before that ABM needs to be the one to be starting the boilers. There is a sequence that needs to happen. The boiler has to be blown down so it has more room in the tank for this to work. It will lessen down any of this stuff that we're talking about right now.
right. The point is you've identified a scenario, and if that were hypothetically to occur, you're working on a solution.
Correct.
Okay, because the shaking is not a constant. It's not, this is something that you've ID'd if a certain scenario happens. And if it does happen, you want to prevent it, and you're working on that solution. And you're going to keep us posted.
Because what happens is when the shaking happens, the pipes are moving, you have a joint, which is either flange joint or issues, valves, or whatever it may be. Those seals, because it's the old pipe, the seals are probably not to its limit. It probably is set to the limit. So you have a steam coming out of those joints, and that comes down as a condensation, and the hot water or the steam condensating into the hot water.
I understand.
So that's where the issues are.
That's where the issue is,
Mr.
and
Govan,
you're going to find out
I know,
for us.
I know you're an engineer. Shane, are you an engineer?
I am not.
Okay. So, sir, are you an engineer?
I'm not an engineer, no.
So not till we had Govan come in as a contractor.
No, that's
I'd like to
incorrect.
correct that right now for a second, please, just so we know on this. So LAN has conducted multiple MEP inspections of the project, including 6 inspections by an MEP engineer with 25 years of experience, plus an engineer with 5 years of experience, or EIT, of 5 years experience additionally for site civil work. LAN has utilized 37 years of experience in engineering on these projects that we're sitting here alone with. So we brought in an actual mechanical engineer and that walked not only just the boilers, the chiller plant, and the HVAC systems inside the jail.
So he's been here every day?
No, he hasn't been here every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, we're going to move on if there's no more questions. What we're looking for is, just keep working together to solve issues. And that's what seems to be happening. And keep us posted, keep us updated. We want to see, obviously, these projects conclude, as was said earlier, timely. And this type of project update is super helpful, and I'll just keep encouraging it as much as you can. These little one-pagers, very, very helpful. Thank you. Thank you guys
Judge.
very
Thank you,
much.
Commissioners.
And,
Thank you.
all righty, is there any other presentation, Shane, you would like to give? You've got, more, I don't know if you have anything more. I know, for example, you guys are working on the ADA. Item number 22 is about,
Yeah, we could go through that if you'd like, Your Honor, real
if
quickly.
you
I think
have-
this is going to kind of help Commissioner Chesney a little bit see also, because I have some cost breakdowns that are also inside there for these projects.
okay. So we're moving on to 22 and talking about y'all's capital improvement management here. Capital improvement program management, I should
Yes.
say.
Oh, you bet, buddy. Okay. The first one I'd like to talk about would be the courthouse ADA improvements. On this, we've already completed an activities design phase, bid and award phase, submittal phase, demolition, and reconstruction of the restrooms and courtrooms in some of these floors. We've worked on the 10th floor, the 8th floor. We've also completely done some completely all over the 4th floor courtroom that has currently been done. The design phase on this project and the milestones was completed in April 2019. The procurement phase, August through December 21st. Construction phase is April 22nd through October 23rd, and project currently is on schedule. Some of the upcoming activities we have that'll be ongoing will be some of the restroom demolition and reconstructions that will be happening on the 6th floor. Cabinet modifications, door changes and upgrades, and current demolition. For the ADA project, the total project budget was $10,470,976. The construction cost was $8,882,000. You had a projected cost to date of $1,716,390, and construction cost to date of $1,544,793. Next slide. And these are showing some pictures kind of here. The very picture on the left is showing what the bathroom looked like when we demoed the walls and starting digging into the project. You'll look at the next one. You'll see what the bathroom actually looked like when it was completed. Next, you will go to the right where you see all the rubble, and that happens to be the courtroom on the 4th floor. And the very right picture top is what that actual courtroom where you see all the rubber is looks like now. That is the new bench and everything that will be inside of that courtroom with all the new flooring that is in. They are expecting that that courtroom will be finished by the end of next week. And then the bottom picture just happens to be, we wanted to show, that is the paneling that got matched for the ADA ramp that had to be on the 10th floor courtroom. And they had to match that old paneling, and I thought that they did a heck of a job getting that matched.
They really did.
Okay, next slide. Next slide is the courthouse exterior. As we all know, this turned out to be a great project. The project is now complete. The certificate of completion has been filed and done. The design phase of this project was completed in September 2021. The procurement phase in October 2020 through February 21st, or 2021. Construction phase was February 2021 through August 2022, and construction complete in August 2022. Once again, you can go on to the project costs. You'll see that this project budget was $7,597,000. Construction cost was $6,763,000. Project cost to date is $7,092,000, and construction cost to date was $6,763,000. Go down to the next picture. The next picture just kind of gives you a good idea of how this project progressed and went through everything. As you can see, the picture on the left top corner there shows when we took all of the skin off of the building and showed some of the damage that was actually in the walls that they fixed and re-skimmed and did everything. And then you can see the existing conditions. If you come to the right, pictures to the right, the picture where you see all of the building and everything, that was a drone flight that we just did for this building a couple weeks ago to show what it looks like now. And then, of course, the two pictures you can see which shows the new stone on it.
It looks so good.
Next, we have the animal care facility. Completed activities right now are the schematic design and design development. Project milestones on that project are the schematic design complete December 2021, design development complete February 2022, construction docs August 2022 through November 2022, and bid award for March 2023. Ongoing and upcoming activities, completion of the construction documents, county review and permitting, issue for bid, receive bids, and bid award by Commissioners Court. Currently on that project cost, the total project budget is $5,445,000. I'm just not going through all of them. The construction cost is $4,153,000. Project cost to date is $838,000. And construction cost to date, as we know, is none, as this has not been bid yet.
Shane, can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
Tell me why the total project budget is 5.4, because this court, I thought it only passed the 4.2. I mean, I didn't vote for it, but the rest of the court voted for 4.2 million. So how is it 5.4 million?
To be honest with you, I would have to ask Kyle on that portion, because he has kind of been a little bit, or actually Terry has been more in depth on this project with everybody. But I can get that back for you right away.
Yeah, if you could, because
Sure.
I believe this court passed a total
I
cost.
think it was 4.2.
Hey, Commissioner, this is JP. You did. That's a mistype on our part.
Yep.
Hey,
I think the 5445 was the old original number, and it just needs
That's
to be
right.
corrected.
Okay, that's fine. And then, did y'all pass this out to us? This presentation?
No, I did not.
Would you mind?
I only got it just before I walked into the court.
No,
I will
that's
send
fine.
this electronically to you.
Yeah, it'd be great. I'd
Sure.
like to see it. I would, yeah, that's.
Next, as you can see, the next slide, please. Thank you. These are some renderings. You have the front entrance rendering and another angle of the front entrance for both sides that have been done so far. And I know there's a lot more to go on this project. Next slide. Next slide is the countywide accessibility project. So completed activities right now is HS gym demolition, land clearing and demolition pond area. Bless you. The ongoing upcoming activities for this would be earthwork for building pad, underground utilities, and excavate detention pond. The project milestones on this project or design phase, complete August 2021. Procurement phase, September, October of 2021. Construction phase, July 22nd through August 23rd. It says project is behind schedule, but that was because a permit delay caused the project to start 5 months late, just so.
Hey, Shane, this is JP.
Yep.
Hey, Shane, this is JP. I'm going to jump in here. It looks like the slide that you've got up here is from another edition of this presentation. So please skip this and we'll get the correct version to the commissioners.
Okay. I don't know why this is like this, but okay.
But you're good to go from here forward, Shane.
Okay. All right, courthouse, jail, and annex. Currently, right now, completed activities. Generator bid and stored. They have been purchased, stored, and they're currently now sitting in Houston. The Phase 2 bid work and construction is now initiated. The site clearing and grading has started to happen at both the courthouse and at McKenzie Jail Annex. At McKenzie Jail Annex tomorrow, we will be pouring the piers for the pad out there. Ongoing or upcoming activities: placing the concrete piers, underground conduit installation, generator pad installation, and generator placement. Currently, right now, we are working on getting both pads poured by November 30th, which would allow us to place the generators the first week of December. Design phase has been completed in February 2021. Procurement phase was completed March 21st. Generator equipment in April 22nd. Phase 2 has started. Construction phase 2 started in August 2022 and should be completed December 31st, 2022. Project is on schedule. Total project budget is $9,720,000. Construction cost is $8,355,000. Project cost to date is $2,404,000, and construction cost to date is $2,132,000.
And I've been wanting to ask this, but we wanted to make sure that, we were all in. It's taken, this is the first slide, but can you do some, I'll let you double check and triple check, but we want to be able to take those cost savings and allocate them to something else. So this is the first time that we can actually say, yeah, this is where we are, and and we knew there were savings, we just didn't have a firm number, and this at least gets us in the ballpark of where we are. Looks like 1.4, 1.5.
We'll get with the team and then get back with you to get that information. If we go down to the next slide. So currently, the slide on the left is showing the cages that will be used for the piers out at McKenzie. The center picture is showing what is out inside of the sheriff's parking lot. That is the slab that has been dug and getting prepped right there. And then the picture on the right is McKenzie Jail's actual pad. Okay, next we have the courthouse jail. Sorry, hang on, mine didn't go over here. Next we have the A-Beam Energy Savings Performance Contract. Completed activities that are going on right now that's happened is the fairgrounds HVAC replacement for the 4 units that were done in a change order. The window upgrades are completed. Building moisture intrusion at fairgrounds is completed. The paving is completed except for the rings around the horse arena, which they're probably going to be delayed a little bit longer on that due with the deal that's going out there for Saturday. So they are trying as they go. The HVAC unit replacement at the jail is complete, and the lighting upgrades have been completed. Ongoing activities that are coming up right now, carpet replacement at the fairgrounds in the offices. That has actually, as ABM has stated, would be the November 4th they'd be completed by. And that is because there is some stuff going on at the fairgrounds that's not going to allow them to get in there for until the 3rd and 4th to get that finished. Landscaping at the fairgrounds is to be completed the end of this week. Lighting at the fairgrounds and at McKenzie for the buildings and the parking lots are complete. And then the punch list and commissioning of the boilers and chillers is what needs to be taken next once the punch list work is completed. And then you have the change order work, which we've been talking about, which are the 9 units that will be coming from ProTech. And at that same time, the smoke purge system will be replaced in the jail. The reason why the smoke purge was delayed on that, and we've also talked with the sheriff and the fire marshal regarding this, is because those units have to come out in order to get the new HVAC units in the room. So as a project milestones on these, you had the design phase complete August 2021, procurement phase September, October 21, construction phase July 22nd through August 23rd. The project is behind schedule, interim milestones, initiated change order number 4, extended the total duration till March 23. Total project budget was $32,893,000. Current cost to date is $26,425,000. And then the next slide, this just shows you some pictures of some of the items that were going on. You had the HVAC that was inside of the jail that was starting to be installed, and the piping that was going on. You have the vortex system that is sitting on top of the roof at McKinsey Jail Annex. The third picture to the right is boiler pad number 3 when they were installing that. And then picture number 4, which is the part of the water system that's inside the jail. Any questions?
Okay. Okay, great. I got this.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's just a lot. So I'm always worried about the courts, and I appreciate I have not heard anything, knock on every piece of wood here, but you were showcasing, for me, the ADA is the one that we're feeling the most because it's inside the courthouse and particularly in the tower side. Can you assure me that, I mean, if we need to, obviously, we can always move around, but are we doing well with coordinating with the courts and making sure that their trial schedules are not, impeded? I know they're certainly inconvenienced in some regards. How are we doing there?
We're doing great there. Actually, Brandon has done a great job. After we went to the
Board of Judges
meeting, we started coordinating with the judges closely on this, and that has really helped us in order to actually gain some spaces in order to work now, because they've really kept in contact with Brandon and myself in ordering what we can do, if we can extend instead of trying to close up a court so they could get back into it. They've really started to say, no, go ahead and finish, and we'll take this one over. So.
Okay, super. So anything else to really, I mean, again, I'm focused on ADA because, that's what's happening right here in front of us. Anything else that you're thinking, gosh, I wish we, hindsight being 2020, sometimes it's better to know now than to wait after, we're too far into a project. Do you feel like we're addressing the needs that we need to in the courthouse, or has it revealed itself?
No, there are a couple of issues that we're working with the design team right now on. And as soon as the design team has an answer for a way for us to go on those, then we'll be able to move forward on that.
Okay, super. And, are there any other questions regarding ADA? How about animal care, fairgrounds, annex, generators? Okay, Shane. In that case, I'm going to move on to executive session, and grateful for your presentation. And by the way, JP is going to send to IDA, and IDA is going to send to all of us.
Do 18 before executive?
Yeah, I'm going to do 18. Well, I approved it, but I think it's okay to talk about it.
Oh,
We're going to open up 3A18. We did approve it already, Commissioner, but let's go ahead and take a look. We put it, thanks for the map. It's basically part of their 2020 bond, so they do have money for it, and it looks like it, what do you want to say about it? Or?
No, I was just going to tell you, Judge, it's on the way out to Port A. If you're going to take a right in between mile markers 2 and 3, just to give you a perspective of where it was. So
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to do. That's it.
Okay. Very good.
Hopefully it'll pass. We need a beach access road.
Yeah, okay. So it's just information only here.
Right.
So right now, what I'm going to do is go into executive session and give notice that I'm doing so provided by the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and in accordance with Vernon's Texas Code, Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 756, 86, and 87. That's all Chapters 551 and the subsections. And we do so to consult with our attorney in executive session, including matters relating to litigation, real property, gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. So, with that, for the clerk, 4:48 p.m. I'll ask anybody who doesn't need to be here to clear the courtroom. It looks like most people have, but we'll give everybody a chance. Take us off completely. Anybody online, you'll have to go in the waiting room, and we'll let you back in afterwards.
As long as there's nobody in Zoom wanting to participate in executive session.
That's correct.
Stay where they are. It's only if somebody's in Zoom and participating that they have to clear out.
Okay, well, how It's 5:15 PM, and we know we are after 5 o'clock, but we only have one item that I believe needs to be discussed inside of coming out of executive session. Commissioner Gonzalez, do you have a motion regarding the Marta Ruiz claim?
Make a motion that we authorize the county attorney to
Continue
continue
negotiating?
the settlement with Ms. Reese, and if she accepts the settlement, authorize the county auditor to pay the Marta Reese claim.
And for myself to sign
And
the
for the judge
settlement?
to sign the settlement documents.
All right. And so with that, I'll take that as a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and second from Chesney. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And anything else?
Yes, the date for the meeting.
The next day for the meeting is a regular scheduled meeting.
I
It's
gotta make a
November
motion,
2nd.
Judge. I got a conflict on that day. I can miss the whole day, or I can just come in the morning from 9 to 11:30. We do the bills and then the drainage, and that's it. But I gotta go after that. I mean, I'm stretching it as it is now, but I have a conflict.
But the conflict is medical in nature.
Well, the conflict is my conflict.
Well, I think that the policy, though, does say medical.
Well, unless we just do it. I mean,
I mean, if it's not medical, then we can just
That's gonna be my
do-
motion. If you want to accept it, take the.
I need to
Second.
follow the policy.
But he can still make a motion. He's.
All of
the
mine-
policy-
Asking us to,
All of mine are
I need
medical.
to make sure that November 2nd, I have items that I did not put on this one because I need to have it on November 2nd that were
I might-
being developed.
I might be in Austin, like I said, I'm gonna try to be here in the morning, but, I mean, I can miss the whole day, but that's what I'm saying, I have a conflict the whole day, or I have a conflict the half a day.
I seconded the motion, and in discussion, Judge, go ahead. I'm not trying to, I just want to second his motion.
In discussion, we need to have this meeting take place. It sounds like you can be here in the morning, and we will do our best, but we can't make promises to not have, I don't know what is going to be happening on the 2nd with regards to, for example, the prioritization of the projects themselves.
That's what he said, the drainage.
Because you're saying that
He said
bills.
put
But
the-
that could take a little while. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that's the law
3 hours.
either.
It is,
10, 11, 11:30,
But
3.5
if-
hours.
I
Bills and 3.5, and drainage.
don't understand why we have to, do this. I mean, I appreciate that you need to be somewhere, and we're fine as long as we have a quorum, but the purpose of a quorum is to be able to do it. I mean, we can try and work with the court manager to as much as we can, but I cannot promise that it's going to end at noon.
Judge, but he's made a specific motion. If he's made a specific motion, it's seconded, then it has to. In other words, he's like.
Well, what is the,
9 to
So like,
11:30.
we can move it to the, no, I'm out of town that week.
No,
and then-
we-
Anyway, so, in other words, because you could move to cancel the whole thing, but then we get into the bills, and so.
Well, first of all, I mean, can someone bring me the policy real quick? Like, can you bring it
sorry.
up for me, please, so I can look at
Policy
it?
is if there's between meetings and there's a medical emergency. that
Well,
it gives
this
the-
is not is this
Well-
an emergency?
But anybody can change a meeting at any time if there's a consensus of the court. That's different. The policy is if we're between meetings and there's a conflict, then the county manager knows what the rule is on that. Anybody can change a meeting at any time if the majority of the court supports it. So that's totally allowable. We can move a meeting, table a meeting, postpone a meeting. We can do whatever we want to do during a regularly scheduled meeting, which is what we're at. So, I mean. Well, it'll take care of the bills and it'll take care of the drainage.
Well, I know, but
then
we don't know what else comes up. I'll be honest with you. I mean, that I would have to really think. I have not thought about what else is coming up. And we have to talk to the department heads.
Well, whatever comes up goes to the 16th judge,
Well, that's not the rule. That's
but
not
it
the
is.
rule. Can I have the rule, please, in front of me? Just hang on for a second. Can I have the rule, Jenny, please?
Well, I'm going through and I don't know that I'm looking for something that addresses this specifically, but I can forward this document to you.
We don't have anything in the policy about this because this is not what,
It's not a medical emergency.
But it-
And basically, Commissioner, I really do. I want to work with everybody. But this idea that someone can just raise their hand and go, hey, I can't be here, therefore, we all need to cancel is not, it's not in keeping with the people's work. I
But we're
mean,
not-
we'll do
we're
the
not
very
can-
best we
but we're
can
not
to shorten the
canceling, Judge.
agenda
We're not
out of
canceling-
courtesy.
No, we're not canceling. We're having the meeting, we're limiting the meeting to
I can't-
all items that have to be bills paid and the drainage.
I don't
There
think
was
that's-
nothing else today that was.
I
was
have,
nothing-
I have agenda items that will be beyond that. And that is very, and maybe Commissioner Modis does, and if not this, maybe you do. And this, we got into this debate, and it's not a good one. And that is we ought to be able to run the court's business like we've done for decades and decades and decades.
But Judge,
If you
we've
miss
had-
a meeting, you miss a meeting.
but we've had
By the way,
so-
we also have virtual now. So you can participate, literally, someone can drive you and you can be on this phone. On a phone, you can be with your face. I mean, with that, we shouldn't be canceling meetings unless there's emergencies. That's
We're
the
not
policy.
canceling, We're just
Let me take a look
changing
at
the
it.
context of it. We're not.
I'm not going to
canceling.
change the context of it.
Well, but that was the motion made, it was seconded, so
Well,
it
it's
has
not
to
a
be
proper,
voted on.
but you can only
It
take
is-
up proper motions,
It's
Commissioner.
absolutely proper. There is nothing, we do it
Not
all
if
the
it's
time.
not comporting with the policy. Hold on, here it comes. Give me just a second.
That's not the.
Maybe you're right.
No,
Well,
no,
let's take a
that's-
look at it.
That's the policy for between meetings. We can do anything we want. We can
November
say-
2nd's a regular meeting.
But we can cancel, change, postpone. It
anything
happens
you
all
wanna
the
do.
time in life. There's nothing that says because November 2nd, that has to stay that way.
You sent a
But
lot of
we're,
emails
But
telling
you
me.
know, we all work our medical lives around meetings. I know I do. I mean, I have a chronically ill child and I work around meetings. So I don't understand this. We cannot keep making these types of, arbitrary rules when, quite frankly, we have already a big gap between the 16th, what's today, the 19th and the 2nd. Hold on one second, I'm reading it. In case I'm wrong.
I'd be happy to move it to the November 9th so that there's not a big gap.
Well, we have conflicts on the 9th.
It's on the 9th.
Why?
Hang on.
Well, there's,
The point is that,
well,
just
but
wait
I
a
mean-
second, give me a second. First of all, let me have a motion to keep going, because really, we're supposed to be done by now.
Well, Judge, this is the last thing, so I mean, we just need to.
Well,
we
if
got a
it's,
motion
it's
on-
just, let's just do it for a matter of course. 5 more minutes.
Call for the question then.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I don't
mean,
think,
we're
if
done
it's,
at the
if
end
it's
of
not
this.
proper,
It is,
all of us have to vote for it.
Judge,
so-
it is proper. I mean, you can move a meeting with no problem.
Hold on one second. I don't know who, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Where is it? Jenny, can you help me? Just tell me where it is here.
Judge, I'm going through it while y'all.
All right, sorry.
I'm looking for the portion that talks about
I know, me too.
emergency.
Meeting guidelines? No?
That one says basically that if there's a medical emergency and it can't be moved to a date accommodated by everyone, then it moves to the next meeting. So this is not moving a meeting. This is shortening a meeting, or we could move it to the 9th, which is fine. I would, maybe that's available. I'm happy to move it to the 9th. That's fine, so that we're not having a big gap.
Your motion was to limit the scope of the meeting to bills and drainage. That was
Right.
the motion.
That was-
Yeah, and that is not helpful when we know for a fact there could be important issues that come up with every single department. You gave no notice at all for this, none. Every department head has a right to come in and say, wait a minute, I've got something important. And we got into this debate last time, and it was awful, because gets
No, that's-
requests
No,
from.
that's not why we got into that debate.
No, it
Judge.
is.
No, it's
It
not.
is.
But
It
it
is.
can be
No,
done.
that was over the definition of emergencies and urgencies. That was a completely different argument that I don't,
We're still looking for the, I don't believe this meets the qualifications. First of all, if it's an emergency, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would be an emergency. And it's a medical appointment, it sounds like, or I don't know, because he won't define it. But I'm assuming it's something important. But you have the virtual capability to go in the afternoon. I don't feel like we should be limiting our meetings.
then let's move it to the 9th. I
Well,
mean, if you
that
wanna move it
might
to
be
the 9th, let's
convenient
move
for
it to
you,
the
but I
9th.
have not checked my calendar.
mean,
check it.
Oh.
Well, Commissioner Modis, I mean, he's part of this team too. And I don't know that we can do the 9th. It's not, I mean.
Maybe there isn't a rule.
There is a rule. We passed it.
But it does.
And it wasn't a good rule either, but we did it.
Judge, we have.
We did it because we decided that it was not a good idea to go out and try to get enforceability of something like this. But that's the reason the quorum exists is because a quorum is all that's needed. You're not supposed to be held hostage by people's schedules. However, we all try to get courteous.
Don't hold me hostage.
Well, you're holding us hostage. You're trying to dictate to the court.
Move it to the 9th. I don't have a problem with that.
Move it to the 9th, shorten it on the 2nd, whichever. I mean.
I have a conflict on the 9th. And so, you know what? I mean, it's the regular scheduled meeting. By the way, the 9th would be a special meeting, which you said we're not having special meetings unless they're absolutely necessary. So, I mean, it's like you conflict your own policies.
I didn't. Okay, but we're making accommodation for you wanting to have a meeting.
We're making accommodation for one person, not the whole court.
It's motioned and it's seconded, Judge. That's, I mean.
Only if it's proper. Do you know that that's to be honest with you, I've been wanting to bring this rule up with you for a while.
110%.
Robert's Rules of Orders require that if the motion is not proper, that it has a different standard, a threshold.
But Judge, there's no improper about moving a meeting. You're kidding me, right? People move meetings
No,
all
because
the time in
you're
government.
claiming the policy requires it.
No, I'm not. I'm claiming that a motion has been made, seconded, and that we can move a meeting at any, I've never brought up the policy. You're the one talking about the policy.
Well, because
It's a
I don't have
motion
enough
and a
time to start
second.
moving everything on the 9th, Brent. I can't commit to something
then we
that at
shorten it on the
5:15, you should have brought this up at 8 a.m. this morning.
How? We don't get to the item until 5 o'clock, Judge.
No, he's known
I
about
didn't know he was
it.
gonna bring, he made the motion, not me.
He's not, well, not you, Commissioner
I'll
Gonzalez.
go with the question, whatever it is.
Well, sure, because it favors you and your schedule, and it does not favor the business of the county. I don't know, Ide, what it is, but I would appreciate that as a court manager,
Don't blame
you
it on
know,
her.
you
Don't
know
blame
that
her.
there's items that could come up, and now we're going to be limited to 2 items.
She has nothing to do with it.
She has everything to do with it. She
No,
manages the department's
I didn't tell
agenda
her.
items.
I didn't tell her either. So how does she know? You want to blame everything on that day now. I think something goes wrong, you want to blame a day.
No, I'm not blaming her. I'm telling her that she knows that we need to discuss that there are items that could come up. If we limit ourselves on the 2nd, the only thing we could do is postpone that which we
I'm gonna
cannot
answer the question
do.
again, I already asked it for 3 times.
Second to call the question,
I'm not calling it. It's improper.
Judge.
You
Well,
can call
let's
it.
be
It's
clear.
not,
If you're-
it's not
if you-
valid.
okay,
I'll
but-
let you call it because that way I can assure that it's not a valid one. And that way we can have a meeting on the
Question,
2nd.
Judge, you can't not have it, you cannot.
You call it if you want to. I'm going to adjourn the meeting if you don't
adjourn the
call
meeting,
it.
Then be clear, I will not show up at any time on the 2nd or the 9th.
That's
and-
your-
And that is mine, and I will
that's your
make sure the
cons- that's
media
your-
understands clearly that
No,
once
I'll make
again,
sure that
you are
your
abusing
constituents
power.
understand that
The
you don't wanna work.
motion has been made and seconded.
Hey,
You won't
Jenny,
recognize
could
it
you help us
again.
out here, please? Because we have rules, and I don't even like the rules, but we made a rule to actually say this is how we would excuse somebody. But why, when the Texas law says that a quorum shall be established, we have these meetings that are posted. People expect that we stick to the schedule.
And we're
He
having the schedule.
continues to do this, continues to create, he's got conflicts, I get it. But he has to figure out how to work around those conflicts. We have a virtual tapability. And
Sorry
it's
you
not,
don't-
it does
sorry
not
you don't
fit
care
the,
about my conflicts,
it
but-
does not fit the emergency. It does not fit the emergency.
We don't know that.
Okay, there's 2 different things going on. You have Open Meetings Act, you have, and then you have the policies of the court. The policies of the court, you can follow, you cannot follow as the court chooses to do. Open Meetings Act, you've noticed this meeting, you can change it if you need to, and that if the court, it wouldn't be improper to talk about moving a date or changing that. So I don't know if that rises to the level of a motion, say, to, do something illegal. That would not be a proper, motion before the court. But if you are doing something that is not against TOMA, you should be okay. If you're okay, you have your policies, there's no problem if you want to move. And I don't have a policy in here that I've found other than it says the court manager is able to contact in an emergency all the commissioners to talk about a date as long as they don't violate TOMA. I don't think you have an automatic violation of by saying that it's an improper motion is what I'm getting at.
I was trying to get, though, and I understand what you're doing, what you're saying, but what I was suggesting is that the policy itself was built for a special situation. It was to say, hey, we might have a commissioner that might have or a judge that might have an emergency, and we need to make an allowance for that.
Right.
Okay? That was the good common sense behind it. And that's not this. This is, I declare that I have to be somewhere, and therefore, I'm going to cancel, because that's what it is, a cancellation of a regular posted meeting. Or I will threaten you and say I can only have 2 items. And what I'm saying is that thwarts, in my mind, the essence of being able to set an agenda.
But it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical.
Why don't we
It
do
is-
half-day on November 2nd
It's
and the
not
rest
legit.
on the 9th of the afternoon?
That's what I just said, Judge.
I have to check to see if I can schedule that, but we can make that subject to the morning of the 2nd. But I do not think that we should be limited to anything other than as much as we can get done
Judge,
from November,
But he's
from the
made a motion,
2nd.
he's made a motion, it's been seconded.
Well, I'm
Jenny has-
trying,
you asked Jenny for an opinion, she gave you a legal opinion that said we can move a meeting. Again, we have made a motion to call the question and seconded to call the question. This is a
Well, we're
clear
not doing
violation
it
of
pursuant
Robert's
to the policy.
rules. It's not.
it's not, I want to hear you say it. We're not doing it pursuant to the policy.
No,
It's
not
just you
pertinent to
making
that
an
policy. It's a
accommodation for your
complete-
friend.
It's a completely different policy, and you know what? I'd make
What
the
is the
same-
policy?
I'd make
What
the
is
same-
the policy?
I already said what the policy was, and it has nothing to do with during meetings. It's when we aren't in a meeting and don't have the opportunity to make a decision in an open meeting like we're doing here. And Judge, if you said you wanted to move a meeting, I'd make the same
Okay, so
accommodation
here-
for you.
look,
If
here's
John
the bo-
Mottes wanted
here-
to move a
here's
meeting,
the-
if Robert Hernandez wanted to move a meeting, so you bet. If he wants to move a meeting
Okay,
and limit
here's
it,
the
I
bottom
would do the
line.
same
Here's the
thing.
bottom line. If you want to split 2 and 9 to get our agenda done, that can be accomplished. But what I'm not going to do is not have items placed on the agenda. We have a right under
Judge,
the
you
law
don't have
to
that
do it.
ability if the motion's made and seconded.
You
That's-
cannot restrict an agenda item. That's the
We
piece
just
that's
did.
improper.
No, it's not improper.
It
Again,
is.
It's not illegal to say.
It is.
We're going to limit the agenda.
No, that
to
is
a 9
improper.
to 11 timeframe. It is not.
No, wait a second. Not the time frame. What you put on the agenda, Brent, not the time
And
frame.
you can't, we've done it before in this court.
And I said it was
We've
illegal
allowed-
then, and it's
If you don't
illegal
finish
now.
it- So if you don't finish, you leave it to the 9th or what?
That's right. If you don't finish, you leave it till the 9th. That's correct. If you don't finish, you leave it to the 9th. But my objection, Commissioner Gonzalez, is that you're not allowed under the Texas law to restrict somebody from placing something on the agenda. You cannot vote your way against Texas law. And that's what happened last
I'm not
time.
restricting anybody. Judge.
No,
can-
you're
but you
not.
can. You
You're
can.
not.
You know,
Chesney is purporting that.
You're the one that said last time when we had a meeting, it was your idea to do nothing but bills. Then all of a sudden you included 35 other items on that agenda. You're the one that said, we're going to have a meeting, all we're going to do is bills. And
No,
by the time we
that's
knew
not
it,
what I said.
There was 35 more items on the agenda.
Okay. I realize nobody here wants to go back in time, so let's not do that. The point of the matter is
But you know
that
you're
it's
right.
against, it's against Texas law to restrict a commissioner or a judge from placing an item on the agenda.
Of course it is in a normal
stop.
agenda. Of course it is on a
You didn't think
normal
of that
agenda,
when you
but
did it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
But it's not against the law to limit an agenda
It
to an
is.
amount of time and a certain agenda only. It's not. It
It
is
is,
absolutely not.
it
If
is,
it's a
if
specific
all of us
motion.
agree, Brent, that's fine,
The
but I
majority
disagree.
agrees. It's not, it doesn't have to be,
No.
it's never, Judge.
No,
Come on, you can't
Brent.
honestly say it has to be 5-0 vote
Brent.
to make a motion and pass. Come on.
Brent, you cannot motion your way out of restrictions. You cannot do that. You cannot restrict yourself by a vote. You can't say, Judge, I'm only going to allow you to put on one item.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying the
I know,
court.
but
I'm not saying you. I'm saying the motion was, yes, you can. You can make a motion to set a specific agenda.
No,
and if the specific
you
agenda
can't.
is
If everybody
bills
agrees on a
and
special,
whatever else he said, drainage, then that is a specific. You can make that. You absolutely can make it a specific agenda. We do it all the time.
okay,
For
if
specific
all of
agendas.
us agree, but I'm saying
No, it's
to
not
you.
if all of us agrees. If it's the majority of the vote.
No, because it goes against the
You'll
fact.
never get a 5-0
it,
vote on
it
stuff.
goes against the whole premise that I have agenda items that I'm trying to advance on November the 2nd. And if I have an agenda, or if Commissioner Modis has an agenda item, you cannot restrict it. And that is my, that's my objection.
I cannot restrict it if there's not a specific motion that the court has passed. I would agree.
We're still arguing about the same thing.
No, we're
You
not.
think that
I think you can make a specific motion.
you
with a
think you can have an
specific
agenda that's
Specific
voted
agenda.
on.
Correct.
And I say that is wrong.
Okay,
You
then
can't do that.
let's take the vote. Then you can challenge it however you want to challenge it legally, but let's take a
It's
vote.
silly.
We just want to take a vote.
It's silly for you to waste the court's time
It's a
to do
motion.
that. You are restricting my ability and every commissioner's ability to place an agenda on all. Why?
setting
Because
a
he can't
specific
get his
agenda.
doctor's appointments done at a certain time. All of us do it.
We're setting a specific
All of us
agenda.
do it.
We're setting a
The
specific.
problem you will run into in setting a specific
Agenda.
purpose for an agenda is you then place on the court manager the possible job of inquiring with every commissioner whether their urgent item is urgent and why.
He did, there wasn't,
Excuse me, but you're not even a part of this conversation.
I am the clerk of the court,
You're
and
not
I
a
keep
part
the
of
minutes.
con-
I am
You're not a
actually.
part of the conversation policy, Kara.
I keep minutes.
Okay,
and-
that's fine, but you don't debate that.
Ma'am, I'm sorry you're upset, but you don't need to be rude to me.
I'm not
Okay?
being rude
You're
to
being
you.
very rude.
You're interrupting the court's proceedings, and you're not a part of them.
I was telling the county
so do you
attorney that she was speaking on, that wasn't part of the motion. They didn't put emergency in the motion. That's it. And again, I'm sorry that
She's
you're
talking
upset.
about something that has to do with legality. Our
Okay, you
policy
can-
has
don't
to
yell.
do with
You don't have to
urgency.
yell. I can hear you. You don't have to yell.
Okay, I'm not yelling at you. You'll know when I am. The point is
Again,
that
Judge,
Jenny,
you need to relax.
Jenny,
Please.
Kara,
No, really.
enough, please.
So we do two.
You're not,
more-
you're not a part of
So we
this.
do two mornings, that would suffice, I guess?
You're not a part of
If
it.
you do two mornings, like.
If the court agrees to that, I think that is absolutely great. But and the reason I mentioned the emergency one from before is that I believe the inquiry would be the same. If you set a short meeting and then you have a commissioner or a court member who wants to put an item on, and it goes over that, you could run into a problem with the keeping a court member from having an item on the
Not
agenda.
if you set a specific agenda. Let's say it's a workshop, let's say it's whatever. We do that all the time where we set specific agendas, right? So that's why if the motion that he made was specific, that said this would be the specific agenda. So again, I'm happy to do it on the 9th. That's great, but 9 to 11 with the specific agenda, and then put the rest of it on the 9th. I mean, I don't understand.
The objection I have, okay? The objection I have is that, for number one, the items on November 2nd should not be restricted. If you want to have a short meeting, you could get consensus, as long as you get the remainder maybe on the 9th, but you cannot restrict how many agenda items we put on. You cannot do that. That is contrary to Texas law, period.
But what Texas law? That's not true. I am agreeing with you that you can't tell IDA not to put my agenda on, or I can't tell IDA not to put your agenda on. I agree with that. But if a specific meeting is set for a specific thing, for a specific time, that is absolutely within the realm of the law. It has to be within the realm of the law just by logic, because sometimes you have to do things, and you can't, in other words, it can't be a situation where we can't dictate as a body what we want our agenda to be. And if it's specific like this, is very specific, then it's absolutely within the law. But I agree with you on the in-between that because Jenny gave me that legal opinion. I agree. That's the thing, but this is not that. This is a specific motion for a specific time frame, for a specific agenda, which we have done for years and years and years with workshops, with other things, so there's absolutely nothing that precludes it. That being said, again, happy to do it on the 9th. He's made his motion. Let's do the drainage and the bills, which are the ones that need to be done, and then do the rest of them on the 9th. I don't really get it.
I agree.
I mean, that's a week later.
Sounds good.
I mean, don't we have, I mean, I would hope that this also a chance that, to figure out what the agenda is, because we may not have a full agenda. I mean, there may be plenty of items, but we may be able to have something that's smaller or more manageable, to do it in 2 parts over the course of 2 weeks, and then our full meeting on the 17th. I mean, I was looking at the 2nd because I know that there's some items that I want to put on there. And definitely think that it would take some time. In fact, I set up a meeting earlier to meet on Monday to plan specifically for an agenda item on the 2nd, because it is time sensitive. And so I'd like that item covered. And so delaying it a day, maybe can we look at the next day so that it's not a whole week? I mean, spread it out somehow. So make it more accommodating for everyone. I feel at some limit we have to curtail our agenda, because if not, we'd be here to midnight if we just do a bunch of items on. There's some way to balance it out. And so, if we can remove presentations that are not necessary, items that have to absolutely must have a deadline or must be complete because we have a grant that we need to apply for, or some sort of paperwork that has to be approved by the court. I mean, those are things that hopefully IDA can work with the court and with the judge on to pinpoint how do we try to streamline it a little bit. I mean, I think it's doable. I don't know if any of us have a whole bunch of items, but we're still talking about a meeting that's potentially, 3 weeks out from today, right? 2-3 weeks out. So I think there's time to work through it. So we hear that Commissioner's not going to be here. Let's try to work through it. Like I said, we had several presentations that were great today, but if they were on the 2nd, could we say, you know what, let's hold them to the 9th, let's hold them to the 17th, because it's not going to impact anything. The decision doesn't have to be made. So that's what I hope that we could do, is that there's plenty of time to still work it out. I appreciate that agenda item's on every week so we can plan, but we do have a calendar. I've missed days, from medical needs. I've gotten sick once. I was in the hospital, and so I missed a meeting. So it happens, right? But out of courtesy, if there's something that is big that we need to hold off on for Commissioner Gonzalez to be there a part of, but if it's something that could be a 4-0 vote that you think, hey, it's not going to be very controversial, then let's put it on and let's do the business of it, and I think we can be done. We've all missed a meeting here or there for one reason or another. We've participated when we can in person or virtually as that option happens, but sometimes we just can't. And I'm not going to ask Commissioner to justify it or not, because he has a reason, and that's good enough for me. But if we can get IDA, along with our county attorney and the judge and the court, to figure out what our agenda is, we have plenty of time to do it. Let's work it out. We got time. And then if it becomes a problem, then let's work it out, because we're going to continue this debate, and I just want some clarity. If you can get us something, an opinion that clarifies that we shouldn't limit or we can't limit, then define what does that mean to limit. Does that mean pushing it a week back? Does it mean curtailing the agenda to be done around the 12 o'clock time frame? What does that mean? So if you could put something in place pretty soon for us, that would appease me, because I hear what everyone's saying, and I want to accommodate everyone's needs. We do need to get work that can be done, but I do want to see if we have items that can be held a week or two, then let's hold them back. But presentations, yeah, let's push them. Let's push them to the next available meeting. We don't have to have those come before us. So I think that can shrink down a lot, and then depending on how many lawsuits or executive session items that we have to review, that's a whole nother issue as well, so.
Right, that's always my concern, is that between the time that we're talking now and November 2nd, that is a lot of time for things to happen. And what happened last time is there were multiple litigation-related items that needed to come before the court that really didn't even take very long. But there was this idea that somehow they couldn't be processed. That is, in my opinion, thwarting the business of the county. The reason that quorums exist is so that you can have somebody miss. But it's the law says, hey, you got to have at least 3. But now with virtual technology, it's fantastic. You can literally be here with us when you're not here. And because of that, we even go one step further and we say, hey, if it's an emergency, we're all going to concede that that's important enough where we hold off. But that's not what's happening here. And what I think is really very critical is that we do work together to figure out how we can both accommodate a commissioner's schedule, although albeit it's here at the end of the day. It would have been a lot nicer if you've known this to have brought it forth way earlier. But we have conflicts that already are set because we're relying on our normal schedule. And that normal schedule should be for the purpose of the business of the county. We can totally limit presentations, no problem. We can limit, I don't believe one item was tabled to the second. Am I right or wrong about that?
That's correct.
So we have no tabled items. You know how many times we carry over? A ton. We can do no presentations, okay? And we can say no, there's no items coming to be tabled. But you cannot say that something won't come up between now and the 2nd where you're boxing yourself in here. Allow the court's presiding officer and the court manager to do our job and to bring an agenda that we believe can be tackled in the time frame. And then if it doesn't, we have the ability to recess till the next day. Okay? I mean, that is how it's supposed to be done. And to go to the 9th and just go, oh, everybody else change, I don't think is smart. And I could try to rearrange things, but that is not doing the business of the county. Now you're asking us to go for 3 weeks.
How about, Judge, if would we, and I don't know if Commissioner Gonzalez can do this because I'm trying to do that, could we do it to where it's that because I still hold that we can set whatever we want to set. And you can go back and look that up and provide that, because we can set it however we want. But if we want to say 9 to 12, so that if he can go till 12.
Or 8:30, we normally do 8:30.
Yeah, 8:30 to.
That
no
30
late,
minutes
but, I mean,
buys us.
literally cut it off, but
I can do no recognitions, no proclamations, okay? Because you still have the month of November.
no
unless
recognitions,
there's
no
something.
proclamations, no presentations.
Right.
I
We
I'm
know
not
how
gonna
to
use
do
the
it. Believe it or
emergency
not,
thing again. Well,
I've done 1,000 agendas. I know exactly how to do it. But what I don't like is for somebody to come in and say, for example, it happened just the other day. We had an HMG situation. It needed to get on there. They're unforgiving at the state and the feds if something has to be corrected or done. So I think it's really important. We can totally tighten it up and limit it. But I have one, I emailed them earlier today. I have 2 items that I need to put on, and they're not going to take long, either one of them. But they're my items, and I want to get them done for the county. And I think Modest just said he has 1. And I believe it or not, I bet you have 1 too, if one comes up between now and the next 3 weeks.
Do we have to have public comment?
We have to have public comment, yeah.
Yes, you do, by law.
Yeah.
And, as they say, also I can ask the auditor to hold on any audit. I can ask HR to hold on any HR unless something monumental happens. But like, for example, today we had to ratify the public defenders. That wasn't even expected, okay? So there's weird things that come up. Don't box yourself in to help the people do their work.
Judge, if he's willing, I'm willing to amend the 2nd to 9 to 12 if we can limit no presentations, no
recognitions.
No recognitions, no, all of that. I don't know if we need to state it all.
No restroom breaks, no nothing like that.
Yeah, no restroom breaks, no food, no water.
So, okay, so we're saying, just to be
This reminds
clear,
me of the Goonies, you know,
no
con las
presentation,
cucarachas.
no presentations, no recognitions, no executive sessions unless, I won't use the, I hate
Don't-
to use the
yeah.
word, unless, right, unless it's,
Unless, I would say, unless the county attorney deems it needed.
okay, what else? No, no whatevers. What else? It'll take care of it. I'm just trying to be specific so that we don't.
I mean, that's,
That sounds good. That chops off a lot of time, because public recognitions could take up to an hour, sometimes longer. I mean, it's before we even get started on our business, so
Forever.
that could help shave off a lot of time. So I think we're in the right direction. That's what I'm saying. I think we let everybody kind of figure out, what we need on there.
I'll have
what's
general
necessary,
information
then-
report sent by text or email.
That-
Okay, I
that'll
mean,
help.
again, allow us to
Oh,
do
yeah,
our
no.
work.
Go ahead and rescind
No.
I'll go ahead and rescind my motion to go ahead from 9 to 8:30 to 12 and
And then no, like you said, no,
no long
yeah, no all of those things. And I would
presentations or whatever.
agree with that second, but I would like you to provide an advisory on that, Jenny, because I do think that's important. I really do think that motion was extremely proper and legal. And so if you could please provide that as an advisory.
Okay, what is the specific question so I can answer it?
Question is, can a court, by its motion and a majority vote, limit
Change the
the
meeting.
contents of a meeting, change the meeting, put a time frame on the meeting, all of those things that he tried to do?
Okay.
Okay, Judge, I then would call
Okay.
that question,
Call for the
if that's
question.
okay.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye, as amended.
Aye.
Aye. All right, let's go to adjournments in memory. Does anybody have any? All right, let's be adjourned at 5:52 PM.